All right, so just so you understand, I wanted to do a live stream where I invite you to talk about the benefits of mortgages versus renting. Now, what I also ended up doing was originally I wasn't even going to jump on live, but the reason why I ended up jumping on live is because right now I'm arguing with this dude who is up there trying to tell me about how great socialism is compared to capitalism, right? Now, I already know the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But the thing about it is, I'm trying to get this guy to come in here and make the mistake of entering the lion's den and arguing and fighting with me about which one's better, socialism versus capitalism. Because here, this fool is talking this bullshit. Like I had posted this meme right here. I said the problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money to spend, right? And I posted this photo of Bernie Sanders because some of these people are down with Sanders. I'm not down with Sanders at all, right? So my whole point was that. Oh, and by the way, let me know if there's an echo or anything. But by the way, my whole point is that Bernie Sanders is a socialist, and this guy doesn't know what he's doing or talking about. But because he's up there in Vermont, with his barely anybody to be a constituency, that he gets away with that shit, right? So I post that socialism's bad, blah blah blah. So I get this guy Lewis Brown. Now, if you're on Facebook, you might be able to help compel him to enter the room, but you have no idea what socialism is or how your government routinely uses it to manage capital. And I'm listening to this fucking shit. So I was like, you know what? First of all, since you won't post the pros and cons of socialism, let me go ahead and just go and find it for you because you're afraid to talk about it, right? And I was like, you know what? I don't feel like arguing with memes. You come into this lion's den right here and argue your point in front of a bunch of people, just like I did with that woman a while back, right? And I'm trying to get him to come in. So I say, listen, all you got to do is click the link and come in here, right? And then this is what he puts back. Tell you what, I'll do your argument when you address. No, 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 no. I'm like, fuck that shit. No, 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 no. Click the link and I'll address your points because he already knows that he's going to get pulled in here. And as soon as he gets pulled in here, I'm going to eat his ass alive. Like, Daniel in the lion's den? I'm going to chew on his ass. And this guy he refuses. If you're on Facebook, do me a favor. Look at this guy. His name's Lewis Brown. And all you got to do is send him a message and just say, yeah, John is waiting for you to log in and we're all waiting for you just in case you're on Facebook, right? Tell him Big Truck is waiting on you to click that link. He refuses to click that link because he already knows he's going to get eaten alive. He already knows. He already knows. I ain't afraid. I don't give a shit about elder abuse. I'm going to eat his ass. Just like the lion in the lion's den. I'm going to click the link and I'll address your points. That's all you got to do. Click that link. Come on in. And I'm going to eat your ass. Come on in. That's what the lion said to Daniel. Come on in. I'm going to eat your ass. I'm going to chew you up. You don't know that story about Daniel in the lion's den? Well, they tried to put Daniel in the lion's den because they were like, yeah, the lion's going to eat Daniel ass. This guy refuses to come in because he already knows what's going to happen. Yeah, click the link. I told him. I was like, listen, if you want to argue this socialism shit, all you got to do is instead of keep posting these stupid memes back and forth, all you got to do is come in here. We got the live studio audience, and the live studio audience can decide which one of us is right. All you got to do is click that link. Nope. He refused to click that link. And I said, click the link, I'll address your points. Nope, he refuses to do it. Absolutely refuses to do it. So if you're on Facebook, yeah, let Mr. Brown know. He's like, yeah, stop being ridiculous. I've commented on this. You must have posted twice. So far, I see you are losing the debate. Okay, fine. You think I'm losing the debate? Bring your ass! Bring your ass into the lion's den. You think I'm losing, right? Okay, come on in. Come on in. Here, let me give you another one. No way to determine how many or in what color to make a pair of shoes. What the fuck are you talking about? But that is not the issue because what you have proven is that the United States does not practice socialism. I didn't prove shit. Come on in here. And I have never said socialism was good or bad. What I said is that our government leadership routinely use socialism to manage capitalism. What? What the fuck? Was your stimulus check? I didn't get no stimulus checks. What are you talking about? The stimulus check was used to stimulate consumption, which is necessary for capitalism to work. You hear this bullshit? You hear this? You hear this? You hear this nonsense? I don't know if you can see that screen. I'm gonna zoom in on this bullshit. Oh, what I said is that our government uses socialism to manage capitalism. The stimulus check was used to stimulate consumption, which is necessary for capitalism to work. Was the building of the highway system socialism or capitalism? Was the government giving land away in Oklahoma socialism or capitalism? Because welfare payments to the poor create demand for goods and services, which create jobs and spur consumption. Should they be considered? So, no, 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 no. Bring your ass in here. Bring your ass. All you got to do is click that link and bring your ass. That's all you got to do. The lion is hungry for some ass. Just come on in. Oh man. Oh man, just bring your ass. Cause see, it's like with certain people they refuse to argue. And see that this is my whole point. This is my whole point about the Democrats and them. Because see, first of all, gun control failed twice. It failed. Well, no, it failed a number of times. But first of all, they couldn't get gun control after Sandy Hook. They couldn't get gun control after that shooting in that gay nightclub. I think it was in Florida. They couldn't do it then, and now they're pushing for it. But here's the problem: the majority of the Democrats are too stupid to be able to argue for gun control. They're too stupid. Not only that, because they've done such a shitty job protecting the people, these average citizens have gone out and bought so many fucking guns. Every time you go in a gun store now, the lines are like a block long. They've done such a shitty job that they can't even walk that clock back. Those people have gone out and they've bought guns. So now you have an argument that you can't win. Because the problem is, they're like, oh, gee, I don't know why it's so hard to get gun control passed. You want to know why? It's because there's a Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says that you have a right to bear arms, period. So you can try to hack away at it and you can try to talk about, oh, yeah, well, it doesn't really say that. And there's a comma here and a period here and all that bullshit. But here's the problem. The people themselves don't know what they're talking about. Just like every single one that comes up with the AR-15, shoots a bazillion rounds a second and all that bullshit, they don't know what they're talking about because all they do is watch movies. These people do not know what they're talking about, and they refuse to argue in front of a live crowd. What they'll do is they post memes, and that's the only way they can argue is by posting these fucking memes. Either that, or what they'll do is they'll make a diatribe on their own, and they refuse to step out in front of that live studio audience because they'll hear them people booing their ass because they'll be making stupid comments. Or what they'll do is they'll go in front of an audience that they know is on their side. See, what they won't do is they won't go in front of an audience where they know that the people could be on either side because they know the people on the other side they're gonna be booing them. So they refuse to come in there. Well, listen, you see what I'm doing? I'm posting the fucking link. He refuses to come in here. I'm gonna go message him right now. Please step right on in. Let's see. We are all waiting for you. Come on in. Come on in, and we can have a real debate minus the stupid memes and copy pasted bullshit. Let's see. All right, there you go. Oh, there you go. There's the link right there, homie. Come on in. That's what the lion said to Daniel. The lion said, come on in. The lion said, hey, Danny, I want some of that ass. Come on in, Daniel. Come on into the lion's den. Come on in. Where is that? Where's that screen? Where is that? Where is that? Daniel and the lion's den. What a great story. This is biblical right here. Daniel and the lion's den. Yeah, you idiot. Come on in. Oh, shit, he's here. Oh, shit. Oh, we're so happy to hear you. Oh, we're so happy to see you. So go ahead and go ahead. What's the argument that you want me to respond to? Go ahead. I'm not even gonna say nothing. Go ahead. You gotta unmute yourself and you gotta speak. and I'll let you make your what is it called? I'll let you make your opening statement. You got to turn on your mic, homie. Got to turn on your mic. I was just telling everybody the story of Daniel and the Lion's Den, and I was also showing them the conversation. Oh, oh, are you guys still here? Oh no, no, no. Oh shit, we had a little problem. I don't know what happened, but let me get him back in here. Let me get him back in here. I don't know how I did that. I must have killed the wrong. All right, sorry about that. Sorry about that. The stream dropped. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Okay, 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 okay. I'm back. I'm back. I don't know what happened right there because you know what happened. I was trying to get. I was trying to pull up something, and then all of a sudden, I ended up losing that shit. But don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, nah, I told. Listen, he knows. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna tell him right now. I'm gonna tell him right now because I was trying to share a screen and I fucked up. So that was my fault. That was my fault. That wasn't him. That was my fault. I was trying to share a screen. Okay, here we go. This is where we were. Okay, all right. I'm here, but you have to turn on your mic. You have to turn on your mic. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in, bro. Yeah, come on in. I'm not even gonna say nothing. I'm gonna let him speak. I'm gonna let him speak. I'm gonna let him speak, and I'm gonna let him say his part, and he can say his part, no problem, and that's fine. I don't have no problem. I'm gonna let him say his piece. There he is. Okay, homie, you gotta unmute right now. Everybody's waiting and listening. I'm not gonna say nothing. You can tell them what our argument was, and you can tell them what you were asking me, and I will respond. No problem. Hit the unmute button. Everybody's waiting. There's 38 people listening. I don't know what side of the political spectrum they're on, and they're waiting to listen and they're waiting to hear it. So go right on ahead. Hit your unmute button. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hit it. I push unmute mic, but nothing's happening. Come on, you gotta unmute your mic. Come on, Lewis. Come on, Lewis. Let's go. What's going on? Come on, let's go. Hit it. Oh, he left. Oh shit, he left. Why did he leave? Why did he leave? I told him to unmute. That's all I told him. What happened? I was giving him the floor. What happened? What happened? Lewis, come on back. Wait, hold on. Lewis, come on back. Come on. Says, yo, come on back. Yeah, come on back. What happened, homie? Y'all can see what I'm saying to him. Y'all can see it. Y'all can see it. I ain't got to hide nothing. Y'all can see exactly what I'm saying to him. Come on back. What happened? What happened? What happened? The lion is hungry. Come on back. Hit your unmute button. Come on. So, what's going on here? What's going on? Nah, this is not Google Hangouts. This is StreamYard. StreamYard works pretty well. StreamYard streams over to YouTube. It usually works pretty well. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Add to stream. There we go. There we go. Okay, you gotta hit your unmute button. Let's go. Come on, hit the unmute button. Let's go. Everybody's looking. They can see everything. They can see the conversation, and they are ready to go. Let's go. Where is it? Come on, Mr. Brown. Let's go. Come on. You make your point. I'm gonna not say nothing, and then I'll go. And then all you got to do is ask me the questions. Go ahead. Everybody can see him and they can see me and they can hear me fine, right? But we're waiting for him to push on mute. Now I know he's an older fellow and everything, and some of this technology is a little advanced and everything, but you shouldn't have too much problem hitting that unmute button. Let's go. Come on. Come on. The unmute button looks like a microphone. And when you hit it, it says mute or unmute. So look for the one that looks like a microphone. And then just take your mouse, point at the microphone, and hit the left mouse button. The left mouse button. Don't hit the right mouse button. Hit the left mouse button. Point at the one that looks like a mic. It looks like a microphone. You know, like back from the 50s when they had microphones that were like big and they look like a big, big round oval. Point at the microphone and push the left mouse button. Okay? Usually that's the symbol for it. And when you hit that, it will push unmute. Like I know this is tough. Hello? Come on, you gotta hit the mute button. It looks like a mic, and right now it has a line through it that says you're muted. What you do is drag your mouse over the mute button and touch it with the left mouse button. And when you click the left mouse button, it will unmute. And that's when I'll be able to hear you. You see how you can hear me right now? You have to click the left mouse button and then you'll be able to hear me and I'll be able to hear you. Okay? Okay, come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Hello? Hello? Drag your mouse. Come on. Drag your mouse over to the pill button that looks like a mic and click the left mouse button. And when you do that, it will make it so that I can hear you. Hello? You have a mic. Either you can use your cell phone and you can connect to the link. Your cell phone, most likely, if it was made after 2016, probably has a mute button with a mic and a camera built into the top. The camera looks like a little dimple thing, and it's black and it's pointing at you, right? And that allows me to see you. And then when you speak into the phone, that will allow me to hear you, but you have to hit the mute button for the mic. You have to hit that because everybody, we're waiting to hear your voice and your side of your argument here. So you have to hit the mute button. If you don't know how to do it, go get somebody to help you do it, and you should be able to do it. So this way you can get in and we can hear your voice. Okay? Come on. This is taking longer than it needs to take. Come on. Come on. We can do this, okay? We can do this. All you got to do is just hit it. And you'll get in and we'll be able to hear you, be able to explain your what you believe you're saying and so I can retort, okay? Okay? Come on. Do we need to do a wellness check? Are you okay over there? Because I see you, but I don't know if you're okay over there. You didn't fall down or anything, did you? Do we have to do a wellness check? Because I can send some people over there to do a wellness check if you need. I could send some emergency medical officials. Oh shit, he done left. Look at that bullshit. Look at that. Ran from the Lions Den. Ran. You having problems over there. You're having problems all of a sudden, I'm gonna say. You're having problems all of a sudden. Yeah, the link is right there, homie. Let's go. You're wasting my time. Let's go. Read the chat. What is this? Read the chat. I don't have a mic. That's bullshit. Listen. Get a phone from get your wife's phone. Get an iPhone from one of your kids. Use this link. Log in. Don't tell me that I don't have a mic. You got a mic. Everything has a mic now. That's a lie. Get a laptop. I don't care what you gotta get. I'm not reading shit. Get a laptop with a mic or a cell phone. I don't want to hear that nonsense. That's bullshit. Yeah, what the fuck you talking about? You ain't got no mic. Everybody got a mic. They got motherfucking Alexa in people's rooms listening to every goddamn thing they say. Don't tell me that bullshit. You got a Kindle. He got a Kindle. That's what he got. He got a Kindle. Oh my God. This guy's up there with this bullshit. No, yeah, you got a motherfucking mic. You got a laptop or a desktop, and that shit got a mic somewhere. Find your mic. I can't believe this. No, goddamn well, get in here. But they're wasting my damn time. I have a Galaxy S20. Yeah, see, that's what you get for buying those goddamn shitty ass Samsung phones. Should have had an iPhone. That S2, what is this? I got a Galaxy S2. What? I got a Galaxy what? I got a Galaxy S2 2007. What the fuck is that? Galaxy. No, that's nonsense. That's bullshit. Go get your iPad. I know you got an iPad somewhere. Get your wife's phone. Get somebody phone. Get somebody phone. I don't care whose it is. Get somebody phone. That ain't true. That ain't true. Get somebody phone. Go get your kid's phone. You know what? Your kid's got a PlayStation. PlayStation supports this shit. Go in there. Use your kid's PlayStation or their Xbox. I know somebody got a. Yep. See, there he goes. He's going again. 2000. Yeah, this guy's lying. This guy's lying. If he had a phone that old, the battery wouldn't even work. The guy's lying. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? He ain't coming up in here. He's loud as fuck on Facebook. Loud as fuck. Reposting all these goddamn replies. Sure enough, when it's time to step up, nobody got nothing to say. Sure enough. Oh, I bought my son a PS5. Oh, you hear this? Yo, dude, get yourself something with a mic on it. I don't care where you get it. I don't care how you get it. Steal it. Steal it if you got to. Get it from your wife. Go get your wife. Go get your kids. Go get your cousins. Whatever. Get something with a mic right now. I know you got it. Because if I had to, I'd go to my neighbor's house. I know you got something. Get something with a mic right now. Don't even try it. I got a 2007 Yep, there he goes. He's going again. He's going again. Come on in here. The lion is hungry. The lion is trying to eat Daniel's ass. The lion is hungry. My tummy needs some Daniel in it. Come on, let's go. Let's go. I'm up here trying to show you all the story of Daniel and the lion's den. This guy's up there front. Where's that story at? Where's that story? Daniel and the lion's den. Yeah, what a great story. That lion was hungry as fuck. Gonna eat his ass. Them lions was looking for Daniel. What is this? I brought my wife a 5G S20. Then get your wife's phone. Tell your wife to log into that URL. Get your wife's phone. She ain't doing nothing right now. She's probably cooking. That's all she's supposed to be doing is cooking. Go get that phone from her. Use it. I don't want. Here he goes. There he goes again. He's gone. You see, just like that. Just like that. Just like that. See, this is what we call elder abuse in my circles. This right here is elder abuse. We're about to abuse some elders up in here. This guy's up there lying to me. Yeah, well, I don't really have a mic. Everybody got a goddamn mic in this year. What are you kidding me? Don't even try that. No, I don't even want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that at all. This guy. This guy is up there lying to me. This guy's up there lying to me. I'm up here trying to do my stream. Guys up there lying. The lions are hungry. It says give me five. Five? Give you 5 minutes? He just said give me 5 minutes. Okay, well, I'm giving you 5 minutes. Get your ass in here. Get your ass in here. Your ass. That's all I'm looking for is your ass. I'm hungry. The lion says he's hungry. This guy. So, anyway. Okay, so while we're waiting for him to get his camera and his mic together, so basically what I had planned on talking about was home mortgages, mortgage versus rent. Mortgage versus rent. Now, most of you are probably already smart enough to understand this, but I'm going to pull up one of these things about which one is better, to rent or to own. Which one is better? And I will say it just like this: ownership of a home. Don't let anybody get you twisted. But because you probably heard that I had done that. What was it called? I had done that. I had done a stream with Mr. Fantastic not too long ago, right? And in that stream that I had done with Mr. Fantastic, what we were doing was we were talking about which one pays off better, because we were talking finances basically, right? And in fact, before I even pull up any of these memes, because it's so hard for me to share a screen without fucking up, I'm gonna just say it like this: I have never rented in the USA. I've never rented, and the reason why is because when you rent, you're basically keeping a roof over your head, but you're getting nothing out of it, and you're basically paying somebody else's mortgage, right? When you get yourself a home mortgage, what you're basically doing, yes, it is a debt, yes, it is a loan, but eventually that loan is going to be paid off. And that loan is going to be paid off in either 10, 20, or 30 years. And once that loan is paid off, now you have yourself a house that has no more mortgage on it. And once the house is paid off, you don't ever have to pay rent on that property ever because it's yours. And once it's paid off, the most important thing here, because I'm hearing a lot of negative comment. Oh, here he goes. Here he goes again. He's back. Okay, so I'm hearing a lot of negative comments from people about slavery and slave ownership and saying mortgage is slavery and borrowers are the slave of the lender and this, that, and other. Well, the bottom line is this: if you're renting, you're basically throwing your money away. And the reason why is because you'll never own it. And because you'll never own it, that means that if the landlord decides to throw you out, that means the landlord can just throw you out and now you've got nothing. You have to go find another place to rent. Once you own a property, though, that is your largest possible investment that you can make. Mr. Brown, anytime you're ready to unmute yourself, you can go right ahead and I'll stop talking. I'm just waiting for you to unmute yourself. So, anyway, as I was saying, a mortgage, once you
Trump
have
is not
paid,
fighting against
oh,
black people.
go
He's
ahead.
not fighting against
Go ahead, go
Spanish
ahead, go
people.
ahead.
He's not fighting against
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let you go right ahead. Go right on ahead. So make your argument about socialism and capitalism. Go ahead.
transgender. He's not fighting against Mexicans or none of
Go
that
right
shit.
on ahead. I'm going
Trump
to
is
show them
fighting
the screen that we were talking about. You go right on ahead. Make your argument, please. I don't hear you yet. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go right on ahead. Mr. Brown, hello. You unmuted, but no sound is coming out. Hello. This is not that difficult. Hello. Oh boy, Jesus Christ! I can see it's going to be one of those days. Hello. Hello. I'm sure you can hear me. Oh man, I feel like going and getting a drink. Hello? Okay, wait. I saw some bubble. Come on. You can do it. Speak louder. I saw some bubble. Come on. Hello? Hello? I know it works. Oh my god. Oh my god, come on. Brown, where are you? Come on, speak into the mic. Yeah, he's trolling me. He don't want none of this smoke. It's just like Daniel and Lions Den. Daniel walked into that Lions Den and that lion was hungry as fuck. And Daniel didn't want no smoke. Come on, let's go, Brown. Let's go. And then you gonna mute up again? Why'd you push mute? Why did you push mute? We just went through this. Oh my god. I think I'm running out of energy. Jesus
I
Christ.
just
Come on,
want to
man.
say
Let's go.
something.
What's going on?
Just
The
got into beef
audience,
with
we
my
got
best friend
59 people
over
waiting to hear
something
what
that
you got to say. Come on, let's go. Okay, I see your bubble moving, but I don't hear nothing. What's going on? What's going on? I got people in the chat saying kick him out. He trolling. Oh my god, we got people anxious to hear this. What is going on? Come on, let's go, man. Come on. What's going on? I can't hear nothing. What's going on? I got this $10,000 computer ready to accept what you got to say. Come on, let's go. Yo, he's burning me out right here. He's burning me out. I gotta say that he's burning me out. You know damn well you don't want that smoke. Nah, it's not me. It's him, man. It's not. It's he. I have a headset on right now. I can't hear myself. That's him.
Exclusive reaction to
His
Biden's
mute button
first
is
press
off,
conference is
but
former
right now
President
he's not saying it.
Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Okay, so
Joe
I
Biden
see
is
you. I see
brazenly
your bubble moving, but
stonewalling,
I
as
don't
you
hear
can
nothing.
see in that press conference, requests for access to these facilities. And as
You'll
you
see his
heard, he
bubble
has no
moving, right?
idea when access will be granted. What's going on here, and
The
would you
hell,
get away with this?
dude, we can't hear
No, I
you.
wouldn't.
They
And
can
we
hear
had
me,
the
but we can't
border
hear
the
you.
most
What's going on
secure,
here?
they say, in 20 years.
Y'all can
But
hear
really,
him?
I
I
think
don't hear him.
from the beginning, it's never been like this.
Can
We
y'all
built
hear him?
almost 500 miles of wall, and it was new wall. You know, they like to say renovation.
Can you guys hear him?
The
Because
renovation
I
was
don't.
we knocked
He's
down the
playing
old
a
wall and we
video.
built a new wall.
What
And
video is
they
he
say
playing?
they call it a renovation, but this
What?
was new
I
wall
don't
and
hear shit. What
incredible
video is he
wall
playing? I don't
that
hear nothing.
was, really did a job. In addition to that, Mexico
See the
worked
bubble
great with
moving, but
us.
I don't
We
hear
had
him.
a tremendous relationship, and
Playing the
me
news.
with the president, who's a tremendous
What?
person.
I don't hear
And they
anything.
gave us 28,000 soldiers along our border, and they stopped people from coming in. And what you're
This is
doing
pissing
now
me
and what
off.
you're seeing now is
A Trump
inhumane.
interview, really?
Children and people are
Well, why can't
a
I hear him?
tremendous number of
Why
children, by
can't
the way, but they're living
I
on top of
hear
each
him?
other in squalor. This
All right,
is
let me
squalor.
try something.
That's
with
why they
my
won't
mic, 'cause I
allow the
don't hear
press to
shit.
come in. We let the press go in, and we had much smaller numbers, frankly,
Okay,
because
I
people
should
couldn't
be
come
able to
up.
hear him right
But
now,
we
but I
let
don't
the
hear
press
anything.
come in, but they're living in very dangerous conditions. There's no testing for COVID-19, as
Nah,
we
man,
call it
something's
sometimes.
strange
Sometimes we
here. I
call it
don't
something
hear him.
else. But there's no testing, there's no
Doesn't
nothing,
make
and
sense.
what's going on is just absolutely insane. It's a horrible situation,
It's very,
and
very
everyone that's
odd.
seen
I
it,
don't
nobody's
hear
seen
anything.
worse. Nobody's seen anything like it. And if you get cameras inside some of those facilities, you would see children on top of children, and you'd see filth, and you'd see things that you would
Okay,
not
now I
believe
hear him.
possible.
Well, I want
Now
to
I
move
hear
on.
him. Hey, Brown, turn off that. Oh, okay, he left. He left. He left. He left. He just left. Well, I guess that's just not working out because, yeah, my I could hear him through YouTube, but I couldn't hear him through StreamYard. So I don't know what he's doing over there, but he's fucking around. So bottom line is this, because it's obvious I'm not going to get my pound of flesh today. So here's the thing. As far as what I was saying about buying yourself a house, right? The smartest thing you can do is never to pay rent. The smartest thing you can do is actually to buy a house. And when I say buy a house, I'm not talking about trying to buy some big ass $3 or $4 or $500,000 house. I'm saying that what you should be doing is you should be focused on buying the most affordable possible house that you can get. And when I say the most, oh, here we go. It says I refuse to talk. This motherfucker. I refuse to talk. I'm scared. Okay, yeah. Right. So anyway, when I say that guys should be buying a house instead of renting, what I'm saying is, number one, if you rent, you're never gonna own it because that's simply obvious. You can't own something if you're renting it because that means that it belongs to another person. And chances are that person, you're gonna be paying their rent. And when they say, you know what, we're gonna kick you out of here and we're gonna give this house or this property to their children, what's going to happen is all that money that you'd have poured into nothing, you'll have kept a roof over your head, But the problem is, even though you've kept a roof over your head, the problem is at the end of the day, you get nothing out of it. Now, somebody in the chat had said it's like leasing a car. That's not actually true. My mom, for instance, she enjoys leasing her Cadillacs. And the thing about it is, at the end of that lease, you always have the option to refinance that car and to buy it. So if you lease her Cadillac for $500 a month or whatever it is, at the very end of that lease, you have the
These
option of
nuts.
buying that Cadillac. Okay, here we go
Got
again.
him.
I swear to God, if you're playing that Trump
Got-
shit, I'm gonna fucking mute you. Go ahead. Are you ready to start talking? Are you ready to start talking? Okay, yeah, yeah. You see, I think what he did is I think he has his son or some shit on there trying to fucking troll. But you know what? That's okay. I don't really care. It's like you guys, as long as I've proved my point to you, as long as I prove my point. No, it's like I didn't block him. I told him to come on in here so you can fucking argue. I'm gonna block that motherfucker off of Facebook in a minute. But anyway, here's the thing. If you lease a car, right? You have the option to buy that car and all you got to do is refinance it. And so that means, like, let's say you buy a $50,000 car. When you lease it, you're probably going to be paying half of the value of the car. So let's say you're paying only $25,000 of the value. So once that lease has ended, you'll have paid $25,000. The other $25,000, chances are they're going to expect you to just give that car back and they're going to take it and sell it somewhere else. Thing about it is you always have the option to buy that car by refinancing it when you turn it in. You could say, you know what, instead of me giving this car back, I'm just going to refinance the car and I'm going to keep the car as a finance. I'm going to pay off the other 25,000 and now I actually will own a car. So that's one of your. Here he is again. No, don't block. No, I swear to God, motherfucker, if you don't step in here right now, you get blocked. So anyway, as I was saying, when it comes to buying a house, though, instead of paying rent, you're basically paying rent to yourself. You're paying rent to yourself in order to own that property from the bank eventually. So by the time that your mortgage is done, whether it's 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, 30 years, whatever, you'll own that property yourself. And they'll give you the deed and the title to that property, whatever it is, and you'll own it. Once you own it, you're good and you don't have to pay rent ever again. Now, in some cases, rent is so high in certain places that it's actually cheaper just to get a house. Or if you're dealing with a
To the
difference of
country.
like
You
a
know, when
couple
they're
of hundred
sending
dollars,
people
then
in
it really
the
makes more sense. Here
caravans,
he is.
as
Here
we
he is.
call
He's
them,
talking.
they're not exactly their finest, okay? And more importantly, perhaps, is that they wouldn't take it as we would, because ICE was incredible, the job they did, and Border Patrol, incredible. These are incredible men and women. When we got
So
somebody,
he's
we
trying to play
captured
this
a
shit
bad
as if,
MS-13 or
hey, everybody, tell Lewis, since Lewis doesn't seem to know, am I a Trump supporter? Tell Lewis, yes or no. Am I a Trump supporter? Could y'all tell this moron that I am not a Trump supporter? And he thinks that playing this shit, y'all know I'm not a Trump supporter. So why is he playing Trump shit as if I'm a Trump supporter? I'm gonna block this motherfucker. So anyway, as I was saying, what you got to remember is that there are lots of people out there on YouTube. I call them fake gurus. They've got big shows. They've got Lamborghinis that they rent. They got Rolls Royces that they rent, and they have these huge shows trying to act as if they know everything and this, that, and other. And then you have these other people, these people who debt shame you, like Dave Ramsey and Chris Hogan. And the thing about it is, while they may have a point in the debt shaming for certain people who are making stupid decisions with their money, it is never a stupid decision to buy a mortgage and to pay into it until it's paid off and then own the property. Most people do not have 200, 300,000 cash. The majority of people in America ain't got that kind of money. That's the simple fact. That's not even an opinion. Vast majority of people in America don't have that kind of money. Usually you have to start from somewhere. Usually you have to end up, okay, see, he's trying to get back in. He's saying you're a Trump supporter. No, I'm not. And this guy is afraid. But all of these people see you. and they know that you're afraid to step into the lion's den. We all see you. We know you're afraid. So all you're doing is you're making me look stronger. And because of the fact that I'm telling them that you're trying to argue about how good socialism is, they already know you're full of shit. So I don't have that much fighting I really have to do. That's the reason why you're afraid to say anything. But I'm not afraid to call you out. I let everybody know where you are on Facebook. So they're up there sending you messages telling you to step in here, but you're afraid. So my thing is, if you think that your argument is so good, then you shouldn't be worried about saying your argument in front of all these people so that I can make my retort. And then I'll let them, live studio audience, be the judge of it. But you ain't going to say nothing because you're terrified. You're afraid. You're an afraid old man. Did you hear what I said? You're an old man that's afraid of the young blood. And I ain't no regular millennial. I'm a business owner. You are afraid to speak. And if you're afraid to speak, then you've already lost. I'm never scared. I ain't never scared. Okay, listen to him. Listen to him. Go ahead. This is what we got right here. He's afraid. No, I think he's in his 50s. Hey, idiot, let's go. You're afraid, man. You're scared. I would love to catch you in a barbershop and to have this same argument in a barbershop because you already know you get lit up. All right. So anyway, you already see what I'm dealing with here. I'm dealing with people who are terrified of that debate. They terrified. So anyway, somebody says depending on the size of your mortgage, right? Now here's the thing. Well, this is what I'm saying. The reason why a lot of people in America are all screwed up with mortgages and debt is because obviously they're taking out way too much money, right? Okay, now this time I'm gonna remove him because he ain't got shit to say. So I'm just gonna pull him out of there because he ain't got nothing to say. So anyway, as I was saying, a lot of Americans they go out and they spend way too much money. And when I say spend way too much money, they let's say they make combined, let's say they make $10,000 a month. Well, these people will go out and take out a mortgage that's damn near $7,000 or $8,000, and they won't have very much money left over for themselves. And they take out these huge mortgages because they're trying to show off a huge property, and they're trying to make everybody think that they're rich. I do exactly the opposite. When I buy my houses, I buy smaller. Now he wants to come back and says, "Okay, I'll speak." Let's see what he's going to do. Let's see what he's going to do now. Let's see. Let's see what he's going to do. This is going to be great. Let's see what he's going to do. You got the mic. Let's go. You got the mic. Nothing. Right? Nothing. This is what happens when you try to argue with a liberal. You get nothing out of
I
them at
won't
all.
speak. It'll be
This is
blocked
what
you on
happens right here.
Facebook. I am a true Mo supporter. I don't have time to argue with you. Oh.
Yeah, he had time to come in here with that bullshit, but he doesn't have time to. He doesn't have time to represent his argument, right? Yeah, okay. Uh huh. Yeah, right. Okay, great. Yeah, you see, I have like some of the funniest fucking trolls in the world who, these guys are limp dick bastards. It's like I have some of the funniest trolls on earth. Like, and they'll type some shit, they'll delete it real quick, and then they'll run and hide. It's like so annoying. It's so annoying. Yeah, don't worry, Unsunken One. He's gone. He's gone. He ain't coming back. He says he ain't got time. Wait, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on Facebook and I'm gonna block his ass. I'm a fucking unfriend that moron and I'm gonna block his ass. So anyway, as I was saying, um, a lot of okay, so we got people talking about first time homeowner, home buyer progress. And by the way, I'll drop the link. Is there anybody right now buying a house or buying a property who's looking for advice? Because the thing about it is, advice or financial advice from a financial, like some, I don't try to call myself a financial expert, but a lot of people who know me personally believe that I'm a financial expert. And I just listen to them. They know that I manage money very well. They know that I do stocks and stuff very well. You know, if there's anybody looking to buy a property, just let me know and I'll drop the link and you can get in here and I'll talk to you about buying that property without debt shaming you. But I would like to know some of the details, like, how much is the property? How much do you make? What's your debt to income ratio? Things like that. Because those are things that a professional would ask you. I'm not debt shaming people. So my only thing about it, again, there's some people out there. If you watched that live stream that I did with Fantastic, right? If you had watched it, there's some people who think that a mortgage by itself is just a loan, and they think that you're a slave or whatever for the time that you own the mortgage. But what they don't seem to understand is that once you pay that property off, if you pass that down to your children, once you pass that down to your children, they do not have to pay rent. The biggest problem that we have in the black community, the biggest problem is home ownership. First of all, home ownership is the number one investment that you'll ever make in your entire life. There are some other investments, like your education, for example. Your education is an investment simply because you have to spend a large amount of money in order to attain an education. And if you spend too much money or if you go too far into debt on education, you're going to end up in a financial hole that you got to dig yourself out of before you can do other things like be a homeowner. Education is definitely an investment. Buying a car is an investment. Like a lot of people ask me, oh, why don't I buy a new car? Why aren't I like these YouTubers who go out and run their credit constantly and they hang around Lamborghini dealerships and they hang around dealerships and they're BMWs, Mercedes, and they're constantly buying cars, right? I don't do that because I don't want to fuck up my credit. He's back, but I don't think I'm going to let him in. So I'm just going to let him disappear. I don't care. So anyway, I don't randomly run my credit. Number one, I don't try to qualify for things that I know I should not waste my money on. And I've been saving money for the last 5 years. Saving money for the last 5 years. And what I wasn't saving, I was investing in the stock market with those videos that you see me make about investing money in the stock market, right? So the thing about it is, I have a very large amount of money saved up. Not only that, my job, I have a pension, I have health care. So those are two things I don't have to worry about bankrupting me. A lot of people in this country go bankrupt because of healthcare, and if it's not healthcare, it's also their mortgage that might be attacking their savings. But usually it's healthcare, and healthcare will bankrupt you simply because you can't afford the payments on the premiums, or it will, if you have a catastrophic life illness or something, like if you're, I don't know, heart surgery, or if you have even pregnancy now. Getting pregnant in this country will cost you easily over $10,000 just to deliver one baby. That's ridiculous. One of the things you probably notice is I only like my women foreign. So let's say I was to get a foreign wife and marry her and keep her overseas. We can have the kid in her country and I'll send the money or I'll be there and I'll use the money in her country and it'll be a hell of a lot cheaper than having a kid here. Right now in America, everything is toxic. There's toxic relationships everywhere. Not only do you have to worry about these women divorcing you and taking half your shit, but on top of that, you've got to worry about simple things, just like delivering a baby shouldn't be bankrupting people. But nowadays, delivering a baby alone will bankrupt you. If you don't have health insurance, it can cost you up to $30,000 just to deliver a baby. Imagine you have to have a C-section. Imagine you have to have surgical intervention in order to deliver that baby. The issue is health bills are killing people. When it comes to cancer, I was saying a while ago, dying slowly in America without health care, and in some cases even with health care, is a very, very expensive proposition. But I say all that to say this. If you own your home, you're always going to have assets to your name. And the more important thing is that you'll be able to leave something to your children. And a short story, and I told this when I was talking on Mr. Fantastic's channel, and you can see that live stream because it's still up. It's on his channel. But I was talking about the fact that my Chinese friends and my Jewish friends, their parents leave them a property that's paid off so that they don't have a mortgage. Usually, what their parents will have is they'll have one property that they've paid off, and then they'll go and buy a second house, and they'll start paying on the second house. Once they've paid off that first house is a cash asset that is liquid. That when if they want to sell it, they can get cash out of it from the equity, or if they want to sell it, they can sell it and collect all that money. Because usually housing appreciates simply because in some areas, especially here in New York, they're not building any more houses here. The only houses they build are houses to replace other houses. In New York City, they're not building any more. There's no more property. They're not building any property. Let me just explain this for the people who follow me. I own a property in Queens, New York. I own a property in Long Island, New York. I am planning to buy a third property. So when you're buying properties here in New York, first of all, you have to have money. You have to have good credit. So when I'm showing my credit and showing you ways, and I've made so many videos talking about how you can achieve good credit. In order to get an 850 credit score, you've got to be doing something right. You can't get that by yourself. Even to get an 800 or to get a 790 or a 780, you have to be doing something right. What I'm telling you is that, especially here, you have to have good credit. You got to get yourself some property. You get your property, take that mortgage, pay that mortgage off, never refinance against your mortgage. And once you're finished with that mortgage, you can pass that down to your kids. When your kids got that house that they don't have to pay a mortgage on, all they've got to do is get a little bullshit job to pay taxes. How much are taxes a year? A year, taxes might be $5,000 or $6,000. Your kids should easily be able to get a job that gives them $6,000 or $7,000 to be able to pay those taxes. But what some people don't seem to understand, as a property owner, when you have that property is going to appreciate in value. So even if you buy a $200,000 house, once it's paid off, it's not worth $200,000. It's worth more than that. Chances are, if you're in New York City, like I am, your house is probably worth three, four, maybe even $500,000. So now the government knows that there is negativity on a house because a house does have problems, like parts of it may fall apart, and that you're going to have to renovate it. That's the reason why renovations for our homes are built into our tax system, so that if you're doing home improvement, you can get some of that money back on your taxes. So there is something called depreciation because we know that the wood gives out, we know that the sheet metal gives out, we know that the vinyl gives out. Now that's called depreciation. So yeah, there are some things you're going to have to repair in a house. Like for instance, your roof is a 15-year roof. Your roof might last you 20 years if you live in a decent climate, right? You're going to have to repair your roof eventually after the rain and snow and ice and this, that, and other. So ultimately, what I'm saying to you is if you're new and you're starting out, it does not make sense to rent if you can build up your credit to the point where you can get yourself a mortgage. There are some people who prefer to say, oh, well, I'm just going to rent and I'll save up money until I can buy a house cash. Well, guess what? Over time, because the Federal Reserve is printing out money, your cash is constantly worth less and less. It's called inflation and deflation. If your money is losing its value, then no matter how much cash you save up, it's going to take more time than you'd expect to be able to buy a house in cash. If you're renting, the homeowner that you're renting from is dealing with the inflation on the money. So all of that is factored into the price of the mortgage for the most part. But even them, what happens ultimately with these homeowners is they want to raise your rent simply because what you were renting for before is worth less. Imagine 10 years ago if your rent was $1,000. Eventually, $1,000 is not worth what $1,000 used to be. So what ends up happening is the homeowner has to raise your rent. So instead of your $1,000 a month, they're going to raise it to $1,200 or $1,400. Now, if you're lucky enough to have a contract where they can't raise your rent, that's one thing, but they're going to try to throw you out, or they're going to try to get rid of you so that they can get a renter who's willing to pay $1,200. Because chances are the new renter has seen what the market looks like and knows that there's almost no other place that they can get for $1,200. So now the demand is high on that property, which she's renting it to you for $1,000. So she has to figure out a way to close that gap caused by the Federal Reserve printing money and causing inflation. So they have to figure out a way around it. So that's why they raise your rent. If the rent, for whatever reason, didn't need to go up, they might even reduce your rent. But nobody reduces rent. It doesn't happen. If your $1,000 is being paid regularly and on time, they're going to want to keep that coming. And if they need more money because of inflation, they're going to charge you more money and raise your rent. That's the bottom line. So Expert Gaming says we bought a house 6 years ago for $246,000. Now it's worth $367,000. Exactly. But see, here's the problem. This is the reason. Now, if you saw me in that live stream with Mr. Fantastic, what I have to say is that I don't argue with people who I know don't understand what they're talking about. I have had a very varied background where I've delved into a number of things. I used to sell houses. I used to sell mortgage refinances. I used to sell loans. I used to do that as a full-time job. Now I do money management right now. And the thing about it is I work here in New York City. New York City, I am here right now. I work on Wall Street. And stock investment is just something I do on the side because I've turned out I'm pretty good at it. And the thing about being like, if you're a broker or whatever, you win no matter who wins and loses because you're always getting commission. But my thing is, I try to point people in the right direction. But yes, that is the truth. Your property is, chances are, it's going to appreciate. And the reason why is because no matter how much money the Federal Reserve prints, there is a limited number of houses. It's just that simple. So you know what? I've been talking for a while. I had this sucker in here who refused to fight me. So because he refused to fight me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this link in here. But once again, I'm only interested right now in talking mortgages. I'm interested right now in talking personal loans. That's what I'm interested in talking about. Oh yeah, I'm gonna let that link up in here right now. And Expert Gaming, if you want to chime in. So I'm glad to hear that you bought a house for 246. I bought my house inside New York City, Queens for 250, and right now it's worth $700,000 if I wanted to sell it. Believe it or not, our real estate is insane here because we've got all these Asians with foreign money trying to come in here and buy up all our properties. And our real estate market's on fire. So
Yo,
this is
bro.
you, Expert Gaming. That's you.
No. I'm the baby.
I can't hear you.
Yo,
Is
bro.
that you?
Listen.
Great.
No,
What's
no,
up?
no.
Your
Hold up.
mic works?
I'm somebody else.
Okay, what's going on?
Yo. I got a question with you. Like
Oh, you're the baby. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the baby. So like, I got a
What's
question for you. Like
what's going on?
the average
What's going on?
American has 1,200. Like 69% of Americans have 1,200 in their bank account. They can't put $20,000 down. They can't put $10,000 down for a $300,000 house. They got kids. They got family. They got bills. Like you're over here like setting unrealistic goals, and you're talking from your perspective because you have money. You can go put $20,000-$30,000 down on a house. You feel me? The average American can't do that. So that's why it's cheaper to rent than to get money you don't have. And like the bank, like the average American has a shit credit score, so the bank is gonna be like, "Fuck you, I'm not gonna give you a loan and shit." You get what I'm trying to say?
Can you hear me okay? Because I just turned off my microphone because I had a delay.
Oh,
okay.
I can hear you.
Say to me what you had just said a minute ago. Say it again.
All right. So what I'm saying is the average American, 69% of Americans have 1,200 in their bank account, right?
Agreed.
And their savings. All right. And the average American works, a shit job. They have family members. They pay bills. They pay, car notes and everything. And they have shit credit scores. So the bank is not, going to give you a $30,000 loan or a $20,000 loan. You feel me? They pay, car notes and everything.
No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
And like you're speaking from your perspective, you're telling everybody to get a house and you're telling everybody to do this, but you have $20,000-$30,000 to put down, but the average American doesn't. You're setting, from my perspective.
Okay, all right. So let me address that point right there. What, your mic is pointed at the ceiling, or is that your nipple?
No, it's the ceiling. It's the ceiling, man.
Oh, because that looks like a big dark nipple right there.
No.
Oh, okay, that's the ceiling. Okay, so no. Let me just explain it like this. I listen when it comes to renting, right? I understand that there's people who are just starting out, but what I'm trying to say is that the focus that you should have should always be transitioning from rent to owning, right? That should always be your focus. Now, let me just explain it like this. The way this system has been set up with these 30-year fixed mortgages, right? The way it's been set up is they assume that you're going to get married in your 20s. They assume that you're going to stay married, that you're going to live into your 50s. And by the time you're in your 50s, that 30 years will be over, right? So that mortgage will be paid off. Now, chances are you won't live out that entire mortgage. They assume that you'll probably stay in there long enough to get comfortable and to build more wealth, more savings. And then what you'll do is you'll refinance from a 30 downwards to a 15 or something like that. Now, the refinance process allows you to shave off 8 or 9 or 10 years or something off of the mortgage. And that will allow you to pay it off quicker. Now, I'm not telling everybody that everybody should go out and buy a house. I'm not saying that. That's what Bush said back in 2001, and that's the reason why we had that bubble in finances up until 2006. What I'm saying is that there are people right now on YouTube who consider themselves financial experts somehow, and they're trying to tell everybody that what they should be doing is renting and saving up money in order to buy a house later on. The problem is it takes a very long time, and all of that money that they paid into rent has gone into the toilet, basically, because the only thing it really did was give them a roof over their head, but what you were doing was paying somebody else's mortgage. What I'm saying is that if you can afford a house that would cost what your rent would normally cost, or a condo or a townhouse, anything that gives you equity back, then what you're doing is you're investing into yourself. That's an investment now. Because what you're doing is you're buying a place that's where you can afford to be in that place. And now you're paying yourself back and you're building equity. Normally, if you're just paying rent, you get nothing because at the end of the rent, you cannot sell that property because it doesn't belong to you. But when you have a house, any house, even if it's a simple little cheap house, even if you buy a little cheap house for $80,000 or $100,000, and there are still some of them, the bottom line is once you finish paying on that, you no longer ever have to pay rent again. You can live it to your kids. All they got to do is get a little job, pay the taxes, pay the upkeep, and that's it. And they don't have to ever pay rent again. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not debt shaming nobody. I'm not money shaming anybody. I'm just saying that it's a better I'm talking about investments. That's what I'm talking about. Who the fuck is this? Why are you showing this photo? I don't even, honestly, I don't listen to rap music that much right now, so I don't even really, like, the baby, I barely know who that is. That's all I'm saying. Okay, anybody else? Is there anybody else who wants to hop up in here? Because I got the stream is hot. The stream is hot. Anybody else want to hop up in there? I'll send you the invite link again. Is there anybody else? What is this? Let me tell you something. Right now, let me tell you something. It's like right now, especially during this pandemic, you have to be making smart financial moves because right now, a lot of you've got some cash that you've been saving up and you have to make smart financial moves. Now, this person just asked me about GME. GME is not a smart financial move. By any means, it is not a smart financial move. Right now, GameStop is fucking $181 a share. The only people that this is working for are the people who early bought into GameStop at $5 a share because they think that the longer they ride this, they think that they can get it up, which they did. They got it to like $200 and then they're going to sell out of it. This is a pump and dump scheme. Here's the issue. GameStop is a failing company. It's a failing company because there's too many variables against them. You got Walmart selling games. You got Best Buy selling games. You got Micro Center selling peripherals and games. You got Walmart selling peripherals. GameStop can't stay alive because of Amazon. They can't stay afloat. So it's a failing. This is a bad business to invest in. I keep telling you the same thing. Invest in blue chip dividend stocks and you won't go wrong. If you take the money that you would normally invest in GameStop and put it into Apple, even though Apple's down right now, that's a sale for you. Put your money in Apple, get into Apple, and in a couple of years, you'll be thanking me for it. Or Microsoft. Microsoft is a blue chip dividend paying stock. The longer your money sits in there, you get dividends back. I just got a couple of dividend checks myself because I have 2 different portfolios full of dividend payers. So I'm telling you, you have to think of buying a house as an investment. And this whole bullshit that you're hearing about people telling you to stay away from credit and credits for slaves and all that, guys, don't let that shit get into your mind because it's not true. If you use credit properly as a tool, credit will allow you to save money by spending other people's money and paying it back before you ever have to incur interest. I have a fucking 850 credit score, and that's how you do it. Oh, Expert Gaming, what's up, bro?
Hey, how are you doing, John?
What's up?
So I'm actually in high school. Actually, I'm not gonna give out my age or anything, but when I said we bought a house, that was my mom, and my mama is not rich or anything. The only reason why she was able to get a home loan like that is because she was actually in the VA. So she's a veteran, so she was able to get a home loan at 4% interest or APR, something like that, and no down payment. So it was a blessing, I guess, that we have this house. We're very, very grateful. But one thing I wanted to ask you is, like, since I'm a young generation and I'm going to be going to college one day, what do you recommend for me? Because, like, I want to get into real estate. Like, what do you recommend, or what would you say to somebody like?
Okay, so you say you want to go to college. What's it called? What's your major going to be?
I want to go into IT, like it's some kind of computer science type field.
Now, here's a question. You do realize that we get a lot of ITs from India and China. Do you believe that how do you see yourself being able to do that job and be, how should I say, competitive?
Oh boy, I don't know actually. I know there's a lot of people from other different countries and there's different cultures and they're coming over, like Indians and Chinese, like you had said. But I have no idea. I don't know. Just something I wanted to do because ever since I was 7 years old, I've been very, very like good with computers, like any technical problems, very, very tech savvy type person.
I used to be a lot like that too. I used to work a lot with computers and I used to be very tech savvy too. So let me just say this. Your mom got a house. Ultimately, if it's just your mom and then it's you, what you really should do is you should, if you can, pay rent to her while you're living there. Help her pay down that house. Chances are she's going to end up leaving it to you when your mom is no longer.
Yeah, that's what she told me. Yeah, like she's like, see, she started. This is her first house, and we didn't even know that there was such a thing because most homeowners, they gotta pay like $20,000 or $30,000 down or something like that in order to get a house, but she didn't have to do that. But yeah, I definitely want to help her. What she doesn't like is it's a 30-year home loan, but what are you gonna do? So like she's not gonna be done paying off.
No, here's the thing. How long ago did she get her loan?
Like 5 years ago.
Now listen, this is what you should tell her to do right now. This is what you should tell her to do. Tell her to look into refinancing because I don't know what her rate is. Do you know what her rate is?
Like 4% or something like
4%.
that.
What you should be telling her, first of all, look, if she bought it 5 years ago, then that means she's only 5 years in on a 30-year mortgage, so she still has 25 years to go. What you should do is tell her to look into refinancing to a lower term, possibly, and see if it's possible to refinance to a lower term, like a 20-year, so that she could knock 5 years off the mortgage. But what's going to happen is the interest rate's going to go down. The payments might go up. But if she's lucky, maybe the payments don't go up that much because I don't know what her insurance is out there like that, right? Yeah. If she knocked it down to 20 years, by the time you are By the time you're 40 years old, that house would be paid off. If you're helping especially, but even if she just keeps paying it by herself, by the time you're 40, that house will be completely paid off. And if she wants to leave that to you, maybe she wants to get another property or whatever. By the time that place is paid off, you could live in that place rent free. Yeah, and all you'd have to pay is the taxes, and you'd have to pay for the upkeep.
Yeah, and like I even mentioned to her like that, like if she ever gave it to me, I would like to use it as a rental property, like kind of rent it out because I feel like that's a really like the payment and everything we have, and like by that time I feel like it'll be 500,000. It keeps going up because like all the California people are moving here. So I feel like it'd be a very, very good investment to rent it out. But the problem with that
You
is
know what?
I have
I'm
no
sorry, not to
cost.
cut you off, but I want
Okay,
you to understand something. The
go ahead.
reason why your value went up so high so quickly is because of the people moving from California. California is a shithole with high taxes. They call it communist formula right now.
Yeah,
And the thing about it is California has been losing people to Washington State, Oregon, Alaska, Canada, and Texas, and Denver, Colorado, and Arizona. California is losing people to every single other surrounding state because the taxes are really high and because mortgages there are extremely ridiculous, right?
yeah,
That's the reason why your values are going up. So the whole thing is she made a good decision by buying a place, but now the focus needs to be if you like the house, it's a comfortable house. If you like the
yes.
neighborhood, it's a comfortable neighborhood. The focus should be paying that place off as quickly as possible. If you give her money from rent or whatever, and she takes that and applies it directly to the principal on that loan, she can pay that place off faster than the amortization schedule says she normally would. Once that place is paid off, you can damn near live in there rent free.
All right, then that sounds like a good plan. I mean, that's what our main focus is. Like right now, she has a car note and stuff. So like I know she wants the best for me. So I know she was trying to make like extra car payments and stuff like that, trying to get her car paid off. But I know definitely, and like we just got solar panels on our house, so that's really nice. And the people where we got it from, they said that it actually improves the value of your house or whatever. So it like the electric was only like $7. Now, granted, I guess you have to pay a monthly payment.
Yeah,
You
but
have
how
to
much does she have to pay for the solar panels? How much is it going to cost to pay those off?
like probably about 30,000.
But see, the problem with solar panels, and that's the thing. There's a couple of problems with buying solar panels that they don't talk about, right? One of the problems is that it takes time to actually pay them off. So when you're saying $30,000, that's $30,000 that you're paying up front for energy savings that you're not going to get for a while. You do see the initial savings on your electric bill, but that's basically counteracted by the fact that now you've got to pay this loan on the solar panels.
Exactly.
So the issue is ultimately solar panels. If you have electric cars, solar panels might actually make sense because now your electricity cost is extremely low. So
Yeah.
if you were to buy like you've probably seen my videos, if you buy like a Mustang electric or if you buy a Volkswagen electric car or something, this might actually work out for you in the long run because now you're not paying money for fuel, you're recharging your car at home. Maybe, but the problem is the upfront investment is so high. That's the problem. The other problem with solar panels that she probably wasn't told is that until those panels are paid off, there's a lien against her property. She can't sell that property until those panels are paid off. Now, if somebody comes and wants to buy the whole house and buy the cost of the panels, they can pay off the bill for the panels too. But the problem is there's a lien on that property because of those solar panels, and a person can't come there and buy the house without buying the panels too. That's the problem.
Okay, I see.
So that means that you guys might as well buckle down, and you're going to be there forever because like $30,000 might take you about 6 years to pay off. But my thought is that what you should consider doing is refinancing to a lower percent interest rate, if possible. Refinance to a lower rate, pay off those panels completely if she can refinance, but she's not going to get any money out because she doesn't have any equity to take out. So focus on paying them panels off, and if you're going to live there, you have to help her pay down that mortgage as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And once that place is paid off, you'll never have to
isn't
pay
that
rent again.
The good thing is the house isn't that old. The house is only like 20 years old. To me, that's not that old. I mean, I'll out here. There's
20-year-old house. That's not that old. A 20-year-old house is brand new, basically.
Yeah. So and it's got a pool, and right now we got a lot of expenses because we got to get the Pebble Tech redone. That's the finishing of the pool. So we got to get that whole redone, and it's like $6,000. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that seems. I think that's the most logical situation there. But you know what? As long as you know she's going to pass it to you, you're good.
Yeah, my mom got married, and she almost was gonna do it to my stepdad. Wanted to have his name on it, and so me and my mom's friend, we had to talk her out of it because like she could have lost the house, because like if they ever got divorced or whatever. and he's a truck driver. But anyway, he took out just recently. He took out a $50,000 loan without talking to my mom, and we're not even understanding how he even got applied, because you have to have like a 800 credit score for something like that. But anyway, the APR is probably really high, and it's a 30-year loan. So my mom is getting on the paperwork to like divorce and all that. But
Oh, you
anyway,
mean divorce from your old father?
no, this is my stepdad. My other father. No, we don't really contact with him. But this is my stepfather that she just got married to. She just got married to him 5 years ago as well.
So you like your stepfather?
I do like him, but I think it shouldn't have done that. Like, took out $50,000 loan like that, and so he just got his green card because he's from Nigeria, but he's a Canadian. He had his own business there. He had like lots of money and that kind of stuff. So his ex-wife came at him because she was like, "You bought a $100,000 Hummer," but at that time Hummers are like 2006. So she coming at him, and he owes like $1,000, $1,500 for child support. It's crazy. So it's bringing him down. So he like was backed up, so that's why he decided to get the $50,000 loan to like pay her off or whatever. But my mom doesn't want to deal with it because in Arizona, 50-50, like both of the couples are responsible for the debt. So my mom's like, I can't have that hold me behind. I have to pay off my car, pay off my house, all these other expenses.
Yeah, well, paying off individual expenses is the best possible move that you could be making. The sooner, the better. But yeah, I'm glad to see that because see, eventually you're going to own that home. Eventually.
Yep.
And once you own that home, you'll never have to pay rent again. And that's the important thing. Now, you will have to pay maintenance because it's got a pool and it's got, all that stuff. But yeah, once you pay that place off, you'll never have to pay rent again. That's the main goal right there.
And
all right. Let me ask Misfit. What's up, Misfit?
What's up?
Where are you driving? What kind of car is that?
It's an F-350. It's a truck.
Oh, it's a truck. All right, so what's up? What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, thank you for all your videos. I made off like a bandit with cannabis.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. A quick question. What other emerging markets or like industries like are you thinking about? Like I saw your lithium and the oil stocks that you were dealing with. Anything else that's on your plate?
Okay, well, I've said before, at this point, the best things that you can be investing in are dividend-paying stocks from companies that you know are tried and tested over a number of years, right? You don't get rich that way, but as you put money into them, the dividends that come back at you are still better than what you'd be getting if you're putting your money into a savings account. That's obvious because the savings account's not giving you no interest, right? But as far as emerging markets, the electric car market is basically the hottest emerging market right now. China, I've been looking at videos, like I was watching Rich Revealed, and they were talking about the Xpeng. China has a car to compete with the Model S. China is building as many electric cars as they can. You've got India building electric cars. You've got a bunch of American electric car startups. And Tesla really got the ball rolling. But if you don't feel comfortable with those startups because they're not profitable and they don't pay dividends, you can always invest in GM, Ford, and you can invest in Stellantis, because eventually Fiat, Chrysler, Stellantis, they're going to eventually have to do a lot of electric cars because they have a large audience in Europe. And Europe is going completely electric soon. So basically, we're on the ground floor when it comes to that market of electric cars. Lithium mining is obviously a big thing in Africa. They need cobalt, tantalite, and whatnot. Cobalt is like the main thing because they need cobalt specifically for the lithium batteries. But the thing about it is that's a huge market. Right now, it's still in its infancy, even though it's seen so much growth. It's still in its infancy. So it's like if you want to go, I would say the automakers, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with the automakers. You really can't.
Well, on that note, what do you think about ChargePoint, the stock ChargePoint? I think they make like the charging stations or something.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. ChargePoint has competition because there's also Blink. ChargePoint right now is $20.48. They don't pay dividends because I don't think right now it's profitable. But ChargePoint is the type of stock that when you buy into it, you try to get as low as possible. Because, like, let's say 5 years ago, ChargePoint was like $9.88 when it basically started out, right? It went up to a high of $46, which would have been, most people wouldn't have known it was going to go any higher, but a lot of people sold off at $46, and right now it's at $20. So they sold off about 50%. Those chargers are going to eventually Blink, ChargePoint, and everybody else who makes those electric vehicle chargers. They're competing with each other. So the issue ultimately is because of that competition, no one of those stocks is going to be, no one of those stocks is really, really going to blow up. However, you got to remember the regular automaker companies themselves are going to make their own chargers for their own cars. So if you invest in the automakers themselves, they'll be selling gas cars, electric trucks, gas trucks, and they'll be selling their own chargers for them. So
Right.
you really, as long as they pay dividends, you can't go wrong.
And your last question, I mean, getting dividends, that kind of it equates to having like a compound interest over years, right?
Dividends is not the same thing as compound interest because dividend yields change. Like for dividends means that the company is making profit and they're deciding to split up some of that profit and pay it back to their investors as an incentive to investing more money, right? So if you basically, it's kind of like putting money into a savings account. If you put $1,000 into a savings account right now, the bank might give you 0.05% interest, right? It's not exactly a dividend, but what they're doing is they're giving you an interest payment back. So that's supposed to be your incentive for putting money into the bank. Now, we know that that's barely anything, so there's no incentive, right? However, most dividend-paying stocks that pay well above 1%, like I'm talking about Sunoco pays 10%, Microsoft pays like 1 or 2 or whatever it is. Bottom line is, I'm sorry?
10%?
Sunoco pays a 10% dividend.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that's why I was telling everybody, you got to get these oil stocks back in March. Because if you got it back in March when that shit went negative, you could have gotten Sunoco, BP, Shell, whatever, Exxon, and you would have been getting, for your money just sitting there, you'd have been getting crazy dividends, especially now that you see gas prices going up.
True. Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. And keep making crazy videos. And do you know guys in New York, PCNY, Wayne, they're like a car. They kind of like got a car thing going on. I know you're big into cars.
A lot of the YouTubers that are here in New York, I really don't know because you either don't see them show up to the car meets or I don't really know them personally. There's very few I know. I know Mod to Fame. I know a couple of dudes. Like I know what's his name, RT Life. Like there's very few YouTubers up here that I actually personally see. Because see, down south, I think a lot of them, if they're in certain areas, they show up all together and they go to like these meets and they go to these races and drag races and stuff. But up here, I could probably name only about 5 I know.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem.
I have a good one, dog.
All right, thanks. You too. Take care. Yeah, so expert gaming, that's what I was talking about right there. Somebody says, would you not invest in GM? No, I'm not. Listen, I wouldn't if I had invested in GameStop, I would have bought GameStop when it was dirt cheap. But the problem is GameStop was on its way out until these Reddit people started pumping money their way. And they're doing it in order to try to get rich on the back end because what they're trying to do is cash out the money from the people who they're lying to. So my thing is, GameStop is not something that I'd even consider investing in. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So no, I'm not doing GameStop. No.
I have a question for you,
yeah,
John.
Go ahead.
What do you think? This is about cars. What do you think of the BMW i3?
I think BMW's new cars are ugly as fuck, but the BMW i3 is not a good electric vehicle. It's not even a good hybrid vehicle. It's too small. And I'll tell you what. If you look at the i3, a lot of i3s are garbage. They're trying to get rid of them, right? You'd be better off looking at a newer electric vehicle that was used. If you're trying to buy a car, I would definitely go for a warranty because you got to make sure your batteries and your motors are taken care of. But you're better off buying new. Like that Volkswagen ID4 is actually a really nice car. The Mustang EV is actually really nice. If you get the tax discount on it, they drop the price by $7,500 on your next tax return or whatever. So you get a tax credit there. So those are actually way, way, way better. But the BMW i3 is a hybrid, and it's not even a good one.
Okay, I see.
It's
Yeah, by
really
the way,
nice.
my neighbor has a Model 3. It's really, really nice. I love it. But
Three is
she
a
got
great
it
car.
new. She got it when they had like the tax incentives, and I really like it. But to me, electric cars are too dang expensive. Like, I guess for me at least, probably me, I just get a regular car, and that's my goal one day, though. I want an electric car, because I looked at 2013 Model S's, and they're going for like 31, 32. So even electric cars in general, all of them, and like they have like Kia Soul electrics, but those cars, I'm a big dude, I'm 6'5", so those cars are gonna be like tin cans. So
I've very rarely, in fact, I called the i3 a hybrid. The i3 is actually not really a hybrid. I believe it's all electric, but it really wasn't a great car. I think it's the i8 that's the hybrid.
yeah, well, they have two different versions of the i3. They have the fully electric, and then they have the one with the range extender. The one with the range
Right.
extender is a gas generator. So I thought it ran off of gas like a hybrid, but it's kind of confusing. The gas just makes the electric motor go or something, charges
Right.
the battery.
Yeah, so my thing about that is the i3 is a lot like the ID4 in shape, but the ID4 is a way better buy. As if I had
Yeah,
to
I
buy
saw
a
your video
new
on that.
Yeah, if I had to buy a new electric vehicle right now, I would probably get the ID4 because I trust Volkswagen more than I trust Tesla when it comes to all of the consumer things. Because Volkswagen, Tesla has a lot of shady business practices because Elon Musk has some problems. My thing
Yeah.
is Volkswagen, I actually trust. Ford, I trust. If I had to buy an electric vehicle right now, I'd either buy the Mustang or I'd buy the ID4.
Yeah, I like I don't know, I like them both. I'd probably go with the ID4. I don't know why. Like, I used to say Mustang, but I
I
feel
have
like the
to say,
ID4's got more room.
the ID4 is way more comfortable, and the ID4, I personally actually enjoy driving the ID4 more than the Mustang. It's just that the Mustang is a better looking vehicle.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
they both have like the same range.
I'm waiting for Chrysler and Dodge. When are they gonna come with the electric?
Man,
They
let me
need to
tell you
make an
something.
electric charger.
Chrysler and Dodge, they may end up being the last company that's making gas cars because they're not showing you shit. Like they showed you the Chrysler Pacifica, the hybrid that they had that'll get 80 miles to a gallon. But it's like other than that, they ain't trying to show you nothing.
Yeah, that's the only thing I seen. I seen a commercial was like the Pacifica hybrid, but that's not what I'm looking at. I want them to make a full electric charger, and I think they would do really well actually. If they did like a Charger E, fully electric or something, that would be a really nice looking car.
Oh, I see we got Mr. Blacktop here in the chat, so I'm just dropping the stream post in case you want. If anybody wants to join in, I just dropped the stream link. But nah, man, it's like if you've got solar panels, you live in a desert
Yeah.
or whatever. So my thing is, electric cars should be what you're thinking about now. But because I'm guessing y'all don't travel that much, so my thing is, you wanna get the most out of those solar panels. So
Yeah.
if you need to get another car, I would definitely go for an electric car. Yeah, it's not the fastest thing, it's not the most exciting, but if you do it right, it will save you a lot of money.
Definitely. So I do have one question, I guess, before like you talk to other viewers or whatever. What do you think? Like, if I want to be successful? Like, you seem pretty successful. I've been watching your videos for years now, 2 or 3 years, and you seem really successful. Like, whatever I need to do to get to the point like that, and like be able to like get approved for rental properties and that kind of stuff.
Okay, well, obviously keeping your credit tip-top shape is the most important thing you can do because first of all, you got to focus on your career. You gotta make your way through school. You got to start working.
Yeah.
You have to try to spend as little as possible. Oh, you got some horrible wind noise.
Oh, I'm sorry about it. Let me mute my mic for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is you've got to keep your credit in tip-top shape. Your credit is the number one thing. You got to keep that in tip-top shape. You have to pay down any and all debts that you have to the point where you have no debts. So that means no student loans. You're going to buy a car, but you don't have to worry about a car messing up your credit. A car will actually help your credit if you keep all the payments up on time. Now, you're going to be living with your mom for a while, but eventually you're going to want to buy your own place. But you help your mom as much as possible towards paying that mortgage off, or you help make sure your name is on the deed or the title to that house. Make sure that if anything happens to her, it gets passed to you.
Yeah.
Or make sure once it gets paid off, it gets passed to you automatically because you don't want any outsiders of the family taking your mom's property. You want that shit passed to you.
Yeah, the good thing is I'm the only child, so like that's good, I guess.
Yeah, but the problem is she's married. So if she's married, you're not the next person stuff goes to. In order for it to go to you, your name has to kind of be on it. So you have to probably go to not a real estate, investment, a planner, and they'll tell you exactly what to do to make sure that whatever her property is, it automatically goes to you and this, that, and other. And once that place is paid off, man, it's like by the time you're 40, that place you could be living rent free at 40. I just think you're living rent free with a house.
And the nice thing is those solar panels will be paid off in 30 years, so it'll be like free electric. I mean, my problem with the solar panels is that I don't know how long they last, so it's not like they're gonna last forever. You know what I mean? There's gonna come a time where we're gonna have to get new ones, and that's my problem with them. Is they're not gonna last forever. You're gonna have to get new ones probably by that time. So.
Yeah, solar panels don't work for everybody. Solar panels, in my opinion, they only really work if you have the battery backup and if you're driving an electric vehicle and if you live in a place where the electricity is unreliable. Like I live in Long Island. A down tree can cost us electricity because it can turn our electricity off in a minute if a tree goes down. If you're living in a place like if you're off the grid, like if you live in a desert, yeah, solar panels make all the sense in the world. But
we never have a problem with electric here, and we don't have a battery backup either. It was something we thought about, I guess, was to have a battery backup, but like it doesn't make any sense because we're hardly ever out of electric. We always have electric, so.
Yeah, well, I'm really surprised that she went and bought the solar panels if she really thought that that everything was going great with the electricity. So my guess is they sold her on how much energy she'd be saving. My thing
this is what happened is it was a telemarketer. He called the phone and he was like, "Oh, you can get approved." And
but she continued with it until they installed them. I wouldn't have continued with it.
I guess, but I guess she thought it was going to be a good idea because in Arizona the electric is like going up like there, so she thought that if she got the solar panels it would help that, and then she could have one solid rate. So once she gets the panels, it'll just be one solid monthly rate instead of the electric keep going up. So
yeah, but the electricity can only go up but so far. If you take out a $30,000 loan on some panels, like the cheapest you're talking about is maybe $200 or $300 a month or $100 a month. I guarantee your electric bill would have never gone that high. The most you probably would have ever seen was maybe a $200 electric bill, maybe even a $300 electric bill. But now you've got a 30-year, you got a mortgage on some fucking solar panel.
Yeah, I know. Well, whatever. We're stuck with it now, so.
Yeah, no. Well, so basically, you might as well make the best of it.
Yep, and so anyway, I really enjoyed the videos. Like I said, I've been watching for a very long time, so I really appreciate it. And so, like, I watched all your credit videos, so I guess hopefully, like, I know since I'm young, I'm gonna have to get a credit card, and like I fly a lot, and so on the planes and stuff. So I'm thinking about getting one of those Delta Mile ones. So like, and then I'll just pay it off. You know what I mean? So I don't have a bill or whatever, as long as I have the money, but. I don't want to get myself trapped in a whole bunch of credit card debt either. So
no, well, avoiding credit card debt is the most important thing. Now you've probably seen the videos where I talk about credit cards. You pay for all of your expenses on the card, but you pay the balance off immediately. You don't even wait till the end of the month. Like for instance, I took my family out for dinner today, and I paid for it on my credit card. So as soon as it gets posted to the card, I pay it right off, the whole thing in cash. I never buy anything on my credit card that I can't afford to pay off immediately in cash. And as long as you treat it that way, your credit card score will rise and rise and rise and rise. And everybody, I'm pretty sure, has seen my credit score because I've shown that shit off a number of times. In fact, I'll show it off right now. Because I got my...
it's like a 950 or something.
It doesn't go that high. But it don't go that high.
Yep.
But so I done showed that shit off a number of times because I love the fact that here I am. But let me I'll pull it up. But see the thing about it is there's a lot of people out there that try to tell people not to get credit, and I'm like, that's fucking stupid, because the thing about it is if you don't have credit, you're fucked. In this,
Oh, I
in this
see.
city,
850.
In other words, you can't get a car.
well, no. You can get a car. It's just that it's going to cost you more than it should.
Or
Yeah,
you'll have a really, really high interest.
I have a high ass interest rate.
Yep.
yeah, you can get a car, but the interest rate is going to be skyrocketed. But without credit, you're basically SOL if you don't have credit and build it up.
If you build up your credit, see, you got to understand, buying a car is just one thing, but you got to understand, credit hits you a number of places. Getting health insurance, they check your credit. Getting car insurance, they check your credit. Getting a house, your credit is everything because they ain't giving you no mortgage without you having excellent credit. Getting a car loan, you gotta have good credit. Some jobs check your credit. You know, so my thing is, nah, man, it's like you gotta keep that credit spotless.
Yep.
And the only way to do it is to use it. You have to use it because if you just have credit and you never use it, it never goes up.
It just stay neutral.
Yeah, it'll stay low. Like you could, as long as you don't do anything stupid, your credit won't decline. But the problem is, if you don't use it and you don't use it regularly, it will never grow.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Fetter?
Anyway, what I was gonna say was, my dad works at a car dealership, and he had a BMW i3 there at the dealership, a used one he was selling, and two guys came in, and they had really, really bad credit. They had to put $6,000 down. That's crazy.
Well, here it depends how much. Listen, if you're buying a car that's $50,000, the more money you put down, the better. Like you're saying, he put down $6,000. There's no fucking way I would have ever put that down on a BMW. However, if I was buying a top end BMW like a 7 Series and I bought the brand newest model,
or an 8 Series.
Yeah, if you buy one of those cars, they expect you to put down like $10,000 typically. Now you don't have to because they have lease deals, but if you put down a lot of money, it helps you reduce your monthly payment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the problem with those cars is? Those cars depreciate to the point where they're not worth keeping. So even if you ever did pay it off, it's not a car worth keeping. One of the things that I like about these Mopar vehicles, like a Durango or Jeep Grand Cherokee or even a Dodge Charger or a Challenger, if you pay those cars off, those cars are relatively easy to get new parts for. So once those cars are paid off, you can do anything you want to that car and it's worth keeping. But those BMWs, man, when those things start to break down, they cost you so much money to repair and maintain. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I saw some online. You have to be like rich to like own an S-Class, even an old one. Like there's so many things on it. You got to be rich to own an old S-Class.
It's not that you have to be rich to buy it, because you got to remember you can buy a used S-Class less than $30,000. The problem is the repairs, if something happens to it, are sky high.
It's like when a person trades in for another car. Once that car is traded in, it's like the warranty for that vehicle is gone.
Well, no, you know what? Once the person, if you have a lease, usually
I'm talking about finance.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I want to say is, if you lease a car, usually the cars all come with a 3-year, 36,000 mile, or even a 3-year, 50,000 mile warranty, right? So if you lease a car, you don't have to worry about the maintenance and upkeep because you're going to give the car back. However, if you finance a car, that 3 years, 36,000 miles goes by kind of quick if you finance a car. So chances are they're going to get you at the table so that you can buy the warranty extension, right? So if you have a warranty extension, for instance, on my Jeep Grand Cherokee SRT, the warranty extension was up to, I think it was like 80,000 miles, but the Max Care warranty is only up to 60,000 miles. That means everything's covered and you don't have to worry about anything, right? So certain vehicles, you can make the repairs yourself and never have to worry about it. Like if you have a regular Jeep Grand Cherokee, you can easily get parts on those cars. They've sold 300,000 of those cars every single year for like the last 10 years. So those cars are easy to get parts for, and they're easy to get aftermarket parts. There's no problem with that. But if you're buying a car that doesn't have a good aftermarket part suppliers, or if you're buying a car that gets dated quickly, that is not going to be good for you in the long run.
So a good aftermarket vacuum.
Yeah, that's the reason why people bought those Ford Panther platforms. Like they bought the Crown.
Yeah, the Crown Vics.
Yeah, Crown Vics, Panther,
Grand Marquis,
Grand Marquis, Crown Vic, Ford 500. When you got one of those cars, if you didn't mind driving around looking like a cop, those cars, you can keep those cars forever.
Yeah.
And they were selling like 300,000 and 400,000 of those cars every single year. And if you combine all of them that shared equal parts, they were selling like 500,000 of those cars or more, 500,000, maybe even more every single year. Parts for those cars are easy to get.
Yeah.
So yeah, my thing is, like right now, I'll tell you like this. I was gonna put it in a video. I was at the Chrysler dealership. I was there a little bit earlier, and I was looking at the Ram TRX. Now, first of all, that would not be a good vehicle for me because it's too big. Here in New York City, parks are small, spaces are small. Driving through some of these blocks, even my Grand Cherokee is a pretty big vehicle for these blocks, but that Ram is even bigger than that, right? Now, they were offering me a blue TRX for $86,000. No, it was $88,000, right? So that pretty much would have been the same price as my Grand Cherokee. My thing is, I really know that wouldn't work for me, but there's some people who are buying stuff like that, and they're buying it just to floss on YouTube. My thing is, I'm not going to waste any of my money right now. I'm going to wait until the new thing comes out, and maybe I'll consider the new thing. But I'm going to keep my Jeep Grand Cherokee. Now, as far as the new cars, I don't know what they're going to do to obsolete the current Charger and Challenger, but I want something brand spanking new. I don't want another Charger or another Challenger or some shit that looks the same. I want something brand spanking new.
Like a complete redesign.
I want a complete redesign. You know who I feel sorry for? I feel sorry for Jeep SRT buyers who bought the 2012 and the 2013 because those cars look like shit. The 2014 had the 8-speed, and it had the great new looks just like mine, and it looked fabulous. It had a great interior, and the 8-speed, and like Uconnect touch. The people who bought 2012 and 2013s, they got ripped off. You're either Fetters. I think that's you got a mute. Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is, whatever I buy, it's like I want something brand spanking new. And because that Jeep SRT is such a good-looking truck, and it's going to remain a good-looking truck, I'm going to keep taking care of it and everything and making sure it looks good. I'm going to buy brand new OEM wheels for it. Brand new tires is all I got to really put on that thing, and I'm going to keep the warranty up. But that's the thing. It's like, to me, it keeping a car that's paid off is the same as not having to pay your rent. It's like a paid off house, a paid off car. Those are huge investments. Huge. And no investment that you can make has those kind of returns.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Fetters, you were trying to speak?
Who, me?
Anybody.
Well, right now I'm currently like renting, but I saw your stream is like renting versus like owning a house. I think in my personal belief, owning property means a hell of a lot more than renting it, unless you're like a landlord and you're trying to get tenants, then that's fine too.
Yeah, well, again, once you own a property, you ain't got to see. The problem is everybody wants to get rich quick. What people
understand, work.
See, and I'll also say this: the problem that we have, especially in the Black community, is that in many cases people don't own their houses and they're not leaving them down to their kids. The other problem is a lot of times their kids don't have the skills to keep up the payments, so they end up losing the house. And I've seen that happen to people who I know, where their parents will die off, and their kids don't have the skills to work and to afford to keep the payments up on the house. And even if the house is paid off, they can't afford it because they don't have enough money to pay those taxes and to pay for their own living. But if you teach your kids to maintain a property and to keep up the payments and everything and to work, they'll never have to pay that rent. They'll never have to pay that mortgage. And all they got to ever worry about is taxes and maintenance. And if that's it, man, they'll be wealthy. Because if you own a property, you're wealthy. If you own a property where your mortgage is paid out, you're wealthy. My problem is the people who are trying to tell people not to get mortgages and not to go into a mortgage. Because the problem
That
is,
is stupid.
yeah, it really is stupid. Because if they're renting, all they're doing is paying somebody else's mortgage and they're not
You're
getting it.
making them rich, though.
Chances are they won't even be able to save up enough money to buy a house in cash, because by the time they go to the market with that amount of cash, the house values will be more than they are now, simply because of inflation. The
Let me
Federal
ask you a
Reserve is
question
printing
real
money.
quick,
Go ahead.
if you don't mind. So, based on where you live at, what's the minimum? What's the minimum you got to have in order to mortgage a house in where you live at?
Wait, are you saying what's the minimum down payment?
Yeah, to mortgage a house.
Well, they've got FHA loans. They've got all types of different loans and different strokes for different folks. But I'll tell you like this. You're supposed to walk into a mortgage with, some people would say more, but the bottom line is the bank wants to see that you have a low debt to income ratio, and they're looking for 5%, 10%, something like that. They're looking for, so it's like this. If you're buying a $300,000 house, they expect you to be putting about $30,000 down. That's 10%, right? So nothing wrong with that. But a lot of these loans and mortgage companies, what they'll do is they'll try to work it out, because they're trying to sell the properties. They'll work it out so you can put down 5%, which means instead of $30,000, you'll put down $15,000, but it's going to take you a lot longer to pay it off. Because you got to understand, the government, the banks do not want to have a bunch of houses. The banks don't want to have a bunch of houses on their books that they can't sell, because that's bad for them if they have nobody in them paying money. And this, it's funny. A lot of people do not understand credit. Like I got this person right here who's asking, what is the credit score you need to have a Jeep SRT? They'll give you a Jeep SRT no matter what your credit score is. They'll just make you pay more for it. Not only that, your loan will make you pay more for it. So basically, if you have a very good credit score, like I have an 850, I can get the lowest interest rate that there possibly is, or I could lease it at like close to 0% interest. Because Chrysler was doing a thing a couple of months ago. They had 0% interest for 72 months or something like that, because they were trying to sell cars that they had left over and they couldn't get rid of them, right? So as long as you qualify by having a good job, good income, like your credit score only lets them know that you're trustworthy. That's all it does. So if you're a person who has over a 750 or over a 780, they know that you're trustworthy, that you could pay it back. But if you have a credit score under 600, they know that you're less than trustworthy, that there's a possibility that you're going to default. That's how they think of it. So a Jeep SRT, you could have anything between a 600 and an 800. It doesn't matter. What's going to matter is how much they're making you pay for it. So if you have a very high credit score, it might cost you $1,000 a month, because when you bought it, you got the lowest percent interest, you put some money down. However, it could cost you closer to $2,000 a month if you have shitty credit or if you don't put no money down. Your credit score allows them to approve you for mortgages with terms that you otherwise couldn't get. That's why it's important. It's important to keep that credit up.
It's important to maintain it, because if you get behind on certain stuff, you may not qualify for things in the future.
Well, and that's another problem. A lot of people are going out there and they're buying cars that they really can't afford, right? And what ends up happening,
I saw that. Go ahead.
If you buy a vehicle that is a large expense, right? That's going to hurt you if you try to turn around and buy some property. Because when you want to buy property, they're going to be looking at your overall credit report, and they're going to be like, well, wait a minute, you already have a $50,000 car and you're trying to buy a $300,000 house, but you may not be able to show them that you make enough money to pay for both, because your debt to income ratio might be too high. If you're paying too much towards a different asset, especially a car, which is a depreciating asset, they may not give you a mortgage. That's why I try to tell people, instead of going after these fucking cars, you should try to go after the property first, get the property, drive a piece of shit car if you have to, get yourself some property. And this way, before you turn around, time will have passed and you'll pay that place off. You won't have to worry about paying rent no more. Then you can take the rent payments that you normally would have paid and buy yourself a nice car.
Yeah, do it that way.
But you know what the problem is? People want to get rich quick and they want everything right now. And it's not going to happen for most people. And they end up having nothing because what they end up doing is fucking up their money, or they mess up their credit because they want everything now.
Can I be real quick about the Scat Pack thing?
Sure, go ahead.
So I saw Mr. Blacktop's video about the Scat Packs and everybody trading up and everything.
All right, let me ask a question real quick. Is Blacktop, are you still here? Do you want to get in on this, Blacktop? Because I know you're in here. Okay, go ahead about the Blacktop video.
So I see the video and watch the whole thing. And my thing is that a lot of people are turning in like a lot of high performance cars. Now I don't know about Ford and Chevy, about those people returning Camaros and Mustangs. But it seems to me that it's like if they bought it, drove it around, but as soon as it's time for like maintenance and oil changes and stuff like that, it's like now all of a sudden you take it back. I think you mentioned it too on your videos as well. But my thing is that why are these people trying to buy up all the high performance cars and then taking them back, knowing that they can't afford it later on?
Well, here's the problem. Again, as I said, everybody wants to buy a car so that they can show off on the road, right? Dodge has suckered these people into buying these fucking ridiculously overpriced cars, and then you see all these other dudes buying cheap cars and modifying them to make them look like they're ridiculously overpriced, right? A lot of these dudes are going out and buying these $40,000, $50,000 cars. They don't make $40,000 or $50,000 a year, and they're buying these high-priced cars. And once they realize that those cars are fucking up their credit or that those cars are ridiculously unaffordable, that's when they turn them in for something else. So if you've noticed that these dealer lots are loaded with Scat Packs, because it's like those cars, the barrier.
One hill kit on my dealership that I bought my Sonata.
Well, here's the thing: the barrier to entry of a Scat Pack is very similar to the barrier of entry on one of those Hyundai Genesis. The difference is that Scat Pack is going to cost you way more money because it's burning V8 fuel, it's getting low gas mileage, it's going through tires, and then on top of that, all of the maintenance is expensive. Like the brake changes are expensive, the oil changes are expensive. If you take a $40,000 Scat Pack and a $40,000 Sonata, or no, not a Sonata, $40,000 Genesis.
The highest one is like 32 or 33.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I would say the exact same thing for a $33,000 or $35,000 Sonata that's maxed out compared to a $35,000 Scat Pack. The Scat Pack is going to burn gas quicker. It's going to burn through tires quicker. It's going to cost you more for oil changes. It's going to cost you more for every single bit of maintenance. So even if you compare these cars at the same price, one is going to cost you way more than the other.
Yeah. And probably those Brembo brakes as well.
Oh, well, Mopar charges for those brake pads. Mopar charges $350 for one set of pads up front, and I think it's like $200 and something for the back. And if you were to buy one of these cars from Hyundai, those pads are like $60 or $70. It's like, and the bottom line is, it's not such a heavy car that it goes through its brakes quickly. Same thing goes for oil. It doesn't go
heavy. Where's your heavy pedal driver?
Well, I'll tell you what. A heavy pedal driver will pay less money driving a Hyundai Sonata or a Genesis than they will driving an equivalently priced Mopar V8. That's the bottom line.
Yo, I don't want to get into the chat. I want to say something quick. I just actually came home from being out.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not even shitty. I was out with my mom and shit, and it was the shitty as. And obviously, we don't have RT or SRT Durango, unfortunately, but still, fuck it. Just have the kind of shitty Pentastar V6. But anyways, some fucking guy in his little shitty ass fucking '86 Toyota is just revving his engine, looking at me and my mom, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you trying to race us? So I'm like, okay, mom, just do what you have to do. Not surprisingly, we smoke him. Okay, fine, fuck it. But then this motherfucker tries to race this. It was a scat pack, and I'm like, wow, this guy's really that desperate. Like that's really sad. This motherfucker, I'm not even shitting you, crashes, and like this happened probably like 2 hours ago. But this motherfucker crashes into a fucking Genesis G70. It was an old woman. She was just sitting at the light. But yeah, he fucking hit her, and I'm just like, that's so sad. So yeah, I just want to say that quick, but it's just sad. I just want to just but yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people, like, I run into it all the time with these losers in these Honda Accords and shit, and they always trying to race, and they trying to prove how fast their car is, which it's not. But you have to remember, it's actually really simple to me, the reason why so many people are willing to spend so much money for cars that they can't really afford. Nietzsche, I believe, said that above all else, man wants to discharge his own strength, or man seeks to discharge his own strength. So basically what they're saying is, the certain people, they're willing to go bankrupt just to show off. Basically, that's what he's saying.
Go broke.
Yeah, men want to show off their strength. And when it comes to driving on the road, there's no other way to show off your strength but to say, yeah, I've got a bigger engine than you, it's more powerful than you, it's faster than you. And that's what it is. Otherwise, people would be doing the smart thing, saving money, and they'd be getting like 4 cylinders and V6s. But the problem is, people want to show off their money on the road. Because, for instance, you could have a shitty car, but you could have a beautiful, big, huge house.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, you can't drive your house. You can't show off your house on the road. Buying somebody who's driving around in a perfect example, just like Big Top, Mr. Blacktop was talking about that scat packs popping up everywhere, right? Those scat packs aren't even they don't even have the SRT label on them. They're the cheapest fucking car that Chrysler could put out there, right? And they're selling because they look just like the one that costs $80,000 and does 200 miles an hour. So a person who doesn't know any better would think that all of those things are the same ability. They think that they all are fast, right? So what somebody will do is they'll go buy one of them shitty cheap cars, and they'll also buy it used because chances are they can't afford the shit new, right? So they'll buy the shit new or used. Either that or they'll get a new one on a loan or whatever, a lease or whatever. Bottom line is, here they are paying the majority of their income for a car they can't afford. And the sad thing is, and I don't want to talk bad about scat pack owners, but what I'm saying is, notice that in the old days, it used to be BMW or Mercedes, and people would sell their left nut to be able to get a BMW or Mercedes just to show off. Yeah. But now, Dodge has that shit on lockdown because right now, Dodge is the only company that's putting out an obsolete engine that nobody makes anymore. Because nobody's making a fucking V8 with 6.4 liters anymore. The only place you can get a V8 or anything that big, the only way you can get a displacement engine that high anymore is if you're buying a truck or if you're buying like an Italian sports car. And
what about the Camaros? The Camaro's got the 6.2.
Yeah, but understand, once again, Camaro, they don't make anything as fast or as powerful as these 6.2 liter supercharged Hemis. And the Camaro is a smaller car. It's lighter. It doesn't have the gas mileage hit that these Mopar products got, right? And that's the reason why people aren't trying to run to get a Camaro, because they're slower and they're less powerful. And if you're showing off on the road, you'd rather be in a Hellcat than a Camaro, no matter what. Even the ZL1 ain't as fast as a Hellcat. That's why nobody's talking about them no more. When those ZL1s and those CTS-Vs, when those things came out and they only had 650, and you got Dodge out there putting out 707 and 797, and they're putting out, that shit is advertising right there. They're telling you, guess what? Your shit ain't this powerful. That's all they're telling you. And you'll notice online, you don't see CTS-V races versus Hellcats. You don't see Camaro races versus Hellcats because they lose. And that's the bottom line. So the popularity of those cars is really, really low. Now the C8 is a little bit faster because it's a smaller car, it's lighter, even though it's not as powerful. But the problem is a C8 costs so much that the average person can't afford one. Not only that, it's impractical. The average person can't buy one and use it. One of those Corvette C8s, those cars, those are like weekend drivers. That's not a car you can use every day back and forth to work. See, the Camaro, GM is so fucking stupid that rather than have taken the Chevy SS and made a real Charger competitor, they gave up on it.
Exactly.
They gave up. And rather than make the, what was it called, the Impala, rather than take the Impala and make it a Dodge competitor, they gave up on it. They totally gave up.
It's like with Ford and GM, and I feel like that Stellantis is going to be the same way. If they don't, get their heads out of their rear ends. Same thing with Ford and GM. I feel like that. I'm thinking that the car manufacturers are pretty much giving up on performance cars as a whole. But God forbid, if they get rid of the Mustang people are going to freaking put Ford in a chokehold if they don't put it back in.
Bro, they already did. Now, Big Truck already reviewed the Mach-E. Cool. I'm not even a Mustang guy, but I still was kind of salty. Now, I know it's for marketing, but I was still kind of salty when Ford came out with the Mustang Mach-E. I still felt like they should have just called it the Ford Mach-E. Don't even use the Mustang name behind it.
When you're talking about electric car, you could call it anything. If someone's going to buy an electric
but
car,
not the Mustang.
No, you don't. It's associated with a V8. Nothing. It's not a bad car. It's a good ass car. I will tell you that. But
I'll tell you this: if they made that Mustang Mach-E EV, right? If they had taken that same body and they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make a 4-door Mustang. And if they had taken that exact same body and they had put like a really powerful V8 engine in it that was more powerful than the Dodge Demon or something, like 1,000 horsepower, all of a sudden, all the shit talking about how ugly it is, all of that would go right out of the window because people would say, you know what? If I buy that, I can show off in it.
No, it's not ugly. It's a good-looking car. I would say that. It's a good-looking car.
No, don't get me wrong. Let me tell you something. I'm not the type of person who would ever buy a Mustang, but if I ever bought a Mustang, I'd buy a Mustang EV. And the reason why is because it does what I want it to do. It checks all the boxes. But here's the thing. Mustang owners were never going to like it simply because it has no engine in it. So they were never going to like that car.
I just heard most of my uncle's friends, they have just a shitty ass Fox body that runs into people. But no, it's like a group of 6-7 guys. They all agreed. I mean, obviously everyone's different, but they was like, no, they didn't really mind that. It was just the naming behind it. They didn't really care for Mustang because they know EVs are coming. They know they're better than gas, So
yeah, EVs at this point are inevitable because, first of all, between gas prices and government regulation, EVs are inevitable. It's just coming.
And what I was going to say is what I was going to say is that the government regulations, the reason why they might have named it Mustang is because it's going to come to a point where gas cars are going to be like unseen anymore. So that's why they're introducing the Mustang electric. I would assume that's why, but
what's going to ultimately happen is all of these gas cars that you see right now
are because of the Democrats.
They're going to be replaced. That's all that's going to happen. And eventually, once those cars are replaced, when you go to car shows way down the road, there'll be people who show up with their Trackhawks. There'll be people who show up with their Demons. There'll be people who show up with their Hellcats, this, that, and other. But the problem is, once those cars stop being made, the cost of insuring them will increase. The cost of gas prices will already be ridiculously high. The cost of maintenance will be high. The cost of even damaging one of those cars is going to cost you so much money. Nobody's going to want to keep that car anymore. But as for that Mustang EV, if I were going to buy an electric vehicle right now, it would either be that or the Volkswagen.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Nobody's going to want to. The Democrats are making a very good push at it.
What?
I said the Democrats are making a very good push at it.
Well, you know what? Gas prices have always fluctuated, Now, under Trump, Trump was tearing down the EPA and all that shit. But guess what? This country has to move
Yeah.
forward. So if that means that we have to redo our electric infrastructure and we've got to make new power lines and we got to bury power lines and we have to redo our infrastructure, this is a good thing. You can't stay with obsolete technology forever. I mean, how many
Nope.
fucking V8 engines are they going to be able to put out? How many V6 and four-cylinder engines are they going to be able to put out? Eventually, it gets to a point where the car can't go any further. So you have to move on to electric. You pretty much have to. But when the cost of that infrastructure of oil, when it starts costing you health wise, that's the time it's time to start talking about changing things. You just
Yeah.
have to. It has to evolve eventually. Europe is already they're already ready for EVs. Asia, China, and India, they have so much pollution, they're ready for EVs right now. So, and by the way, EVs are cheaper to build.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
are.
mind EVs as
Especially they don't
long
use
as they
engines.
make them fast.
What?
I said I don't mind EVs as long as they make them fast. Like, the supercar EVs.
Yeah, well, making them really fast and everything isn't really going to matter when you're driving on a regular street and the law says that you can't go faster than X, Y, and Z. And furthermore, one thing you'll realize about electric vehicles is nobody's racing those cars on the street. Like I was on the road today and I passed a couple of those ludicrous model Teslas. Those people are not speeding in those cars because the last thing they want to have to do is recharge those cars. They're trying to hold on to as much energy as possible. So the speed aspect is a gimmick. And eventually, the whole thing about speeding, that goes out the window because nobody's really trying to do 100 miles an hour, you know?
Plus, the IIHS and the NHTSA is cracking down on highway speed. So they just did a study a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't too happy how the government lawmakers was letting that shit slide when it came to the highways, basically all across the United States. So, yeah.
I really like electric cars. My big problem with them is there's not enough chargers, and if there are chargers, they're not working, or you gotta chase around. Because I was watching a video, and like my mom's friend, she is a dentist, and the main guy, he's obviously a dentist, so he's rich, but he bought a brand new Model S, and they took a trip from Arizona to Las Vegas or something like that. And the charging station, the main one you get there, when you get to Vegas, it was like packed with cars. Like you literally had to wait like 30, 40 minutes just to charge. And then when people charge, it takes 20, 30 minutes for them to fully charge or supercharge. So that's my main problem with it.
I mean, Tesla's been working on that, and they're the leaders. I mean, Electric America, I mean, cool, but kind of fuck them because they're way behind. But I don't think that's going to be a problem in another like 5-10 years, as long as they keep.
Ultimately, you got to remember what really needs to happen is the chargers are at your house and you're charging it plugged into your house. And when you go to sleep at night, it's recharging because nobody is seriously driving 300 miles a day or even 200 miles a day. Most people are not driving that. However, there are some people who have really, really long commutes who are driving that. Like I have family members. So one of them drives 230 miles a day from home to work because he lives in Pennsylvania and drives into New York City. Now, there's no fucking way I would have ever bought a gasoline-powered car to do that kind of driving. I would have never done that. Because even if you had regular unleaded, you'd still be through the roof on fuel. Yeah, I mean, because, that's 200, a car's range is typically about 300 miles. So even if you're filling up a tank for a four-cylinder, you're still doing that same mileage every 2 or 3 days. Or probably every 2 days, you got to refill. So, but he's finding out just how bad an idea it was because he's going through tires, he's going through oil changes. Every 3 months he needs oil change. He's going through fuel. Fuel is like 3 something a gallon. That's just where it is.
And these car companies the thing that's pissing me off, like in the chat, Gucci Beast Zero, he said something about Mitsubishi, Nissan, Honda, basically the cheaper Japanese brands. But I would just say for sure, Mitsubishi and Nissan is pissing me the fuck off because they have this shitty ass 1.5 liter engine with the shit gas CVTs, putting it into these big ass vehicles, and all that's going to happen is the reliability of it is going to be shit because you got these engines pulling these, a big vehicle plus the people that's inside it, plus you expecting it to tow and talking about good gas mileage. Like you just said, Big Truck, you're still going to get the shit ass gas mileage because you're stressing the shit out of the engine.
Yeah, that's the thing. But see, here's the thing. Rather than just put an adequate engine into the car, they would rather try to put a smaller engine in and then overcharge you to put a turbocharger on that engine. So that's the reason, like, why you look at a car like the Sonata and you only get like 200 horsepower, but then they'll put like a turbocharger that'll give you closer to 300 or something like that.
Yeah, like the Sonata and the N-Line.
So my thing is, that's oversimplistic thinking. What the reason why Chrysler stands out is because they went the exact opposite route. They built a V6 engine that gets damn near 300 horsepower. They put that in just about everything. They put in a transmission that has 8 speeds, so that for the most part makes that V6 feel close to being a V8. And then
it does. It does. We have the same engine as regular. It kind of does.
It does.
Yeah, and then they made the V8 engines ridiculously overpowered.
And that's what they need to do. But now, they're just playing the stupid game. But like we just said earlier, you can only do so much. Everything's going to go to EV anyway.
Yeah, the car.
Let it be like that.
The electric, the car, the regular internal combustion car has gone as far as it can go. I mean, if you really look at the top level internal combustion car, you're talking about the Bugatti Chiron. So basically, you've got an internal combustion car that can do 300 miles an hour. That's not realistic. Nobody's able to drive like that. Nobody is able to really use that practically. So what now they figure they're going to do is they're going to switch all these shitty 4 cylinders and 6 cylinders. They're going to switch them into electric. Now you'll have instantaneous torque. You won't have to worry about a transmission, and you'll be able to recharge the thing somewhere. Hopefully at your house.
Yeah, or like Colin said, if you probably know Colin said, they like on the fence with everything. So like the Gamera, oh my God, Big Truck, please look at that car. It's amazing. But what's really weird about
4-seater, right? I saw it. It's cute.
Yeah. And the engineer behind it. I mean, that was pretty smart of them. I mean, yes, you still have I think it was like a 3-liter V. I forgot what fucking engine size. I don't know if it was an inline 4 or whatever.
3.6 liter.
No, it was like a 3-liter, like a flat 3-liter inline 4 or whatever, but they have like with a hybrid, it's basically a hybrid exotic car basically. But the engineer behind is really cool. So if you guys know about the vehicle, if you don't, just please search that out because it's really great. And
here's the problem though. I don't trust Koenigsegg as an automaker. See, Koenigsegg is one of those cars that when you buy it, you're basically taking on all of the maintenance and all of that on yourself. The reason why I would end up, if I was ever going to buy a supercar or a hypercar, I'd rather go with Bugatti because Bugatti is Volkswagen. And they have a longer history of dealing with customers when it comes to maintenance and this, that, and other.
Yes, Lamborghini is also affiliated with VW.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I would rather take my money to a company that has a very long proven history and track record. Even
Audi too.
Like I would trust a Mustang EV long before I would buy a Tesla 3 or a Tesla Y for myself, because at least at the end of the day, I know that there's a Ford dealership that I can go to right now down the block, and if I have a problem and I say, yeah, my Mustang's got a problem, they're going to take that back, they're going to give me a car, and I'll drive around in the regular loaner, and then I'll bring it back and they'll have my car fixed.
My main thing with Tesla is I don't like all the quality control problems they have, like all the panel gaps, like the fenders don't line up. Like at least Ford, I can kind of hope that they would have that all together. But Tesla, they have so many quality control issues, paint issues.
Yeah, that's true. Because Tesla is a brand new. They're too young, and the problem is Tesla tries to keep all of its profit to itself. So rather than start dealer network,
Bentley too.
Well, Bentley is a little different because see, Bentley is also owned by I think that's Volkswagen.
Bentley's by Volkswagen. And they use no, is it? Did he use like Mercedes engines or some shit?
It's Bentley, Audi, Lamborghini, Ferrari, No,
it's
not
Volkswagen.
Not
Ford.
No, not
Ferrari.
Ford.
Ferrari was
Ford is
Not
by
Ford.
themselves.
like the Alfa Romeo
Bentley,
No, not Ford.
Bentley,
It's
Bentley is
Bugatti.
part
It
of
ain't Bugatti.
Volkswagen Group. Yeah, Bugatti is part of Volkswagen Group, just like VW, Audi, and so forth and so on. So the thing about it is, a lot of the parts, a lot of the like the wiring harnesses and all that stuff, a lot of those things might be shared between different cars. So at least I can trust that if I buy a car from them, I'm not going to have any bullshit with the issues. See, Koenigsegg is some shit where if you buy it, if something goes wrong with it, you have no idea whether or not they're going to be able to repair it, fix it, or what.
Wait. I know what you're saying, but it's not as shit as I'm trying to think of like a car brand that like you get it and like a Spiker. Yeah, like that brand.
Yeah, but
Hell
the
no.
Spiker's the same problem. Spiker,
Or
that's the
big-
same company. That's the same problem.
Koenigsegg is not as bad as them though.
No, but here's the
Christian
problem. Let me ask the
I don't
question.
think
Let
that
me
would
ask the
happen.
question. Have you ever owned a Koenigsegg?
Well, obviously no.
So how could you say that Spike is any better or any worse?
Oh, and Porsche. Porsche too.
Company
Porsche.
history.
I try.
No.
Porsche is VW.
I would trust Porsche long before I would trust Spiker or Koenigsegg. There's a Porsche.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, because they obviously were Volkswagen Group. That makes perfect sense. I'm just saying I'm pretty confident on this because of my research into the company history and what has the company like when it was, cons and pros when it came to parts and anything, you know what I mean? So, like I said, yes, it's not obviously available from the back, kind of like if I go to a Porsche dealership, bam, it's right there. But I don't think they're like shit like Spiker because God knows, because their company is they're bankrupt. That's what Spiker is basically bankrupt. At least Koenigsegg, they're still running and still operating.
And I don't know if you guys remember
understand something. The reason why Spiker is bankrupt is because they can't possibly sell enough of those cars to stay alive. That's the thing. That's it. Lamborghini would have been the exact same way if Volkswagen hadn't bought them.
Yep.
So you got to understand the whole point of selling cars is that you have to sell cars. If you're going to make
profit,
$1 million, if you're going to it's like Bugatti. If you're going to make a car that costs $1 million or a car that costs $2 or $3 million, then you goddamn well better be selling a lot of those cars, because otherwise your entire company is going to go under, because of how many people are there to keep paying $3 million for a car? There's just not.
It's just like how much the car is really worth for Koenigsegg to really make, and then how much they sell. So honestly, right now I'm trying to think how much how much it costs Bugatti to produce the Chiron and then actually sell it.
I'll tell you like this.
A lot of them are made of carbon fiber.
What?
A lot of them use expensive material. Like a lot of them use carbon fiber.
Here's the thing: carbon fiber is not an expensive material. The process is expensive, but making carbon. Do you understand that if they really wanted to, they could recycle materials like plastics, and they could make carbon fiber out of recycled materials, or they could just use like a lot of these new cars. They use a lot of recycled materials, right?
Carbon fiber.
i3.
The material.
They use like recycled water bottles. i3.
Yeah, the materials themselves are not expensive. What it is the process, and the problem with the process is that there's not that many people doing the process. When they start when you have big companies saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to focus on making recycled materials. They could literally fish all the plastic out of the sea, and they can use that shit to make fucking seats. What car has that? The
BMW i3.
The BMW i3. The Polestar, and I think Tesla's doing that too, because they're trying to make themselves have a green image and this, that, and other. So I'm all for it.
I think the i does too.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the BMW had it, because when you get into a car that has recycled materials, you can feel it right away, because you can see you're like, wait a minute, what is this shit? And it feels different. Like the whole touch, everything in the car feels different.
It feels so soft.
Yeah, well, if they have good fibers like microfibers and carbon fiber and this, that, and the other, every material feels like it's something like you've never felt before, right? Yeah. But ultimately, my issue is that when those cars first start being produced, they're expensive, but over time they get cheaper because the process gets reinvented and the process gets perfected, and then more people can copy the process. So my only thing about it is that's the reason why electric cars because they have fewer parts, less maintenance than a gas car, that's just the future. There's no way around that. I'm not, as an SRT owner, I'm not upset about that. I think that's a good move because now you're getting cars that are less expensive to own and to maintain. The problem that people have is that they can't show off in them. That's their problem. Their problem is that if they're on the road, that their car might look like somebody else's and it has the same amount of power. They
can't flex.
Yeah, they can't. Thank you. They can't flex. That's what it's all about.
And that's the thing. That's the thing I hate about flexing. I already have a car that's a sleeper. I love sleepers. You have an idiot that's trying to race you. Okay, you're going to get fucked. Like that's.
Yeah, but
not trying to race it out. Not trying to add big wings to it. No, I don't need.
You know what a sleeper is? A sleeper is a person typically who buys either a used car or an older car, and then when that car is paid off, they pour all of their money into performance upgrades.
There are cars.
I thought a sleeper was a vehicle that the design is not that revealing, so it just looks like a regular vehicle, and then. I'm
like a C-Class AMG.
Well, you're talking about a production sleeper, but most cars.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. My bad.
I'll say it like this: most cars out of production are not sleepers simply because the brakes are bigger, the tires are bigger, the exhaust system is bigger. You can see, like when you pull a Hellcat next to a fucking SXT, if I take the badges off the Hellcat,
but a Charger's not a sleeper though.
Okay, fine. So what about a
low key? Low key.
Yeah,
low key though. That kind of is.
I can't. But here's the problem though. I can't make a slow car look. I can't take a slow car, make it fast, and it still looks like a slow car. You can't do that.
No, you can't.
The second that you put fucking Brembo brakes on something, people are saying, "Wait a minute, something's special about that car." The second that you put drag radials on a car, people are looking at it and they're like, "Wait a minute, something special about that car."
People
go like the Polish show wasn't that quick, but that was kind of considered, and this is not my words, but considered as a sleeper compared to the regular Taurus and the Taurus. What is it? The show.
Yeah, but the Taurus. But the Taurus was never like the Taurus was like I think the max.
Wasn't that fat?
The max power you could get out of a Taurus was like a close to 300 horsepower V6, and then with the SHO, you got a turbocharged V6, right? The Taurus wasn't slow, but it wasn't exactly fast either. Now, when you get the SHO was never a very fast car. That's why they gave up on it. They gave up on it. Because the Chrysler 300 SRT was killing them in sales.
Oh, yeah, and that's another car, low-key, that was a sleeper, too.
But no, it wasn't a sleeper. Did you see the brake?
I know, but people look at it like, oh, it's a... Yeah, but people be like, oh, it's just a bolt on fucking wheels. And it's like, no, it's not, because it will smoke your ass.
When I would start my car in the morning, you could hear that fucking car through the house vibrating. There ain't nothing sleeper about that.
Hey, man, look,
why they discontinue it?
They discontinued it because what they did was they gave up on the SRT badge and they made Dodge SRT the only badge holder of SRT. So they started making Chrysler 300 SRTs only in foreign countries, and then after a certain point, they stopped making them altogether. They never gave us a Hellcat, and they never went beyond the 6.4 liter. And at this point, Stellantis is not going to revive that. Even if they revive the SRT badge, you're never going to see displacements like you see right now. You are never going to see a 6.2 liter supercharge again. If they continue with SRT, they're going to make them hybrids, and they're going to have motors, dual motors or some shit, and they're going to be hybrids with like electric motors, and they're going to have engine, but the engine's going to be lower displacement. And that's ultimately what's going to kill them. What's going to kill them is the fact that the cars are no longer exciting.
Yeah. Go ahead. The enthusiasm for it's going to be lost.
Yeah, I was going to say they already did that with the Rams. They got the
e-torque. Yep. The 5.7 liter, they added with the e-torque and then also the Pentastar.
I have to say, if you can get the Ram TRX at its sticker price, the Ram TRX is pretty awesome. Forget the engine for a second. It's lifted, it looks better, and it has a better body molding. It has basically a wide body kit on it compared to the regular Ram 1500. The Ram
Well, but
TRX is a pretty impressive, imposing looking vehicle. Forget the engine. Even if it had a V6 in it, if you dropped a V6 or a V8, which you never have a V6, but if you put a regular V8 in that truck, it's a very impressive looking vehicle and it grabs attention. The issue is that the fucking shit costs over $88,000. You know, so why would you spend that kind of money for an $88,000 gas guzzler that gets 10 miles to a gallon?
No, worse, because I heard even the Hellcat Durangos had 8 miles per gallon. So
the
just
Hellcat,
imagine.
I'll tell you like this: no matter what you hear, the Jeep, Trackhawk, the Durango Hellcat, the Charger, the Challenger, all of those cars average 10 miles or 11 miles to a gallon. The only people who are able to see higher gas mileage live in low traffic or no traffic areas.
No, I said lower. It's lower. It's at 8 miles per gallon, not 10.
Well, yeah, the Durango's heavier, but the TRX is even heavier than that.
Yeah, which is crazy because the Hellcat Durango was limited production, which pissed me off because I'm like, wait a minute, so how does the TRX? You know what I mean?
The Durango SRT is still being made today.
Yeah, but not the Hellcat version. There was only like 3,000 units, I believe.
Yeah,
or some
yeah.
shit.
They only made. I think the direct. I had posted it. I think it was actually limited to 2,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
And that's
I was just like, really?
Because
I was like, really?
The Durango Hellcat is a better vehicle than the Dodge Demon.
Oh my god! Yeah, you get the you basically you got a stuck up wife. Just get a Hellcat Durango. You can fit the whole family. You're good.
No. Your wife is never going to accept a Hellcat Durango. What she these women flex
it's
on
too loud. It's too loud for them.
No. Not that it's too loud. No, that's not what it is. Women want their cars to be just like their handbags and shit. If their handbag is made by Gucci, Femi, or Prada, they want to fucking flash that shit in your face.
They want Range Rovers.
In other words, they want Mercedes. They want a Mercedes. They want a Bentley.
A
Bentley,
Bentley,
like a flashy luxury car.
Or
like a BMW.
They want, you know what they're looking for? They're looking for a flashy fucking car that the other people around them can't afford. So they're trying to flex. And I'm not talking
Mercedes
about
or BMW.
Well, BMWs aren't flex. That a BMW is no longer a flex car. I can go right now.
Older BMW past old BMW, yeah.
I could go right now to any of these used car dealerships and I could buy a new model style BMW with miles on it, and I could get that shit for half the fucking price of buying a brand new one. And from the outside looking in, you would never know. Like if I were to go out and buy an S-Class right now, I could get an S-Class less than $50,000 that normally would cost $100,000. And from the outside looking in, you wouldn't know.
Yo, I'll tell you what they're doing to flex.
S-Class are more flashier than BMWs, though.
What they're doing to flex is
it depends on the model. If you have a BMW X6, BMW X6, in my opinion, is slightly more flashier than an S-Class because most S-Classes are used for limos. Like if you're here and you see somebody in an S-Class, that guy's probably an Uber Black service. Or
maybe
old people. If you see some old guys in an S-Class and they're with their wife, obviously that's their car. No, but the S-Class is a huge, beautiful car. The S-Class is probably the best car on wheels, in my opinion. But the thing about it is
those things are too big.
No, well, they're too big. See, you got to remember, I'm 6'6". So because I'm 6'6", it means a lot more to me to have a big car than it does to a smaller person. It means it's totally different for me.
How tall is everyone in the group again?
I mean, I'm 16. I'm about 6'2".
Yeah,
6'2".
6'2" is
6'1".
That's
so
tall.
I have to have a bigger car anyway.
You said 6'2" is what?
6'2" is okay, but I'm 6'6", so I tower over you. Basically, I'm 5.
Yeah, I hope I at least still grow.
You got time, man. You got time, man. I just turned 20 last week. You got time, bro. I stopped when I was like 18, so you're fine.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is I'm not. You know what? I'm telling you, I'm trying to get my mentality away from flexing on everybody. Because the thing about it is flexing on people, not only is it over expensive at this point, but on top of that, it's opportunity cost. The money that I could be using to flex on somebody, I could be using that to buy a third house.
Damn.
Yep.
You know?
Wait. What about a third house in Asia? Real good house.
A third house where?
In Asia.
Well, if I want
that would be hard to maintain.
understand something. It would be really hard to maintain it unless I'm living there. But if I wanted to get property right now in most of those Asian countries, they wouldn't allow you to unless you live there because you're not a citizen. Number one, they don't allow non-citizens to come in and buy up their property. They're not like America. That's number one. But if I wanted to go over there and rent property, you saw the videos that I made when I was in the Philippines. I was paying $15 a day for that shit. I had 6 fucking pools. I had a gym. I had a workout thing. I was next to the mall. I mean, I was paying $15 a day for that. You know, if I were to go over there and buy property, I could buy a property for $100,000 and live there forever.
I could see you retiring there.
Well, right now,
Asia.
The only way I'd ever retire there is if, once their infrastructure improves, like when they get better trades and all that, because they do have some problems, like the electricity can go out, plumbing is fucked up sometimes, depending upon where you are. A lot of the people who move there, they live on $1,000 a month, and they live like kings.
My thing is, how do you get citizenship? Like, is it easy?
In many of those countries, you can't. But if you marry one of their women and you have children there, that's how you can kind of get your foot in the door by having children or marrying in that country.
So just like how some citizens from like Mexico or whatever, marry someone here or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see. If you marry somebody in another country or you have children with a woman in another country and you marry her, that's how you get your foot in the door.
Yeah.
And there's more than enough foreign women who want to be a wife than there are American women, because you can't trust these American women. You'll lose your shirt to these bitches. I'm sorry.
Bro, I'm not even playing. I met so many international women.
States that want to get married.
Yeah, I met so many international women from Colombia, from Brazil, from fucking Jamaica, and it was like, yo, these American girls are stuck up as hell.
Yeah, and right now, like you watch those Kevin Samuels posts. All of them want a high value man because they think that just because they can get $100,000 or $200,000 man, they think that they're going to be able to sit on their ass and not work and shit. And they think that these women want to get the scary thing about it is the men want to get rich quick without the responsibility, but so do the women, and that shit does not work. Like I was talking about flexing.
Do you think it matters in any generation, or is it just everyone?
Do I think what?
That is just plaguing the younger generation, or that can be anyone.
Yo, let me tell you something. The young generation. So you got to understand, women are exactly like. And you saw the movie Aliens.
What the 19? What is it?
Yeah, the movie with Sigourney Weaver and the fucking Space Marines.
Yeah.
You got to understand, women are exactly like alien queens, right? The only thing on their mind is getting a secure nest so they can start laying eggs, i.e., having their babies and shit. And their idea of security, because the alien queen, she doesn't leave that fucking nest. She stays right there. So these women want to be housewives. They want to sit up on their ass watching fucking television all day, and they don't want to do shit. They don't want to have to work. And they think that all they got to do is get a man to pay their way, and that they'll be able to get away with that shit indefinitely. And that's exactly how they are. Like my ex-girlfriend, all she ever wanted to do was lay up in the fucking house and watch fucking television. Now, mind you, she's fucking 40 years old right now, living with her father. She's living with her parents, living in daddy's attic, and she's 40 years old, barely work. She doesn't have a steady job with a pension and healthcare and all that shit. And she can't afford shit because all she can do is pay her bills. And you know how Kevin Samuels shows you all these women who got student loans and shit? She can't afford nothing. And I was trying to help her. I was trying to get her into a good career, but she didn't want to work. And when I saw that shit, I was like, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
That's basically most of them in a nutshell, if you really think about it.
I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing this. So I left her. I said, no, we're not doing this. Because the thing
out of the population of women like that, how much you think it is? Like 80%, like just a rough estimate
of women who don't want to work and want to stay home and be housewives while their husband is making $1 million paying their way.
100%.
Well, 100%
100%.
I'm sorry. Wait. I actually know one female that's like, I'm not even playing. Like, it's out here that's fucking grinding. I'm not even fucking playing.
Out of
That's
necessity
probably
and
only
survival.
0.1% of like.
But that's bullshit. If you gave them the option, they will take it. It's just that they evaluate how they look.
No. Let me prove that right now. Those same women who have jobs and make a lot of money, they don't marry guys who make less than they do. They go for guys who make more than they do. Why? Because they're trying to lay back on the shovel.
Look, shit. I was talking about my girl for the past 4 years, but shit. All right, I'll show my ass up then.
Give her the option. She'll
this
take
is
it.
awkward.
No, but here's the question: is your girlfriend the same age as you?
No, she's a year younger.
Okay, yeah. So she's the reason why. Okay, so you're a little bit older than her, which means that she has a little bit more longevity with you than she would have with a guy her own age. But the thing about it, like, because you're older men make better marriage partners for younger women, and the reason why is because older men are more secure because they have a career and they are more stable mentally, and older men ain't trying to really fuck around. Older men just want a wife and they just want some kids and they just want some peace. The guys their own age don't, in some cases, don't know what they want. They're fucking around, they're cheating and this, that, and the other, and they're not going nowhere. And then a lot of them barely work. So the problem is the young guys, they think that they're going to get rich quick. That shit is not going to happen. That's the reason why I keep talking out about cryptocurrency, because all these motherfuckers think they're just going to get rich. It's not going to happen.
Look, I would tell you right now that I knew, like, me, and I don't know who's the 16-year-old that's on here. Hopefully he didn't got sucked into that shit. But I also was like, yeah, you're stupid. Like, it's not easy. Life doesn't work like that.
The get rich quick shit is not going to happen.
Never. So, all right, I just want the question. This is kind of awkward, but fuck. So, but no, it's all right.
But my bottom line is, like, flexing on people, that shit is really expensive and it fucks up your credit.
And it gets old really fast.
It gets old really, really fast.
Actually, it's the demise of the millennial generation because of advancements in technology. The standard of living has gone up, and so the flexing has gone up. So now you're going to have that cheap debt getting you in debt for the rest of your life. You're going to work to the day you die.
Yeah.
Well, is it kind of shit too? Because I'm hearing rumors, and Big Chuck, I want to hear definitely his opinions. Some of the professors at my college, it was like, with this fucking, well, I believe it's true, but it was like how the stimulus money and with everything, it was like all generations going to get hit with mortgages.
Of course.
And shit like that.
No. You know why that's not true that you're going to get hit with mortgages? Because most of you won't have the credit available to take out a mortgage. A mortgage is you have to buy a mortgage. A mortgage is a loan that the bank is selling you. And if your credit isn't good enough, which the problem with the millennials is their student loan debt. A lot of these kids went away to school.
Wait, let me try to see what generation.
Student loan debt. And the reason why I was able to do so much in such a short period of time was because I paid off my student loans quickly because I didn't go away to a school where it was so expensive that I ended up stuck in student loan debt for a very long time. So the problem that a lot of people are going to face is that they're so deep in student loan debt that they can't afford to take out a mortgage. No bank is going to give you a mortgage if you have a big-ass student loan. It's not going to happen. Either that or they're going to screw you so bad on the interest rate that you'll be like, you know what, this is going to be too, because as the interest rate goes up, the cost per month goes up too. So eventually it would be so expensive that you wouldn't be able to afford it. So mostly you'll end up renting for a very, very long time. So the thing about it is these student loans are kicking people's asses. And then let me also say this. Student loans are stealing time from the women. Because these women are spending so much time in school trying to get that big job so that they can have a lot of money and flex on the guys and the women, that by the time they turn around, they're 40 years old, their eggs are rotting inside their ovaries, and they're hitting the wall.
Ooh.
You know, it's crazy, man.
Well, I will tell you right now, I'm in college right now, and I got to be in college for 3 years because my college is accelerated. That was the one reason why I really liked it, because I was like, there's no fucking point to, like, you know, still spend money during the summer when you don't have no fucking classes and you're still paying. But I pay about, well, it costs $8,000 per year. But ever since I got my scholarship, it's go, it covers it. But yeah, I do agree with like some of these students like that I graduated with last year. They try and go to this big like fucking Ivy League schools, and I'm like, you guys. Well, one, you can just go to a trade school, but two, you can just go to a small like community college. It's fucking fine. You don't need to go to like this big
I
ass
went to
colleges that's gonna
community
rip you off.
college and freaking did great.
Yeah, I'm at community college right now, low key, and my college is filled with more people that's adults that's trying to continue their education than most students here. Like that's more. I think 63 or 64% of my college that I attend are older 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds that had a family, whatever, but they want to go back and try and get something else.
Yeah.
So,
but do you think the reason why people are going to traditional 4-year colleges
because society,
right?
Society, yeah, I believe. I mean, I don't know if Big Truck is going to agree. I want to make sure, but society is basically like, oh, no college, you're stupid or some shit, and that's not the fucking case. It's really
same
stupid,
with trade jobs.
It's like no, like trade jobs is fucking fine. Like it's great, but they try to make it seem like trade schools is stupid. And it's like, no, you're stupid because some of the kids that I graduated with that are going to the trade schools are already making way more money than I am right now.
You know what the real problem is? The problem, well, first of all, who's looking down on a plumber or who's looking down on an electrician? If you're
I don't know, but it's
no, but hold on, exactly. And he just said it. If you're a man, when I meet a man who's an electrician or a plumber or something, I give him total props simply because he has a skill that I know is extremely marketable and extremely valuable because he could fix toilets, he could fix boilers, he could do all that shit, right? The only person who's looking at you like you're dirty and you're not that great is a fucking woman who doesn't know any better. And she doesn't seem to realize that, these guys who are taking out all the student loan debt, they aren't going to be as valuable to her in the long run simply because even though they may be able to get a job where they wear a nice suit, the problem is they're deep in loan debt. That's the problem. Now, these women and all these shit talkers who are like, yeah, trade job isn't that great. If you could see how much debt they have to their name, all of a sudden they'd shut the fuck up because once you see how much debt they owe, but see, the problem is you can't see that. When you see these people on MSNBC and CNN talking all this shit, I guarantee you, all these PhDs, them people paid money for that shit, and they probably have $50,000 loans at a minimum on their head.
If you compare like a vocational school and community college versus like a 4-year or 6-year college, the student loan debt is way lower on like a community college than it is in a university. Because when I went to college, my student loan debt was like 9 to 10K. Right now, I'm in like 9K compared to like a 4-year university.
Well, it all, again, you have to remember, it all depends on what job you get. Like you could take out no student loan debt as long as you have a decent job making $50,000. You're rich basically because now you're up against people who have a lot of debt to their name and they can't, you're pricing them out of the market because you have a better head start than they do. Like a person who has a $50,000 a year job and has no debt is better than a person who makes $100,000 a year but has like student loan debt.
Yeah.
Because the problem is the majority of their money is going to the debt.
Which in trade-off could be fine if they spent the next few years paying it off as a higher priority opposed to starting life and acquiring more cheap debt. Especially with people with nothing, in a valid degree, not a flim-flam type one.
Right. If you're a plumber or electrician or even a carpenter, you've got equity to your name. That's why I keep saying a college loan is an investment. And if you're going to invest your money, you got to invest your money smart. But a lot of people, you got to understand, and I think it's going to be even worse now because you got to remember, a lot of these kids, they haven't been in school in 2 years at this point, and they're not going to go back to school until like September. So you got to understand, a lot of these kids, they're going to take the easy route and they're going to pick the easiest thing that they can pick in college. And usually you're talking about a liberal art degree, which isn't going to pay you because there's no demand for it. And coronavirus has completely exposed the student loan industry. It's completely exposed the school industrial complex. It's completely exposed everything because it showed you just how weak this system really was, you know? So
2020 showed everybody hand.
2020 flipped this whole fucking country on its head. And I always say this, and I'm thankful to God that I was in a position where during 2020 I did nothing but move forward. And a lot of people can't say that.
Yeah, same here.
You know, 2020, I cut my expenses. I stopped wasting money. I started holding on to my money. I stopped wasting any money I got. I held on to that shit. 2020, I never lapsed payment. I kept getting my pay. I kept making my money on YouTube. I never lost a step. I started investing. I doubled, tripled, quadrupled my money. It was like 2020. Like when 2020 started and that coronavirus shit started, I was like, you know what? Let's look at this as an opportunity rather than a burden. A lot of people are fucked, and the ones who haven't committed suicide yet, they're talking about how there's like 800,000 people filing unemployment every 2 weeks. Yeah, I feel bad for them, but they're gonna have to adapt to this system, and they're gonna have to do things that they never thought they would do. You know, they're gonna have to go. They're gonna have to work. They're gonna have to do jobs that if I needed to do a job right now, even if I had to deliver shit for Amazon, that would be my job. If I listen, whatever I had to do, if I had to work for Amazon, I would buy a car where I could make my deliveries. And no, in fact, I already got a car. I would make all my deliveries and I'd sleep in my car up until I could afford an apartment. And I'd get that apartment and then I would work even harder and I'd work my way out of this shit. But a lot of people, they give up and they just kill themselves, you know?
Dude, I was thinking about starting my YouTube channel. I didn't make a video, but it was unlisted. But what I wanted to do is make YouTube channels and sooner or later get like AdSense so that way I can make money on YouTube. But I did upload one video.
Another problem with
the thing about YouTube is you have to be consistent on YouTube. You can't just make one video and stop. You got to keep making videos.
Yeah,
like
that's what I gotta do.
Like
I got a crap load of dash cam videos on my freaking car.
But you also got to understand, it's not just about making videos. You got to build an audience. Like you have to build an audience who understands what you're about to show them, and you have to give them content that they want to show up for. You know, like I don't plan any of this shit. I don't plan any of my content. I show you a whole lot of varying different things, so this way my channel it doesn't get old because I have no idea what's going to be next. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I like to try to do it like that because some people their channels get boring.
It's like you make a YouTube channel is about one thing.
You're one of the few people that show like cars because he shows houses. He talks about like real estate, like he talks about realistic stuff. So I like everything: houses, cars. You to vacation, you go to Manila, you go to all those different places. I really like your channel.
Oh yeah, I love travel.
But
because next year, once all this COVID really shit is over, I want to go to Singapore.
You can get the travel. Before, I don't think I've seen your. Have you done any?
I haven't been to Singapore, but my plan was that what I was going to do is I was going to take a business class flight on Singapore Airlines, so this way I can make a blog about Singapore Airlines, and then I'm going to go to Singapore, and then after that I'm going to go to the Philippines. I'm going to stay there for like a month.
That's pretty good.
I wonder if is it going to be better than the Philippines or what? But
well, Singapore is the most expensive place to live in like the world. So you know.
Also, they're probably better with their plumbing, electric, all that stuff.
Wait, what?
I said they'd probably be more stable with plumbing, electric, and all that kind of stuff. Then
Singapore is I haven't been there yet, but I already know Singapore is a highly sophisticated. It's a highly sophisticated country.
Does it go further there? American money?
U.S. dollars does not go further there. No, it's expensive. It's very expensive. You can tell how expensive the place is just by looking at the hotel costs. All that shit's expensive there.
Wow. Okay. So definitely not a place you would want to retire.
Nah, I mean, listen, I could very well get to the point where I could retire there. The problem is they would never let me go there and buy property, so that's definitely not a place I'd want to retire.
Then what are your thoughts on U.S. territories like Puerto Rico, or then even international like Panama?
In Puerto Rico right now, the real estate is booming right now after they had those hurricanes and everything. So Puerto Rico has a lot of investment going into it. One of the reasons why is because a lot of these people who are making money in cryptocurrency, they're trying to hide their money from the government, so they have to move to a country where they don't get taxed. So a lot of Bitcoin millionaires that got in very, very, very early, those people moved to Puerto Rico. But if they had stayed here, that million would have quickly got snapped up by the government.
I think that's why you said no
What about
Bitcoin.
Mexico? Nobody talks about Mexico.
Mexico is so fucking dangerous that I don't even want to go there for a vacation.
I mean, it's not that bad
Oh,
compared
I'm
to
sorry.
United States.
What was
with
that?
all that
Who was
racism
that
bullshit.
family? Who was that family in that car that just got aired out by some fucking drug dealers, cartels, or something? They got shot up in their fucking car.
I mean, look at the freaking cops.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The cops there fucked up.
So is the states.
Well, I'll tell you like this: a lot of these police shootings that I've been seeing, most of the times it's caused by the fucking driver trying to drive away and trying to run down the cops and shit. The cops ain't having that shit. The smartest thing you can do is turn your car the fuck off, put your keys on top of the car. But the last guy who just got shot up by the cops, this motherfucker tried to run them down, and they opened fire on his ass. So nah, man, it's like that doesn't happen in Mexico. In Mexico, when them drug dealers get around your car and they're like, "Yeah, get out, we're kidnapping you," or they want to take your money, and you try to drive off, they fucking open fire on that shit as worse as the fucking cops. I've never seen the cops in America kidnap anybody.
No.
When was the last time the cops in America kidnapped a foreigner and tried to hold them for fucking hostage as ransom?
Shit, not a single one.
That shit has never happened. But in Mexico, man,
What
you're in
scares me
America.
about
What I'm
Mexico
saying
is
is it's a lot of racism bullshit.
Yeah, well, even with the racism, the way you deal with that is by having video cameras on the cops now. And once the cops have video cameras, they can't do the shit that they would normally do. So now if they pull you over, they have to
gang up on you.
Huh?
And also gang up on you like 2 or 3, 4 cops that they call back up for no
that's
reason.
true. But guess what? If you're being a problem, they're going to call backup. Right now, we have a full panel, so anybody who's trying to join, you won't be able to join right now because there's 6 people sitting up in here. Or 5 people in here, or whatever.
Well, the good news is that New York finally got rid of qualified immunity.
Yeah, listen, qualified immunity or no qualified immunity, if you fuck around and the cops have to shoot you and you die, it ain't going to matter one way or another.
Absolutely, right? I just think they may not feel the protection of their department as they once did before. Especially not so much shooting, but I'm talking about just normal aggression that's kind of unnecessary. You see the track record of cops having constant public cries about their performance on the street. Those bad cops might be rooted out a lot sooner because the union can't protect them anymore.
Listen, bad cops are always going to be there. Maybe they'll be able to hide it a little bit better. But the thing about it is bad cops are always going to be there. My thing is the problem is we don't trust the cops. But the other issue is that a lot of the claims against the police and a lot of those lawsuits are frivolous because the people, they did something and they got themselves fucked up. And then they're trying to sue left and right because lawsuits are... See, the thing about it is lawsuits are everything. Lawyers ain't working for free. They trying to sue somebody.
Absolutely.
So they don't care if it was a legal stop. They're trying to get you... Like a defense attorney doesn't give a fuck what you were stopped for. They're trying to get you out of it. So a lot of times I agree with the cops and a lot of times I don't. But when the thing about these videotape shootings is now you're seeing that these people are really fucking dumb, and they're doing shit that's going to get... Like, we all know exactly what it will take to get yourself shot by a cop. But we stay alive by not doing that.
If everybody just give their ID and let the cops do their own shit. just be on their way.
Exactly.
Sure, but that's most people though. But what about the Fernando Castillo situation?
I don't believe honestly, I do not believe that happened exactly the way they're trying to portray it. Philando Castile knew that he had a gun on him, right?
Yep.
Now, if I have a gun on me in the car, right? Like if I got pulled over and the cops are like, okay, you got any weapons on you? I will obviously keep my hands in view. And sometimes you put your hands out the window just to show the cop your hands and let them know, yeah, officer, I have legal license carry, blah, blah, blah. But see, the problem that you'd always have is worrying about the partner not hearing the conversation. And if you're reaching for your wallet or some shit and he sees a gun, he's going to say gun, gun, gun. But the thing about it, most concealed carriers, if they get pulled over, they keep their hands in plain view, they keep their hands out the window. But you're dealing with people who refuse to comply on any level. That's
Sure.
what you're dealing with.
Right,
And
but
a lot
that's
of it- my problem with Philando Castile, and I've got black concealed carriers in my family. My problem with him was they're trying to use that as a reason black people shouldn't own guns. I'm like, fuck that. That's a reason I'm going to go out and buy another one.
Exactly.
That's not why I wouldn't own one. That's why I want more.
Right. See, so a lot of that issue, yes, unfortunately he was in a state where he didn't have to offer the information up without being asked.
By the way, let's put this in context.
Sure.
Philando Castile died in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mm-hmm. Do you know how high the fucking crime rate is from gun murders in Minneapolis, Minnesota?
Of course.
Philando Castile wouldn't have needed a gun if he wasn't already in a dangerous situation being in that fucked up state. So the problem is you already know the cops are going to be on edge. So why would you do anything that would make them more on edge? My thing is, listen, yeah, officer, let me put my hands out the window so you can see him. I have a gun. I have, what is it called? I have my license. If you want to go for my license, you can cuff me. You can get my license. Most of these motherfuckers ain't going to do no shit like that because either they've got something to hide or they're not going to comply. So if
they don't have education on that because according to his video, he was saying, here's my license. And of course, the cop overreacted. And even where the cop was placed at, it was in front of him opposed to behind him.
If a cop asked me for my license, right? If he asked me for my license and my registration, I'm going to show him my license, my registration, and I'll even go so far as to hand him my my gun registration card. Right. This way, he knows right up front. Yeah, you have a weapon in the car, and
that's what was happening during the time.
A legal weapon.
That's what was happening during the time because the cop was interacting with him. But Fernando was volunteering it, and then in the mix of him volunteering it, the cop shot because he knew that Fernando had a gun.
Okay, by the way, let me be a little more accurate. It was in Minnesota, but the shooting was in Falcon Heights, okay? Mm-hmm. Bottom line is Minnesota's fucked up. I don't know why people would try to argue that point. Minnesota's a fucked up place.
So are you talking about people shaming blacks for owning guns?
I want you to understand something. White liberals right now are trying to disarm Americans in general.
Correct.
They can't do it on their own. So what they do is they try to make black people abhor the idea of gun ownership because what they do is they focus on all of the murders. They focus on the cops shooting people. They focus on depending upon what media you watch, they don't tell you about every single shooting committed by a black or black criminal. They only focus on the ones that is committed by somebody who's not black or a person who's black. The bottom line is they're doing their best to make black people not want to own guns. But just like that video I just made, they fucked up because they let that Black Lives Matter and they let all of that fucking rioting, they let that shit get so far out of hand that at this point, they've got more gun owners now than they've ever fucking had before. And a lot of them are colored people. A lot of them are black and Hispanic.
Sure.
They fucked up. See, the thing about it is, when we were watching all of those places being robbed and looted, at first it was, some people might have been laughing at that shit, but the first thought that comes to mind is like, wait a minute, that could happen to me. Mm-hmm. So what do? You go out there, you buy a shotgun, you buy a rifle, you buy a pistol, you buy whatever the fuck you can get as quickly as you can get it. I saw black people waiting online for guns. And see, I'd love for one of these fucking white liberals on MSNBC or CNN to try to call me out on that shit. The reality is that they let that shit continue so long that people got scared. And when enough people go out and start buying guns, you don't need an NRA anymore because now the people are armed. So they're like, yo, fuck all that shit. I don't want to lose nothing. So right now, Biden's trying to go after AR-15s. I just went out and bought an AR-15. I'm not giving that shit up. And let me tell you this: if they make the mistake of trying to go to these white people's houses in these states where, like Ohio and shit, and trying to disarm these people, you're going to see a whole lot of dead cops.
Absolutely. I mean, even once black people start realizing they've been that all gun control is racist, because that's what it's been founded on since day one in the United States.
Yep.
1609, the Black Codes. Even the exception until now.
I ain't giving a shit.
It once that word starts becoming more mainstream, it's going to work. It's unfortunate the NRA is lacked in that because they've been just playing party lines opposed to being an advocate for true ownership of everyone. So yeah, you're going to see more people getting armed, and once it becomes mainstream that all gun control is racist, the gun control is dead. And in my opinion, it is dead because people are 3D printing them. They're DIY kits. You can't regulate it.
But understand something. 3D printing gun parts, there are certain parts that, it's okay to 3D print, but when you're talking about barrels and firing pins and shit like that, you ain't printing that stuff.
Absolutely, but you can do that easily with ECM using a battery charger. And there's a lot of stuff I write on my website too. Like, you can take a battery charger and erode a barrel to have your own gun at home.
Listen. There's a million ways to make a gun. That I understand. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is it would cost you so much and so much time that unless you're going to do something illegal, like unless you're going to make a modification for a gun to make it fire fully automatic, or unless you're making silencers or something like that, which is very hard to do, but it's doable. Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is that it's cheaper to just go buy one. It's easier to just go buy one.
Right now it is. Yeah. But a lot of these smaller states, not smaller states, a lot of these main states, this is where the racist part comes. They create a class problem where you need to spend $300-400 in order to get a license to buy a $400 gun.
Well, here, in order for me to have a license to have pistols, I had to pay $200 for the licensing. But what pissed me off wasn't the money. What pissed me off was they make you get references from 4 fucking people who live in your community. I shouldn't have to do that shit for a permit. That as far as I'm concerned, that's a violation of my rights. But you know what's so funny about that? You have to get 4 references, and you have to do the background check with the police. You got to go to the police station. You got to pay them $200. You got to have 4 references. You got to bring your driver's license, your passport, your birth certificate, and you also have to bring. Yeah, no, they don't fuck around. But
that's not that bad in comparison to other states.
But no, some states are stricter, like California. But what I will say is this:
Kelly's always fucking
in order for me to get an AR-15, all I had to do was walk in, do a 5-minute background check, and I was walking out less than 30 minutes later with a brand new AR-15.
Well, with a modified one, I saw the one you had. It wasn't.
That one's modified. My other 2, and that's how New York State compliance is. But the mere fact that, you know what the liberals don't like. The gun that I have, yes, it has a pin mag, so the ATF is never going to bother me because it's New York State compliant. But they don't like the way it looks.
Correct.
So the mere fact that they don't like the way it looks, they're going to keep coming after me anyway, but I don't give a fuck because so many white people here have bought guns that I can hide behind them and say, yeah, you guys fight these fucking white liberals and protect my gun rights.
Absolutely.
Because they can't just take it from me because I could sue them for racism.
Yep.
White gun owners are never going to disarm. And I feel bad for them kids in Sandy Hook. I feel bad for them kids in that gay nightclub. I feel bad for all these people in Boulder, Colorado, and all that shit. Bottom line is, white people are not going to fucking disarm, ever. So when Rachel Maddow talks that shit, let Rachel Maddow try to come take their guns from them. And it's sad because liberals are so fucking stupid that the same cops that they're trying to take qualified immunity away from and all this shit, guess who you got to call to go and take the guns from the people when you want to confiscate them? The cops ain't doing that shit.
It's unconstitutional anyway.
No, first of all, not only is it unconstitutional, but it's suicide. The cops ain't doing it. Let me tell you something. You know the real reason why? They don't talk about this. The real reason why they trying to get these AR-15s off the street is because these shits will shoot through a fucking cop's vest. And here in New York
Armor
City,
piercing.
these things are fucking. They'll go through your vest. They go through your car.
Yeah.
I've seen so many of these cops going as white neighborhoods for domestic violence, and the white guy comes to the fucking door and opens fire on them. And the motherfucker standing there with 60 rounds, 30 rounds, 100 rounds. Cops are outgunned. Like people, liberals like Rachel Maddow and these idiots on MSNBC and CNN, they don't seem to understand that over the last year, more of these guns have been sold than ever before. They don't get it. You ain't never closing Pandora's box, ever.
That shit is dead.
Yeah, that shit's dead. What's up, Blacktop?
What's up, Mr. Blacktop?
Yeah, how you doing?
Some of the guys who are commenting on your Scat Pack videos, they're telling these people stop buying them fucking cheap ass cars.
Well, it's not. It's power. It's power that's at a cheap price, and so it's at a price where, if you could hold down a job, you can afford it. I mean, for the short term, but the eventually what ends up catching up to you is that the cost of ownership. That's what ends up catching everybody, and it's like you see, you go on YouTube today alone. And if you see every other video is I did this with my Scat Pack, I did that with my Scat Pack, and I'm just looking at, okay, I just took delivery of a new Scat Pack, and then a couple years or maybe even less than a year they get rid of it, because when you got to start paying for those tires, it's a different ball game. So the cost of ownership is really high. You got the gas is going up now; it's over $3 a gallon.
I saw a guy on the road today with one of those brand new wide body orange looking. I think it was like Cinerasian or some shit. It looks orangey. It looks like a burnt orange, and he had a charger.
It's cinnamon stick. Yeah, cinnamon stick.
And then I was like, hey man, that's a really nice car and everything. But he had a wide body Scat Pack, and I'm thinking to myself, how much did you pay for that car?
Yeah. Well, right now is the worst time to buy a car, because right now because of the shortage of cars, they're not giving you a dealer discount, and you're getting the power dollars, but you're getting the power dollars without any dealer discount.
It's cinnamon stick.
Cinnamon stick.
Oh, by the way, like I didn't tell you yet, Blacktop. I went by Chrysler this morning because they kept calling me up. So they had a Ram TRX in blue. I think I might have even gotten it on video. Mm-hmm. And it was a Ram TRX in blue, $88,000, right? No markup, but they weren't offering power dollars, and they also weren't offering the 0% financing for 72 months. So the thing about it is, I was like, nah, first of all, this isn't a car for me. And second of all, there's really no deal on it. But
you got to remember,
the launch edition. They had the launch edition that had the tire carrier and the flatbed, because they have a spare tire carrier. And then I didn't realize, but those cars have a heads-up display. That's pretty nice. And both of them were fully loaded, but it was the launch edition with that gray color, the green gray color. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, Ram does not offer power. Ram is kind of was under FCA, but they're separate. They have their own website and everything, separate from Dodge and Jeep. Jeep is the same way. Jeep Jeep has their own website. They offer their own incentives, and generally for SRT type products, Ram and Jeep do not offer power dollars. They may give you like a certain percentage, certain APR rate for a certain amount of time, but that's about it. They're not going to give you any deals out for products that have superchargers in them, or really high performance type vehicles. You can get a discount now. If you want a 1500, you can get if you want a 1500, I should say, that's a trim level anywhere from the base all the way up to the limited. You could get maybe $7,000-8,000 off of it. But anything like for a TRX, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get any discounts or any deals on that right now. And as a matter of fact, as I was saying, in the auto industry right now, it's a terrible time to buy a car because because of the chips. Huh?
It's very volatile. It's a lot of uncertainty.
Well, it's not so much uncertainty. It's what happens when you try to pick a war with a country that makes all your shit.
Exactly.
That's
Oh
what
yeah.
caused
Oh
that.
yeah.
So what happened is there's a shortage of semiconductors amongst other parts. It's not just semiconductors. There's other parts involved too. And so the production lines have stopped. Toyota stopped. Honda stopped. Chrysler now stopped. They just announced, I think it was yesterday, that they can't make any more of the Chrysler Pacificas. They had to stop production on that as well. I was at the dealership today just to see if they had anything new, and one of my friend who sold me like three of my cars, he said we had a red eye in here for all of 2 minutes. A rapper came, bought it, and it was gone. And it's like they can't even keep those cars on the lot because there isn't any of them around. So it's gotten to the point now. It's actually worse than what the media is telling you. And you notice the media isn't saying anything about this shortage of cars. It's completely gone silent, which I find is very funny.
But you know, a blacktop, it's not so much that because see the used car, there's plenty of used cars.
No, there isn't. The
No,
used
but
cars are
it
drying up
depends
too.
what you're looking. It depends what you're looking for. If you've watched my videos where I show you these lots, those lots are full of Cherokees, Grand Cherokees, Compasses.
I think it's a regional thing. I think the lots up top are still full with those used cars. But down, like if you go past like New York and start getting to the southern states, they don't got crap. I mean, they have one or two of
Used
each.
or new.
Yeah. There's a shortage of both.
Wow,
So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there is, because they keep putting out. I get emails every week about, hey, if you have a used car, we'll be willing to give you $4,000 above KBB. And I'm like, $4,000? I'm like, what? Say what? And I'm like, but that's a little bit of a gimmick. What they're doing is they're taking away whatever discounts they give you and applying it to the trade. So that's a little bit of a gimmick. But they are going above your trade value in order to get your used car, because used cars are really where they make their money at. It's not so much the new cars, it's more so the used cars. They make money on the financing side with the new cars because they get the kickbacks from the financing company. But used cars are where they make their money at, because when you get it, so let's say you go get a Scat Pack. What are you going to need with a Scat Pack? You need a warranty. So they make a ton of money on the back end with those warranties for those, new used Scat Packs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I didn't know it was like that down south. I didn't know that they were having a problem. Now, what I did hear was that they were having a problem with like computer components like silicon and all that, and it was causing an issue with I heard that it was causing an issue with production of cars like Teslas and this, that, and other.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's also part of the reason why Tesla stock shares fell. That and the fact that this idiot went into Bitcoin. But my only thing was up here, you would never believe for even a second that there was a shortage in cars. You go to any of these lots, they're teeming with new, they're teeming with old.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing too. In up north, and you got to remember too, you have other options. You have the bus, you have the subway, you still have trains.
Right.
And once you get into the south, you get below that line, everything is spread out. They don't the train system here only goes about maybe 10 miles outside of the city. And Atlanta's even worse. Atlanta, I think, is 6, unless they've extended it. But when I was living in Georgia, it was only 6 miles out of Atlanta. The train went. So you still have that advantage, up north with transportation. But man, I tell you, it's scarce. I mean, you go on a lot. There's like empty spaces where cars used to sit, and some of the cars that they do have there, they're very slow to sell, because nobody wants to buy a Charger SXT or a Challenger SXT or even a GT, which would be more sensible. But everybody wants a Scat Pack. Everybody wants a wide body, and I'm just like,
Everybody's gonna cool cars. They want the
it's
cool
become
cars,
such
and
a
that's it.
yeah, it's become such a Me Too car. I go out and
Yeah, like when Big Truck talked about Tesla.
yeah, it's a Me Too car,
And,
and so
and I don't know if you were listening, Big Blacktop. What I was explaining was the reason why people are willing to buy all these stupid scat packs and shit is because they're trying to flex on everybody, especially these guys with these Accords, and they're trying to flex on all these other people who have Me Too cars. But the problem is, in doing that, they've created the Challenger and Charger has become a Me Too car.
well, not only that, they've also but see, it's not necessarily the fault of the people who buy them. I blame FCA for that because they got so used to making so much money from that old ass platform that we are driving, including myself, because I'm driving an old ass platform from 2008, 2009.
Was before
From
that
like
too.
2011. It was the second generation.
The second, yeah, that's
four-door was
correct.
from like 2011.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for
Well,
that.
yeah, but the platform is from a 90s Mercedes because it was Daimler Chrysler.
Regardless,
It's old.
it's old, and what they're doing is they got so used to making so much money that they've flooded the market and diluted their own product. They've
Yeah, but you
diluted
can't
their own product because
They
now,
really did that.
if you go and you buy a Scat Pack right now and you make the mistake of financing that, you are going to be at least 20 grand in the hole.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I'm not going to defend them. I'm just saying I think they also did that just because they was kind of suffering, and now we still gonna call them FCA because fuck Stellantis. It sounds like a erectile dysfunction pill.
Wait. What were they? What were they? They were suffering from making too much money.
No, they wasn't making as much money and shit like that from business talk or whatever. I don't know if that shit was true or not. So that's why they fucking milked the shit out of the platform. They milked the shit out of platforms, and now they're trying to go with hybridization. That's how Ford and GM was able to be quick and Dodge and shit.
I don't look down at the acquisition of FCA by Stellantis as it's everything is going to be electric. It's not going to be just a switch like that because you got to also remember they're also behind everybody else. But what I do
That's
think
what
that but what I do think they're going to do is I think they're going to find a way to do like 50-50, half e-torque and half V8, and they're gonna make it so that hey, you could still benefit from the use of an electric motor or electric parts, I should say, and still have that V8 sound. You can't go away from that V8 sound. That's their bread and butter.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what the fucking car industry is trying to say. Like stupid car journalists that don't know what they're talking about. They're trying to say like, okay, well, FCA is going to go all electric. Well, not really, even though Peugeot, because that's what they mostly are. Yes, they do got electric shit, but even their electric shit is way behind the fucking everyone else. So that's what I'm saying. They're going to team up. They're going to do some hybrid shit, with engines and volt hybrid batteries and shit. But it's not going to be all electric. But the platforming to make these vehicles, they was trying to say that FCA didn't have the money to make new platforms, which is kind of true because the platforms were, like we just talked, old. So that's what I'm saying. I think that's why they was milking the shit and still are until, I don't know, I guess until another fucking Charger and a new Durango and, wherever the fuck that comes out, because we still don't know. We still don't see them testing. So it's like we still got 3-4 years until a new one comes out.
It's gonna probably be about 3 or 4 years because here's what happened. Because I've worked in mergers and acquisitions when a company buys another company. It takes a while. It takes at least 2 years for things to kind of gel. For people to figure out who's going to be reporting to who's going to be working with who. You got to look at it as like there's different project teams within a company. So somebody's going to be working on the Charger, somebody in the Challenger, somebody else may be working on the what's the other products that they have? Somebody else will probably be working on the minivan or SUV or something else. So it's gonna take a while for them to kind of gel, and I think that's why they did this. This is why they announced it at this time because it's like, look. It doesn't make sense to pour money into anything right now. Let's take this time to get our shit together in-house and then when things start to turn around, then we'll start putting stuff out. What would be the point of putting stuff out now when people can't buy it?
Exactly.
Yep.
So it's. I think they're actually very smart, and I think they're very strategic in what they're doing right now. And
I don't disagree.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing. I don't like what they're doing to people, because what's going to end up happening is all these people buying these scat packs and these lower end trims, they're going to get hosed, because even if you're borrowing money at 0% for 84 months, I mean, they come out with a new product or a new charger, and you're still what? You have 4 or 5 years left on that loan. What I mean,
Professor, he was like, marketing is marketing, even though it's bad marketing is marketing. And I was like, that's true, but damn.
You got to remember something. With the federal government printing all this fucking money and handing out these checks and shit, you got to remember that inflation has to go somewhere. So either it's going to go into manufactured goods. If you walk into a Walmart right now, you can buy a 70-inch television for $500. So that money has to go somewhere, because otherwise people will do the right thing with it and they'll be spending it on food and shit like that. But the problem is, then you'll go into these stores and there'll be nothing on the shelves because people will buy up everything. Now, when you sucker these people into taking that money and to putting it into a fucking scat pack or something, or you sucker these people into buying some kind of, because first of all, they're going to spend that money plus their own money, right? That allows that money to kind of disappear into the depreciation of your old car. It's kind of like cash for clunkers when you really think of, because a lot of these people are trading in older cars. They're getting these new cars that they really can't afford, and they're spending their stimulus money and they're using it as a down payment. Or there's other people using that stimulus money and they're putting modifications on their car. So what's ultimately happening is they're trying to figure out as many, what's happening is the inflation is disappearing into the market because people are spending it on stuff, right? They're spending it on stuff rather than spending it on food. Now,
I wouldn't say that, because there are people out there who are hurting.
There's some people who are out there hurting, but for those people who are really hurting, $1,200 or $1,400
ain't not gonna. That ain't gonna run it.
If you get to the point where you're fucked unless you get a $1,400 check after 11 months of waiting, chances are you've either starved already, or that's.
Or you're in Tent City.
But you got to understand, that's something that the Democrats have pushed out there in order to justify raising the cost. They were talking about raising that shit to like $3,000. Do you know what would happen in this fucking market if you put out $3,000 checks? Have you any idea what that would do to this market? It's bad enough that you're putting out $1,000 checks.
It'll fuck that up. It'll fuck it.
See, it's just like I said. You know what? If I really were looking out for the people,
the only caveat I'll say to that though is that they did kind of do that for corporations.
Yeah, but the corporate. See, the thing about it is, some people just look at it as like, oh yeah, well you paid the corporations. The reason why they claim that they did that was so the corporations didn't have to lay anybody off, because
they did.
No, they laid some people off who they figured they could trim the fat, but a whole lot of other people kept their jobs and they're going back to work right now. So I know people who are business owners. Like I know a woman who owns a West Indian bakery, right? And this bitch got $700,000 in her bank account. And I know she's got $700,000 in her bank account. She didn't keep any of her workers. She laid them all off. She could have taken out a PPP loan. She didn't do none of that shit. She said, fuck y'all. And they didn't know how much money she had. I know how much money she has, but they didn't know how much money she has. When I'm looking at it, I'm like, you mean to tell me that you could have protected your workers through this COVID shit? You could have kept them working. You didn't even try. You could have taken out a little PPP loan for like $40,000 or $50,000, and you're sitting there with $700,000 in the bank, and you could have kept your workers on.
Money's the root of all evil.
Yeah, no, but you know what? If you look at it from her perspective, she doesn't know what the next 5 years is going to be like. She doesn't know, so she's trying to hold on to her cash. The reason why they tried to justify these PPP loans to these corporations, or the reason why they try to justify the corporate welfare, is because they're trying to say that they don't want these corporations to lay these people off. And granted, you could say, fuck that, you got to go into your savings. Problem is, nobody knew how long this was going to take. Like, I argue they shouldn't have been giving the airlines money. The problem is, after this is over, you'd like to be able to travel, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but airlines are too big to fail.
No, but that's not true. If airlines,
Not really.
you gotta remember, airlines were fucked before COVID because you had those Boeing planes they had to ground, and then on top of that,
Yeah, it was like 737 Max.
Yeah, they had problems already before COVID. So they said, listen, we got to keep these airlines flying because you also got to remember who's shipping your packages back and forth. It's not just boats. It's not just cars. It's planes. So
Amazon got their own planes though.
And see, you know who should have had to pay some of that? Fucking Jeff Bezos. They should have said, Amazon, hey, guess what? You're making all this fucking money. You're barely paying taxes. So guess what? Either you help pay for this, or we're going to come after you. So what did Jeff Bezos do? Jeff Bezos said, fuck that. I'm going to buy a bunch of airplanes. Jeff Bezos just basically bought an Air Force. I don't know if you heard about that. Jeff Bezos bought like a bunch of brand new planes.
Sure did.
You know, but that guy, he's got so much money.
I didn't hear about it.
Huh? Yeah, Jeff Bezos.
I didn't hear about that. That's what I said.
It's in the news. You can look it up. Jeff Bezos bought a bunch of jumbo jets to carry his Amazon shit back and forth because he figured if he can't rely on the regular airlines, he's just going to privatize that shit. He's
smart.
Because you see, like, that's what a real billionaire does. A real billionaire buys up all that shit, but the problem is it only works for him as long as Amazon's profitable. If we ever get to a point where Amazon starts losing money and there's something better out there and there's faster delivery somewhere else, Amazon might have to give all that up.
Or adapt.
Happen.
Yeah, but the thing about it is they already started doing the equivalent of that in the trucking industry. So what they did is they have, like, my neighbor across the street, he became his own operator. He used to work for a company where he was delivering, you know, he drives a truck and delivers to grocery store. He became his own operator because he was like, the money was way better being an independent operator because he can get contracts from Amazon to deliver products within the region and be home in time for dinner. So he's just taken what he's applied to the, you know, ground transportation and applied it to aviation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, listen, real businessmen they're going to make moves that work for them. They're going to do whatever works for them. And, you know, ultimately you hope that it's a good business that's going to continue to offer value to you, and you'll patronize them and you'll be happy and everything. But my thing is, it's like this shit that's going on right now. I saw the story. Now, I don't believe it'll ever happen, but they're talking about, oh, yeah, New York could go bankrupt. New York City's not going fucking bankrupt. It's not happening.
That's false.
Yeah, that's not happening. Even if they have to replace all these motherfuckers here, it's not happening. New York City doesn't go bankrupt.
That's ridiculous.
What big cities you think could go bankrupt?
Nah, it's not going to happen. They'll replace if they have to replace every last motherfucker here. It ain't going bankrupt.
No, I'm saying what cities though.
Oh, well, New York City is made of boroughs. So New York City has Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and Staten Island, and the Bronx, right? Now, what they're talking about ultimately is that they're afraid that that like people are not paying rent soon, are not paying mortgages, and this, that, and other. But in reality, most of the people that live in New York are gainfully employed in a way where they don't really have to worry about the same issues that people who live in lower value areas have to worry about. So yeah, we might have some issues, but we're not as a city, we carry New York State. We're not going bankrupt.
Really?
We're not. We carry New York State.
Oh yeah, that's where the money is. The money
All
is
power lies here.
Yeah, the money, and a lot of people don't know that. They think it's because Albany is, you know, the capital, and that's where, you know, legislature is.
Look at Albany on a map. Albany ain't got shit in Albany. There ain't nothing there except the state capital.
There's
I
some
don't
trees up there.
even know why they should have made New York City the state capital.
I agree with that.
You know, but
If
all they ain't shit in Albany.
yeah, if you've gone to Albany, there ain't shit up there except a couple of Capitol buildings.
There ain't nothing there.
Hey, wait, did you hear that AOC? She's trying to, her and de Blasio, they're trying to push for Cuomo to tax billionaires. But the way I see it as a billionaire, they'll just move out of the state.
Well, here's the thing. Just taxing billionaires, it's not as simple as just moving out of the state, because what they're basically doing is saying, whatever business you've got here, we're gonna get taxes out of it, because a lot of these people aren't paying their fair share. But here's the problem. If you have a tax code that's progressive, it's easy to hide how much money you're paying and not pay your fair share, or it's easy to skirt the taxes altogether and hide your money. And like, you could move to Puerto Rico and you can hide your money. So my thing is, unless they do a flat tax, which they'll never do because it makes it too transparent, they'll never do that shit. Unless there was a flat tax, you're never going to know how much people are paying or if they're really paying what they should be paying. But
yeah, me personally, I believe in a flat tax.
I believe in a flat tax, but they're never going to let that shit happen.
Yeah, because people make too much money with the loopholes as a tax system as it is.
Tax deductions.
Exactly. You hear about it all the time with Warren Buffett. They're like, how can Warren Buffett pay a lower tax rate than his secretary? It's because he makes his money off of capital gains. So all I'm saying is, if you do a flat tax across the board, it doesn't matter what you make. You paying whatever that percent is. Doesn't matter. If you make $1, you paying 10 cents.
Exactly.
You know, but see, that they'll never let that shit happen. And the reason why is because progressive tax allows you to overspend. Like right now, the government's spending $60,300 every single second. You can't do that shit if you want a gold standard. You can't do that shit if you want a fucking flat tax. You can't spend
over 28 trillion in debt right now.
Yeah, we're going to be at 30 trillion within probably a year.
By the end of 2022.
Yeah, by the end of 2022, we'll have passed 30 trillion. That's obvious.
Spending. We just have to keep spending because of the pandemic.
Well, here's the problem. The more you spend, the more pandemic you're going to get.
Well, actually,
How?
Actually, it's the other way around. We're not doing what we're supposed to do, and so the more we have to keep delaying people coming back to normalcy, the more money you have to spend.
Right.
Here's what's happening. So
cases are going up again.
We level off the freaking cases, the COVID cases. So what do these idiot states go and do? Hey, let's go
down to Miami
restrictions and then go and party in Miami. And I'm like, why not just ride it out so that we all can be able to travel and do things and spend money so that we can get the economies going again? But that's not what they're doing. They keep doing the same dumb shit. It's like, oh, let's go and relax our restrictions. And you got 3 or 4 variants out there that are actually even more contagious than the novel coronavirus. And even though you have the vaccinations, you can still end up having a high death rate because of these new variants and because not everybody's been vaccinated yet, because everybody wants to play politics. And I'm like, come on, man. Politics has become the priority instead of doing the right thing. So what you end up having is like what Dr. Ian Smith said, is you all you're doing is you're playing whack-a-mole. You get more cases here. People travel from one state, go to the next state, they infect another bunch, and then their cases start to rise. Because the one thing people keep forgetting is that even though you get vaccinated, that does not prevent you from not getting infected. It just prevents you from not dying. So you can still get infected.
Lessen the severity. Yeah.
Right. So you can still get infected, but and who knows if for some people, hopefully the vaccination will work for them and they don't have any preconditions or premorbidities that would cause them to die or get sicker. But it's just the problem ultimately comes down to is the United States we're just undisciplined. You go in South Korea, you go into Asian countries, they've dealt with this before. they'd have no problem wearing their masks. You can go in a damn vending machine and buy a mask. Because you know why? They all have one collective thought. We don't want to die.
Right.
Not here.
You go inside Walmart down south, they're talking about the First Amendment right and stuff. We have the right not to wear masks and stuff. We ain't never gonna do good with this.
No, you have a right not to wear a mask. The problem is you don't have a right not to walk into a business that says you need a mask to walk in. See, but these motherfuckers, and I will give them this. A lot of people do not want to have to comply, and a lot of people don't want the submission of it all. I understand that, but guess what? If you don't want to submit, you ain't coming into certain businesses, and if you do, you're going to have a problem. And a lot of these people think that if they fight, that other people are going to join in. It's like, dude, it's not going to happen. You're going to get fucked up and go to jail. That's how it's going to work.
Just like that woman from Texas.
Yeah, well, just like that new Karen who called those people bitch ass nigga. Like that. Like when I heard her say that shit, did you see she's got black kids? I was like, yo, I need to see her husband. I need to see
her kid is mixed. Her kid literally a mulatto. Her kid is mixed.
No. She had like 4 kids or 3 kids or something, and all of them. So you must know she has to have a relationship with some black guy somewhere. And if she's got that many kids, they must still be together because one of the kids is young. So my thing is, listen, lady, you're just making this harder on yourself. Just cut it out. You're just making shit harder on.
Bro, that woman remind me of like where you know. People like that remind me of like you grew up somewhere where you could be disrespectful. You did not got your ass whooped. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that shit in Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
Here's
like,
the problem: somebody says something to you, and you fucking fight them. The problem is now they can sue you.
I know that. I understand, but it's people who don't have nothing to lose. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, like people that are like, I don't have nothing to lose. I'm just
understand something. Everybody got something to lose.
I know that.
People think they ain't got nothing to lose. Everybody got something to lose.
Oh yeah, but it's just like I think you guys kind of know what I'm trying to say though. But it was just like, wow, woman, really.
Yeah, but I thought it was
Come
fun.
on.
Personally, like a lot of people acted like they all upset. But I have to say, hearing a white woman like that say "bitch ass nigga," that shit was kind of funny to me because, and then you're walking around with half black kids. That shit was funny.
But you know what's so funny about that, John, is that just goes to show how far gentrification has come.
Exactly.
When I was
you said?
Yeah, gentrification. Because if I was that in Brooklyn?
That was, I believe, in Brooklyn.
Manhattan.
It was Manhattan.
Okay, because when I remember, if you were in any of those 5 boroughs when I was coming up, when I lived, because I grew up in New York, and you said some shit like that,
you get killed.
Oh my!
Yeah, get killed instantly.
You get fucking killed
instantly.
But I also want you to notice something. She said it to some female servers, and like the thing about like a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, you're a racist," this, that, and other. Me personally, I didn't feel racism coming out of that one because we fucking Onyx had a goddamn album, bitch ass niggas, and they had a
but that's Onyx, man.
No, but here's the problem though. You got a lot of people listening to this fucking rap music and they think that they could talk like that.
Yes, that's a fucking problem, Oh my God, thank you, John.
That does not give you the authority to say that, and you do not say that if you are white.
You damn no, you can't. Even if you're a black man, you say that to another black man. That's probably a fight right there. And
still,
low key, low key, yeah.
You know what that reminded me of? Does anybody remember Die Hard with a Vengeance with Samuel L. Jackson?
Where he goes out with the sign.
When in the beginning where Jeremy Irons makes McClane go into Harlem.
Wear the sign,
Wear the sign.
But a lot of these people, but you know what Scary Blacktop is? Some people may not know what you're talking about because they might have seen the video and it might have been edited. And that's the reason why you got to get the original DVDs of the shit because I've seen the edited version of that and you have no idea what that sign says.
Yep.
You know,
I saw it.
What movie was it?
Die Hard 3. Bruce Willis, a mad bomber forces Bruce Willis to walk out with a sign that says "I hate niggas," and he forces him to go into a black neighborhood in the middle of the ghetto. And sure enough, a bunch of ghetto people they walk up some like black gangbangers.
As soon as they saw it,
they were like, "What the fuck?"
That's the first
That shit
thing you
was
say.
funny, man. That shit was funny. What the fuck?
Yeah,
And
I gotta
if, and
see
if
that.
Samuel L. Jackson didn't do what he did, they would
That dude
both
would
be.
have got, and Samuel L. Jackson knew it. They were like, yo, if these dudes kill this guy right here, we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking with what's that fucking guy's name? Oh, I can't think of his name. He used to be on the server, Mad Mr. Butterfly, something Butterfly. I can't think of that guy's name. But me and him was talking and shit. And I was just saying, like, yeah, with this rap music and shit like that, like, low key, personally, I'm not going to speak on John's family and shit like that, but me being African American, my family doesn't even like to use that word because it was just like,
I don't like to use it either.
It's
I mean,
stupid,
personally,
you know?
like you'll notice in most of my videos, I don't frivolously say that shit. Like these
No.
dudes listening to rap music, they use that shit like it's a comma or a fucking period. I don't say that shit.
Yeah.
Like
Nah.
a conjunction.
Yep.
Like if I use that word, then I must be either quoting somebody or I'm probably putting a emphasis on something. But I don't use that frivolously.
No. And like you had these dumbass little kids, because where I grew up, oh my god, these motherfucking kids act like it was like a fucking like privilege. And I'm like, well, one, you low key sound stupid. Because literally the slang talk was used more. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with slang, but their fucking speaking was like the slang talk was overcome with just regular vocabulary. But yeah, they just try to act like it was normal, and that's the one thing I can't stand about my generation is.
Let me say this. Do you know how many times I've been around young white kids or young Hispanic kids and I hear them throwing out that word as if they're...
That was where I grew up from. That's exactly expressed. Yeah.
And they're standing around talking like, and it's fucked up because I was around a white kid not long ago. Like and this motherfucker was just talking, but he didn't say it racially. And he threw that word out there, and I just turned and looked at him. I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like, because that's my reflex action.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "What?"
Because this is not my words. This is just because they're stupid, but this is their words. They're like, "Oh, we're not trying to do no harm." Okay, but it's called history and it's called syllables.
But you know the problem? Listen, the problem is this country with this First Amendment fallback position, and people are going to say, "Well, I heard him say it." And all that
I know. And
it's like, yeah, listen, you may have heard somebody else say it, but you could get your ass whipped.
Ass kicked. That's one.
Because if somebody hears you say that shit and they take it the wrong way, that's an ass whipping.
That's what I'm saying. I know. And it's like these, like I said, and the class I graduated with, they fucking hated my ass because I was like, okay, guys, you guys can keep saying it. But again, if you say it, you buy a group of people that don't fuck with it. Yeah, guess what? You got your ass whooped, and I tried to warn you, and other kids was trying to warn you. But all right,
but see, when I hear like, and you'll hear these young white looking people and Hispanic kids, and you'll hear even these fucking Arab kids saying that shit, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? But the problem is, I know that they're getting it from us saying that shit over and over in music. So the problem is, what I can't really do anything about it. You know?
No.
So you just have to lay there and take it. But they would never allow that shit to get out there in any other race or religion. They would never allow people to be walking around saying that shit.
No, and that's the one thing. The one thing that really pissed me off is one time we went to DC and went to one of the museums in I think it was the Holocaust or another museum. But surprisingly, all the security guards and shit were black. I was shit you not. The kids that was known to say that shit like it was a fucking freedom, shut their asses up because in that area was majority black
Chocolate
people.
City,
and it was so sad that I know, and hey, I like it, I like DC, but it's so sad because these kids fucking know it's wrong, but they still go ahead of it just to fit in, and I was like, I lost my fucking brain cells. I have lost my fucking brain cells.
Yup, it's true, man. It's full fucking.
And then as soon as we got on the bus going back home, they said it again. I'm like, oh my God. Wow, these kids are pathetic, man. Wow, I hate my generation, man.
Oh no, listen, generation. Let me tell you something. First of all, millennials, half of us are okay, the other half are fucked. And when it comes to
I'm technically Gen Z, which is bullshit because 2001.
You've probably heard me say it a number of times. Your entire generation is fucked.
Oh no,
Your whole generation is doomed.
I know.
You guys
I know, bro.
Well,
I know that, bro.
Part of the reason why they're doomed is because colleges became for-profit organizations. They didn't teach you any
No,
skills.
but it's even worse than that. They're not learning shit in high school or fucking middle school.
No, because the
Yeah.
education system sucks. I'll agree with you guys. You guys are right. It sucks. They need
No,
to
it
redo
sucks
the whole
because
shit.
those parents, the parents when they
Well-
borrow, drop down so much because they want their baby to have the positive experience and make them marshmallows.
Have you guys heard how many scandals are breaking out with colleges? The kids can't even get into to traditional schools the traditional way. That parents have to pay for them to get in.
Well, yeah, like that scandal that happened with those celebrities. I know, but I'm saying more in the way of, because I got told by someone, I can't remember what he fucking did, but it was in the education department, and he was like, bro, the fucking state governments tell the public schools what to do and what to teach them. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, the school can't do anything about it. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, they set the general curriculum, and then the schools, then the
job.
cities have to abide by that. But again, it's just gotten so bad. See, what happened is, and I saw this when I was in high school. I saw where it was going, and I knew this was going to happen. The problem is that they saw that all these kids were failing tests and were dropping out, and they became test oriented. Oh, you got to pass this test and that test and this test and that test, and not really focusing on the basic fundamentals.
Because
Reading
it fucks with money.
comprehension, critical thinking, all those things that you need to survive in the real world. And so they started focusing on, well, we got to give them 8 million tests and they have to pass it. And if they pass it, then we've done our job.
Yeah,
Because
so
they
sad,
want
man.
to quantify the results so that they can justify them getting their money and making sure that money is getting, flowing through the system for all those programs.
Yep.
And that's what it always comes down to, the money. Follow the money. Think about it. If those kids aren't passing those exams, all those extra programs that those teachers have to stay back and they get extra money for, to make up their bonuses and salary, they don't get that. Those programs go away.
So get Social Butterfly just a quick shout out. Hey man, but keep going.
Yeah. That was just my point. It's the whole education system has become a for-profit system, from grade school all the way through colleges.
Yep. So it's just sad, man. It's just sad. And the one thing I also said is my generation, which is stupid, is I don't know if it was just the specific group of kids I grew up with in the area I was living in, but these motherfucking kids do not give a shit about history on whatever fucking topic it is. And history is doomed to repeat itself. And I know that a lot of shit is going to happen in my generation just because of these idiots. That's one thing. I don't know if you guys haven't noticed that, like with your nieces or like,
The reason why I say that, the reason why you probably are experiencing that is because the Gen X parents, or maybe us, the older millennials, are having kids and want our kids to have such a beautiful time, a beautiful life without any pressures. So they don't ever feel the reality of being punched in the face, failing school. Because right now you can't even fail a kid without the act of Congress.
No.
No bullshit. Like my wife's a teacher and I listen to this shit all day. It's like herding cats.
Yeah.
Literally herding cats. And at the end of the year, or when grades come out, the mom comes up like, oh, well, he's having such a hard time adapting to this. And
because they got to get that. Yeah, they got to get that outcome. They got to get that result. It's about a result. It's not about, is the kid learning anything? I mean, when I was growing up and you failed a class, man, that shit was heartbreaking. That shit was fucking heartbreaking,
I failed a
bro.
class in college and that shit hurt. Oh boy.
That shit was heartbreaking. Now it's like, oh, we'll pass you.
What happened is the parent would make a bitch to the guidance counselor or the principal. They would direct it to the teachers, like, well, can you give him a packet to make him pass? And they're halfway completed. And then the teacher might fail him, but the guidance counselor or the principal might undo that to let him through. Because the parent bitched.
Yeah.
No summer school, no nothing.
Yeah, and then you know what? Part of the reason for that too is because now you also have to deal with overcrowding. I mean, when I heard that they were having classrooms and bathrooms. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Man, who the fuck had classrooms and bathrooms?
Bro, you didn't hear that? Even
No.
when that was in New York, the overcrowding got so bad in some districts. They had classes in of course, I'm sure they had to remove the urinals, but
Oh no. See, here's the thing: if they take the urinals out and if they remove the signs that it's a bathroom, then technically it's a classroom.
Oh my god, bro!
It got that bad, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's that bad, bro.
And I'm just like,
I still hate my generation, man. Nah, man. And like I said, I always get kids my age that'd be like, because remind you, I'm 20. I always get kids that I mess with, and they'd be like, they either say some dumb shit like, oh, you don't deserve to be Generation Z, or like, oh, you should be like with the millennials. Fuck it, I'm fine. I mean, everything is not great and previous generation, but fuck it, I'll take it. I don't care. Like, call me an old head, call me whatever, but you know what? I'm pretty proud of it. Just like how John said with like phones and shit, like how kids when they grew up, they got everything handed to them. No, I had to work for my shit, bro. I had to work every day. I'm not going to say just because of like how I grew up and shit, but that's true what John said.
Yeah, well, first of all, a cell phone is not a gift that you should be giving a kid. And the reason why is because this thing has a recurring cost on it. And it's like, that's something that you should have a job and you should be managing that bill yourself. But once parents started buying kids cell phones, it was all over. Because not only are you not teaching them the value of $1, but on top of that, now you're setting them up so that the first person who bullies them, they can go kill themselves, or you're setting them up so the first pedophile that's trying to hunt them down, they could go hang out with them or whatever, and they go on this Instagram shit and everything. But my thing is, as soon as parents start buying their kids cell phones, that shit was all over.
Well, not necessarily cell phones, but smartphones. Because I know
tablets, fucking laptops, it's all the same shit.
I had professors who would give their kids cell phones, and they said, and the kids would be begging them for these smartphones. And I remember my professor saying, "Hell no, you got to get a flip phone, and that's just for emergencies."
Yep.
No, that's all you need is a little flip phone with the numbers that you can't text, and that's just for emergencies.
That's how I grew up. My first little flip phone. This was back in 2014. I was 13 and I went to middle school. My mom was like, "Just use that just in case." But like, I haven't got my first phone until my first job.
I didn't really have my first phone until long after I started working. That shit was like a Motorola StarTAC in like fucking 2000 or 2001 or something like that.
Dude, I had my first cell phone in '96. I was working. And
I had prepaid. I had to prepay cards and shit.
Yep. I had to prepay for the minutes. It was with AT&T, and it was like shit. I think you only had back then. They only gave you like 30. Like 60 free minutes a month, some shit like that. Yeah, after 9 p.m. it was free. So I had that, man, and that shit was great. But I had to work for it. It wasn't free.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom was like, "Yo, the only person who needs a cell phone right now," and that was back then. They're like, the only people who need a cell phone is a doctor or a drug dealer.
Yeah. Other than that, I had a beeper.
Oh, and that's what it was. Before cell phones were the beepers. See, the beepers weren't really as bad, but the problem is everybody was trying to flex, and they let that shit beep as loud as fucking possible to show everybody that, because they couldn't just turn this shit on vibrator. These motherfuckers are trying to flex on everybody, showing off the fact that they had a beeper and you didn't. Then when cell phones came out, they're trying to flex that shit too. And they're like, "Oh yeah, well I got ringtones and shit, or I got a Nextel phone, or I got a Sidekick." And back then you had to have two phones because no one phone did everything because you couldn't afford that. So the Sidekick didn't play music, so you needed a Nextel i870, or you had to have a Nextel, so you walking around like you're a fucking firefighter. Beat it! Oh yeah, hey, where you at? Where you? And I'm listening to, like, today. I was online at the bank, and this chick had a fucking a whole conversation on her AirPods, and I was like, "These people realize that we're listening to every fucking thing they say."
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, well I got to go to Daddy's house for the before. Oh, it's gonna cost this much and that. I'm like, excuse me, if I was like a murderer or a rapist, like I'd be listening to everything you say and I'd be setting you
Well,
up.
that's always been the case too. Even with cell phones, in the early days of cell phones, people would have. You always going to get those people who are obnoxious and loud. Like I'll never forget when I had my first job. I was working in Manhattan, my first job out of college, and I was on the train one day, and you had this one chick. She was on the phone talking all loud and proud of herself because apparently she worked at with the tennis association, and she was like, "Oh yeah, and we have to go make sure that we get Andre Agassi's rackets ready for his next match." And I'm like, "Okay." So you showing off that because you work for the tennis association and you're at the U.S. Open because you want to make yourself sound hoity-toity, and I'm just like, I kind of giggled. I turned away and just started giggling because it was just like, if you have to do that to get attention, and I can see why she had to, because if you looked at her, she was like, keep it. You just probably just keep it moving. But it just the insecurity, and a lot of that is insecurity. They got to make themselves feel important, and that's what happened with the cell phone. Is like this: you have a cell phone, and if you have the latest and greatest, it makes you feel like you're on top of the food chain because you have that, or because you have some AirPods, and it's like.
Now, it's so stupid too. Between like how I was growing up, and I know we all talked about this before, but even in my school, it was so stupid that kids with the Apple, again, we're too fucking young, but the kids that have phones, specifically Apple kids, they will always try and make us like Android kids feel like shit. And it's like, you got a camera, we got a camera, like, we can just do the same shit. It's just branding, right? But they will always try and make us feel like peasants. And it's like, no, I'm pretty proud of my Android. I'm fine. Like,
well,
okay.
Apple became a style. Apple became
No, but you know what?
Yeah.
Here's the problem, and that's the thing. Apple is a style. When you buy into Apple, that's like buying a Gucci bag, basically. But the issue ultimately is Android was always basically, it was like buy one, get one free, or buy one, get two free. So Android was always basically for kids, and the kids knew it. And they were like, yo, fuck that. If I'm getting a phone, I want an Apple and you gonna pay for it. And they tell their parents up front, yeah,
which is stupid.
And you're paying for it. And the parents were stupid enough, and they go to fucking T-Mobile, and T-Mobile, oh, well, you can get a family plan. But half of these dumbass parents are walking around paying like $300 and $400 a month for fucking cell phone bill, and they don't get it because they just want to keep their kids shut up.
But no, but here's the thing, John, and I think you can say this too. It's not all the kids because the parents are in it with the shit too. Because I seen like parents that like help that. Like they were like, oh yeah, let me get my kids. You know what I mean? And it's like, wow, you guys
show off.
Have you listened to some of their fucking excuses? Like you'd be like, oh well, listen. First of all, you're in school. You don't need to be wearing fucking Jordans and all that bullshit. No. Oh, well, we're just buying it so he doesn't get bullied. I'm like, how about you do your fucking job? How about you do your fucking job and go up there and make it so he don't get bullied? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
that's in some karate classes or something.
Yeah, no,
like come on, man.
Class shit.
But here's the problem too: schools, because that was the one thing too. That's what my mom did with us. Because I'm not literally trying to flex, but me and my two other brothers did martial arts for 7 years. Because kids will always try and fuck with us because I'm like a tall, slim body dude. So they always be like, oh, okay, let's fuck with them. Here's the thing with the school talk earlier, fights. I understand, yes, he has school shootings and shit. But when, like, they technically, schools nowadays just let bullies be bullies. They don't really do shit because they just let the bullies
No.
do
The problem is the schools can't, they have, first of all, the problem with bullying's always existed since, like, the dawn of, like, fucking Cain bullied Abel and then killed him because, you know the story of Cain and Abel? You know how Cain and Abel were the children of fucking Adam and what was the other one? Adam and Eve, and Cain didn't like the fact that Abel was a goody two shoes, and he was given the right amount of sacrifice to God, and Cain was like, "Fuck that, I ain't giving him nothing," and Abel was the goody two shoes, so Cain said, "You know what? Fuck that, I'm gonna kill you off," and he killed him. So no, bullying has existed since the dawn of fucking man.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying how they're handling it. How they're handling it.
Can't handle it because the thing about it is bullying is so subtle. It's not about physically fighting somebody. I can bully you by going on Instagram or some shit and say, "Yeah, that bitch's hair is fake" or something like that. I can say the right combination of shit to make you kill yourself. And if I keep it up and keep it up and keep it up, and you have no idea how to deal with it properly because your parenting sucks, that I can say the right combination to make you throw yourself out a window. Just like that one Tyler Clemente. Tyler, they started this anti-bullying shit because there was this kid was like a piano star, but he was gay, and some of his roommates caught him on videotape having sex, and then they spread that shit on the internet, and he killed himself. My thing is, listen, why bother killing yourself? First of all, nobody's going to remember it a year from now, number one. And if you gay, then be proud of it.
Yeah, that is true. I do agree.
But they're not teaching coping skills at all.
If somebody tried right now to what is it called, blackmail me, and they had a videotape of me and some chick fucking, I'd be like, go right on ahead and release it. You're gonna make me into a star. Go ahead, and I wouldn't pay him shit because I'm proud of it. If you're proud of it, just let him do it.
Yeah, but that's easier said than done. We're adults. We're adults saying that, but when you're a kid and you're impressionable,
man, let me tell you something. If I was a kid and you caught me with Becky or something having sex in the staircase or some shit, and they're like, "Oh yeah, if you don't give me money, I'll be like, go ahead and release it. You're gonna make me into a porn star."
But that's you. But that's you. You got to understand too that these are kids. They don't know how to defend. They don't know how to mentally play that that game of chess.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
And so they're still learning how to develop coping skills at that age.
Yeah, that's true. But guess what? They ain't supposed to be doing certain shit at that age. See, this is the problem. You fuck yourself by doing the wrong shit, and now you got caught. So once you got caught, now you won't have a fallback position.
Now, the one thing I will say, the biggest thing the biggest difference or the biggest game changer that since in the last 20 to 25 years has been the camera, the video camera. And I always told people, because I learned this even before I graduated, because that's when I started, working in IT. And I was just like, and I tell people still today, don't record yourself doing shit.
Yep.
Don't do it, because once you put it out there, it can't come back. And people still do the same dumb shit and then get mad when it gets circulated around. I'm like these dumbass celebrities who keep saying, "Well, it was in the cloud," and they get they get hacked, and all their naked pictures and they want people to feel sorry for them.
They were beautiful, by the way. They were very beautiful.
Who?
I said those photos. They were out there. They were very beautiful. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I looked at Jill Scott's photos.
My God,
I mean, but the thing is, you can't get mad at people. When they can see your ass and your titties and all that stuff because you put it out there and you put it on the cloud.
Right.
I mean, come on, man. Really? The cloud?
Yeah, and it's like you want to tell these girls, excuse me, you didn't think this Instagram shit was going to come back to bite you?
OnlyFans?
You didn't think getting on OnlyFans, you thought you just making some money. You didn't think any of that shit was going to come back to haunt you?
I just want to add, just seeing some of the OnlyFans pictures that have been leaked already, it's not worth paying those girls.
It's not.
It is not, man. I would be crying for a refund and chargeback.
Understand the reason why OnlyFans is able to make the money it makes, because a lot of people would say, "Why the fuck would I pay for porn when there's so much porn free?" The problem is what they're doing is they're giving you a personal relationship. Now, I don't pay into any of that shit at all. But what you have to understand is there's a personal relationship with being able to speak to these women and some part of the male brain thinking that they have a chance with her. Some part of well, if I send her a bigger tip, maybe she'll like me or some stupid shit.
I don't get it though, because I remember when the whole webcam thing became popular in the 90s. And what ended up happening is the people who were paying for these webcams, they would record it and then distribute it, and then the next thing you know, the people who were relying on that money, for watching, for being voyeurs, they would end up they would lose the money. People wouldn't come back because the video was recorded and circulated around the internet. And I'm like, it's gonna be the same thing with OnlyFans too. You just have to wait. They will record it, and next thing you know, your favorite Insta hoe will be everywhere on the internet the same way.
Well, you know, a lot of that happened because of competing companies. That's something that Brazzers did to the porn industry. They got a hold of a lot of the competing porn companies' videos and put it on to like the YouPorns, the other companies, so that or even put it on their website too. So you come check out their stuff for free, check out that stuff for free, and then you pay for the subscription to to their content. So yeah, it's going to be a rotating circle with that.
Yeah, but that's just crazy. You paying $4.99 to see, a chick just walking in underwear. I'm just like
no, and this was targeted to like weird like women or men, like like not stereotypical, but like men that can't get chicks and shit, like I mean, just desperate. They're like, well, let's go after them.
Let me just say this. This is what I don't understand. First of all, if you're a man, chances are you do a job or you're gonna get a career eventually where you're gonna make more than the women. See, the problem is what, and I guess maybe it's happening right now with MGTOW and Red Pill and shit. What men need to understand is all you need to do is focus on making yourself the best man you can be. And the women will fucking line up later on. Younger women, not the ones your age. You could be 40 years old and there's 25-year-old women trying to throw it at you because you're secure and the guys their age aren't. See, the problem is everybody wants what they want right now. And in most cases, you ain't getting exactly what you want right now. But if you're willing to put the time and the effort in, it's like you could make yourself a master of the universe. You have women throwing themselves at you because you got to always remember, there's more women than there are men. So then that means that usually men, they're going to outnumber the number of married women. The number of married men will always typically outnumber the number of married women. Because of the fact that there's more women than there are men. So the simple fact is, all you got to do is be the best man you can be, and eventually the women will be throwing themselves at you. You know?
And you know what?
Chase the money, the women will come.
After watching Kevin Samuels, I don't know if you'd want them throwing themselves at you. I'm like,
you don't want the older ones throwing themselves at you because
that's what happened, bro. I'm not even playing. Vice versa. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. I'm literally not. And thank God this shit doesn't happen to me no more. But when I was younger, 3 years ago, because it happened from like summer of 2017 to summer of 2019.
You got a cougar, didn't you?
Yes. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God.
I had a cougar.
Three different women. I'm like, I'm not ready for this. Let me live.
Nah, man, get your student loans paid off.
No. See, here's the thing: the cougars are that's like the older women who are post-wall can't have children no more, and they're looking for a young fling. That's like a practice chick, because you think about it is you have no longevity with her at all. You can't have your children. So basically, like I'm not gonna say the vulgar word, but basically she's practice ussy p. I ain't gonna. Say, but
no, that's what my college dorms. They was like, yo, because now I've been in this.
She knows. An older woman knows there's nothing that she can offer you but sex. She knows.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
There's no way to have longevity with her.
I know, and that's the thing too. That's the thing too. Like my dorm mates, they was like, when they heard it, they was like, "Yo, you stupid! Why you didn't go for it?" Again, I wasn't mentally, and two, they got on me because now I'm like in a like pretty long relationship, and they was just like, "Man, you should have." And I'm like, "No, I'm fine."
You just lost your name. You could have had
a PlayStation 5.
Oh man, I'm damn, bro.
Yeah,
I had a 32-year-old woman. And then the other one was like 37, 38 or some shit.
Man, you can perfect your stroke and everything.
How old are you?
I'm back at that time. I was 16, 17, but now I'm 20.
Chicks.
No, well, when I was a problem because this current culture is destroying women and they don't seem to understand that until it's too late. Physically fit at all, even if you're not physically fit. When I was 17, I had a 25-year-old though. No, this whole thing about cougars, man, that's like the norm now. And the sad thing is, you get into the illegal situations where you got these 30-year-old teachers and these 35-year-old women throwing themselves at these young guys.
Volunteers, and he's, what's the fucking issue? I don't see no issue.
The problem is it's illegal.
It's not a gender thing. It's not a gender thing.
Even if he's over age,
that's statutory. It's because it doesn't matter. Legal. It doesn't even matter.
If he's over the age.
No. If you're 18, it's fine.
Oh, I've seen cases where a guy was 18 and they still charged the fucking teacher.
No, but the problem is, how long was it happening? So the thing about it is,
it was after when he was after, because I guess he as soon as he graduated, that's when the fucking teacher got
no. But see, that's a different situation. If you're a teacher, you can't date students simply because there's a conflict of interest. So pretty much any what is it called? Any school is going to have things where they say, listen, you cannot have relationships with the students at all because it's conflict of interest. Now, if she met him and he was in a class and this, that, and other, and he graduated from the school and he turns 18, then they can't say shit about it once he's not under her.
A student. Yeah.
The same thing applies to people in jail inmates and correctional officers.
Because if you were one of these if you were in a woman's prison and you were a male warden or you're a male corrections officer, the problem is even if you didn't try to do a power trip and try to force them to give you sex for money or something, the problem is just you being a man there and there's no men there, they're gonna try to throw it at you just because you're there. So the problem is it's illegal for you to mess with any of them while they're in the prison. Now, once they get out of prison, you can talk to them then. But if they in prison, you can't be doing that. Otherwise, do you know how many pregnancies that in prisons? These women get banged up left and right, and they're doing it on purpose because here you are. Now think about it. You a 20-year-old woman or something, and you did something that landed you in prison for 10 years or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. By the time you in there, your hormones are going insane because they're like, wait a minute, I need to get pregnant because otherwise my eggs are gonna fucking go bad. So the thing about it is they will throw it at the warden, they throw it at the CEO.
Taunton MC, look at this chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He was like, I was texting my teacher. Yeah.
What WMI? Yeah, well, no, but here's the problem. See, in the old days, those teacher-student relationships and those relationships went under the water because the problem was there was no record of them. But once you got cell phones and text messages and shit, because it's like this, because everything's sensationalized, if your parents caught you screwing a teacher, they're probably going to try to brush it under the rug because they don't want the embarrassment. They don't want the sensationalism. They don't want to embarrass you, this, that, and other. They don't want to make her lose her job, blah, blah, blah. But now it's out of their hands because once they get them text records, it's like she's done because the fucking so that's the thing. But now if you're talking about, okay, you're 18, 19, 20, whatever, and she's 40 something, most 20-year-old guys, they're not gonna fall for the trap, but if they do, it can only go but so far. They're not marrying her. Yeah. They're not gonna, because they're gonna be like, wait a minute. It's like the only thing I can do with her is have sex. It's like she can't have children for me. She could buy me a PlayStation or some shit. But
that's what my friend said. He was like, "Yo, why you didn't got?" Because I'm an Xbox guy, but he was like, "Yo, why you didn't?" And I'm like, "Well, no."
But see, it's exactly the opposite with a younger woman and an older man. It's exactly the opposite. Not only can she get everything she wants out of this dude, but she can even get married because chances are the guys her age aren't going to give her marriage.
Mm-hmm. All you gotta do is go back and look at Google Anna Nicole Smith.
Right.
Oh no, I know. Yeah.
I mean, that one. I mean, she's like, "Oh, I'm in love." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Just stop. just stop. It's just and look at what happened with Larry King, man. Look at
oh no, man.
And I'm like, I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on here.
But yeah, I wasn't about that life. I was like, I'm just trying to live. But this took place. The two of the women took place at work, and see, that's like that's like the most thing. Like if it was outside of work, okay, I can't, but they made it way too obvious, and Yeah, man, it was nuts. So it was a fascinating time, but yeah, nah, not at all. So
Well, the thing about it too, depending on the school district too, you know, some of these school districts will try to put shit on your record.
what do you mean?
And I mean, if you got caught legally, they could try to put it on your record.
Well, actually, so this is fucking funny. So actually, when that did happen, I never reported it because I just found it funny. I was just like, okay, like cool. But my manager is like the one chick. She made it mad obvious. So I came to work one day and had to basically meet up with the higher up. So I had to go to this random ass room with like 5, 6 people in fucking suits, and they asked me all the questions like what she said and shit. And so I guess they contacted my fucking school, and my school put it on my history. I wish I can still dig it
See
up.
what I mean?
No, listen.
It was like, but wait, it wasn't even my fault because I was just like, I didn't volunteer. Like, you know, I just don't. It wasn't a problem. I mean, I know it is to you guys, but like, I didn't felt weird or whatever. So they put in my history. They put in my history. What did
what they put on your permanent record? They say, yeah, students banging up the teachers.
No, they didn't do that. They said co-worker was trying to do this, but the student didn't do it. So I was like, okay, but why you have to put it on there? But all right.
Yeah, because my thing is that's like a badge of honor.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fucking weak.
You're like, yeah, could you imagine going in the principal's office and the principal, because they can't throw you out of the school?
Well, I think it was my school because this Dumbo, she was a stalker. I'm not playing. I didn't give her none of my phone numbers, none of my social.
Wow, that's just stupid.
Yeah, but she didn't. I think she just got not like a school email, but she did. I barely checked my school email, and I guess my school, it was a shit workplace. I worked there, and I found out because, and like I said, like someone said earlier, they was like,
it's the problem. There's no longevity for these younger men because they know that there's no longevity, and all they're doing is get what they need. Mike, how you doing? That socialism is great and everything.
Oh, really?
But that motherfucker, he was like, yeah, I'm not coming in there because I already know what'll happen.
It didn't happen? Why, man? I wanted to see that happen. Oh, you should get that Trump lady that you did on Discord, man. Remember? The lady from Alabama.
No, she's done. She already, like, there ain't nothing. That poor, she basically, once Trump lost, she was like,
between the legs and damn, bro.
Yeah, there's nowhere for that to go. Like, certain people, they know when an argument is lost. Certain people. Some people will try to force a bad position.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So what you been covering up, John? I missed a shit ton of coverage.
Wait, what'd you say?
I missed a shit ton of coverage.
Originally we were talking about the logic of buying a house instead of renting, and then I moved on, and basically it was anything.
There you go. Ownership is better than renting a house.
No, ownership is absolutely better, but the problem is you got to start from somewhere. See, some people have it good where their parents leave them a property, this way they're not starting from zero. But a lot of people don't have it like that. But the question is, when do you start having it like that? So if you buy, if you take out a mortgage, you buy a house, and then you pay it off while living there, eventually you get to a point where you ain't got to pay rent no more. And if you leave it to your kids won't have to pay rent either. So you'll be passing the football to them further downfield. You know.
There you go. Yeah, that's me, man. I'm lucky.
Yeah, that's what. See, and I have parents, and when they go, I'm gonna get their properties too, and I'm not gonna squander that shit. I'm going to make the best of it. I'm gonna, and basically, I'll be rich because like here you have like 5 or 6 houses or something. It's like I'm not gonna squander that.
You'll be big money, John.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of, like, the woman who sold me one of my houses. Her parents had like 5 or 6 properties.
Damn.
And when her parents died, all of that shit. No, she was this old. Thick, no. She looked terrible, and she worked in corrections, so you could already tell it's like she was butch. But it's like, the thing about it is when it came time that she had to sell, she had no choice but to sell, and she even sold at a loss. So the thing about it is, if you do that for your kids will basically be rich, especially if they have a job and they learn how to manage money. Man, those kids will be rich till they die. And then their kids will be rich till they die.
Generational wealth.
But see, that's the problem. What we're about to lose is generational wealth. This whole thing about, like, even with these Democrats talking about they're basically trying to kill home ownership. And my thing is, this is the exact time you need to be talking about ownership. You don't want to rent shit. You don't want to share shit. You don't want to borrow shit. You should be talking about ownership.
So, John, let me ask though, with the push of with the situation with COVID, do you think with all the remote work will push people into more affordable areas since they're not required to be in the headquarters state?
No, remote work will cost you your job. If you can do your job remotely and you don't have to actually go anywhere to do it, there's a lot of people who are like, well, wait a minute, I can just outsource your job and I can find
IT admins can do
Yeah,
it.
so that's the problem. Any job that you get, you want to make it so that nobody can do it but you. And now, granted, most jobs somebody else can do it, but even a plumber is such high demand because there's not enough plumbers. An electrician is in high demand because there's not many electricians.
But you know something, John?
Yeah.
I know, I know the IT admin at my like former high school, and so like he's been working there for like 15, 20 something years, and they're keeping him there, and he can work from home or whatever because they count on him. You know, they trust him. You know, it's easy to hire someone, but to keep them on the roster is something else.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is you want to make yourself irreplaceable. Whether it's IT, somebody a little while ago said they want to do IT. I'm like, yo, listen, that's a great job, but you also got to remember you got to make yourself profitable and marketable in that shit because they can ship over as many Indians and Chinese people as they want, and that all that does is it reduces the demand for you.
Then I'll go to a European country and work there, and practice my career there.
Hey, you could do that too. But you know what? A lot of these countries, they already got those people because Europe is closer to China than America is. Europe is closer to India than America is. They already got those people.
Oh, I'm talking about European countries that are barely. I'm talking about Czech Republic, maybe Spain. Over there in Spain, they're getting a lot of people from Latin America.
Well, listen, whatever it is, you just have to be. You have
Good
to
at it.
be good at it, and you have to be damn near irreplaceable.
Proficiency and indispensable.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. You have to be in demand. That's all.
And always look at the trends.
Always watch the trends.
Where's the industry going?
So you know that they're going towards robotics. You know that they're going towards artificial intelligence and machines that allow you to do shit themselves. So you need to be the person who knows how to repair that shit.
Or better yet, if I'm going into when did I started in IT in '97? If you're going to go into IT, you probably want to do cybersecurity because that's going to be the biggest issue with AI or with anything. Is going to be cybersecurity.
That's why I actually because right now I'm getting my CIS, Computer Information Systems degree, and I'm thinking about getting a cybersecurity degree.
Yeah, no, continue. Just keep doing it. Keep doing it because I can tell you they don't. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the. Somebody put up an article about the municipalities and the states that have been hacked within the last couple of years. Right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, Mecklenburg County got ransomware. They got ransomed for Bitcoin. They shut them out of their systems, and they said if you want to access your systems, you got to give us some Bitcoin.
Now I think
here we go with Bitcoin.
Yeah. So cybersecurity is going to be the biggest threat, and it's an easier threat than even invading a country because you can shut a whole country down with a cybersecurity threat.
You could shut the servers down. You couldn't actually manipulate them. You know.
Oh, I mean, could you imagine what would happen if somebody accessed the aviation or the TSA?
It'd be scary.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, these hackers don't have nothing else to do because they're passionate about doing this shit. So they have all the fucking time in the world, and that's like time is like low key an enemy.
You don't have to deploy a single army to bring a country to its knees. All you got to do is look at what happened with this pandemic. I mean, think about that. Think if they got into the Fed or one of these major systems.
Well, look at Christine Fang Fang. She didn't have to hack shit. All she had to do was sleep with one of the Bay Area politicians, and she got into get secrets.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. And the thing is, no matter how much, that's why people say, "Oh, but Bitcoin it's encrypted." I'm like, look, I've been doing this for a long time. I don't care how encrypted your system is. There's always one weakness, and that point of weakness is, you know what that weakness is?
People.
It's called human beings. They can always be compromised.
Because most of these exploits coming through email, and boom, now you have a Trojan horse coming in, and people are just now you're getting.
Or somebody could have their access to a system would be accessing, because sometimes systems are connected to other systems.
Correct.
Right. So if somebody leaves their phone open, or they forget to take their phone off Wi-Fi,
Call it OPSEC.
And you know what? You raise a big point, because it's just like those Indian scammers who kept calling you trying to get you to go and buy a fucking gift card in order to send them money because the money was untraceable. Well, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, I can already foresee eventually the government is seriously going to crack down on those things. And I don't want my money in that shit when they do. And ultimately, the mere fact that you can do money laundering and tax evasion with it already tells me that sooner or later, because as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to call it conspiracy, but a lot of the inflation that they're hiding, they're allowing people to pour money into these things, because when you put money into the market, that money can dry up, disappear, whatever, but it hides the inflation that would normally be created by the government pumping money out there in the form of checks, right? Eventually, they're going to turn their eye towards that shit, and it's going to be bad news for whoever's in it. Because if people really, really think that they're going to stop the centralized banks, they're out of their fucking minds. And just like that example Blacktop brought up, where they're blackmailing you and saying, "Listen, if you don't give us this money in cryptocurrency, we're not going to let you have your system back." This is just the beginning,
Oh, I'm kind of hope they do that, because that'll be the beginning of the end of it.
That'll be the beginning. Exactly. That'll be the beginning of the end of cryptocurrency.
When you start holding governments up and start doing like illegal activity, man, they don't play, because there's a lot of people who have money invested in institutional investors, people that invest their money in the market to make the market go. And when you start threatening that, nah, you're done.
They're not playing that shit. But see, all of these people are trying to get you to put your money in crypto. I don't trust that shit right now. I just don't trust it.
Well, you see what they did with the guy from Silk Road. They gave him 2 life sentences.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with that shit, man.
And he wasn't selling drugs or anything like that. It's just he created the platform, and boom, 2 life sentences. An example.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
They gave you the time that they would give a murderer. That's fucked up, like a double murder, like double murder, double rape. You're getting that kind of time. That's insane.
Yeah, that is. I didn't know that. You got 2 life sentences.
Haven't seen that in man history.
Like, how the fuck do you do 2 life sentences? That's crazy.
That's some crazy shit right there.
But my thing is, don't get fooled by the banana in the tailpipe. The best investment you can make is buying a house
and investing in dividend stocks.
Oh, like any land or whatever, like just land.
No, not land. I won't say land, because the problem is land that has nothing on it doesn't make money. You know what? When you buy a house, if you want to let somebody put a trailer on your land when you buy a house, that's one thing. But if you're just buying land and you don't have anybody who you can absolutely rent to put a trailer or something on that land, that's not a good idea. Okay. It's like land is cool, but it's not a great idea unless you have a plan for that land.
Okay.
Right, because you can't get any residual money from it monthly if it's just land.
Right.
Whereas a property could.
And all of the good land has already been bought.
Yeah.
Like when you're talking about farms and shit, it's like all the good land's already been bought. Now, if you're talking about buying up land so that you could put trailer parks on it or something, that's one thing. But the problem is now you have to be sure people actually want to live there. It's
There's
easier to
plentiful
buy
land.
property. It's easier to buy a house.
You could go to Bismarck, North Dakota.
Yeah, well, who the fuck wants to live in North Dakota? If I could move to North Dakota, if I want to retire, if I wanted to move to North Dakota and retire, I could probably live like a king there on $1,000 a month. But who the fuck wants to live there?
This is why I don't want to go to North Dakota. Hear me out. Here's the biggest reason is set up. Here's what I plan to do. I would want to set up an IT company, provide services to rural areas, and I'll get paid for it because later on.
Well, that's a good idea. That's a good plan. That's a good idea.
How much do you plan on making from that? Because a lot of these rural places may not have the money to pay you the income you like.
That too. And also, let me tell you this. I think you're aware of Elon Musk's thing that they got the Starlink or some shit. They're trying to set up motherfucking satellites so that you ain't got to have what is it called? They're trying to set up satellites so that you don't even have to have.
Here's what I'm trying to do.
I made my order. It's coming in a few weeks.
Here's what I do. Okay, so you know
Because the thing is that what they've sold people a lot of bill of goods. That's why Elon Musk is doing what he's doing. Because what they told you is like, oh yeah, we're laying down some fiber optics. Well, not exactly. What they're actually doing is they're taking the fiber optic cable and they're plugging it into a coaxial and selling it to you like you got full fiber optic. No, you don't. It's half. It's 50%, fiber optics and 50% coaxial, especially in the older neighborhoods. The newer neighborhoods, they could do that.
But at short distances, wouldn't you be able to get the theoretical speeds from fiber optics on coax?
No, you wouldn't.
Why not?
You can't.
See, the problem is it's just like Fios versus cable up here, right? The lines that are in the street are fiber optic. And once they get to like a distribution box, then they split that shit up for these cable companies. And the cable companies, you're sharing the bandwidth. The difference that I have with Fios is that when that cable comes to my house, it's a fiber line that comes to my house. And at my house, they split that into smaller coax cables. So in my house, I share my bandwidth with no one.
But that's why they have different types of networks, like local area network.
Let me tell you, you know who's been fucked over this pandemic? All the people who were in buildings and everybody's in the building at the same time using the internet and they're sharing their bandwidth. Their speeds ain't shit.
Look at this shit. This is my little cabin in my damn house. Look at this. So I have my little shed right here. Right.
What's in it?
So, it's like a game room I have there. So.
Game room? Show it to us.
Well, I have it locked right now. So
you don't have any women chained to any radiators or anything, right?
Oh my god!
No.
You don't.
Not yet.
You don't have the GIMP in there, do you?
The GIMP.
Jesus.
God, that's one scene you just can never get out of your head for the rest of your life.
Wait, what happened to y'all? Y'all disappeared like Casper?
Yeah.
I just see myself in here.
Yeah, because I was waiting for you to show me your shed.
Oh.
Show you my shed? Why?
Yeah, we want to see who's in there.
I have it locked, bro. I'm not gonna open my shed right now.
Wait, hold on. You lock your shed. You lock your shed.
Yes, I lock my shed because I don't want people getting inside. Because here you have access to my backyard. So over there, some bastard could come in here.
That looks like a Call. Looks like a Call of Duty map. I'm not saying it looks bad. I'm just saying it reminds me of a map in Call of Duty. I'm trying to remember. It's like I think it was it wasn't Ghost. It was Black Ops.
Look at that shit.
It looks like a. Oh shit. Oh man.
No Twilight Zone in this bitch.
Yeah. Yo, Big Truck, do you still like that? I don't know. I think it was me, Mike, and someone else. We had a talk way back saying like if
shut up.
I don't know.
Goddamn stupid dogs.
Like kind of like how Grand Tour Top Gear, like we just all meet and like, you know what I mean, like just travel like United States or some shit, and you can make like a whole series with that.
First of all, I don't trust most of these people living in these other states, so I'm not traveling around this fucking country at all. I don't trust the cops. I don't trust my fellow Americans. I don't trust half these motherfuckers.
John doesn't even trust me. Man.
It's like listen. What state do you live in, Garrido?
I live in California.
Yeah. First of all, car theft is high. I'm not driving nowhere. On top of that, if they see I'm sorry.
Wait, what other state do you guys live in? I unfortunately live in Pennsylvania.
There's only a few states that I feel comfortable going to: New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Maine.
Maryland.
I don't mind Denver, Colorado. That's
You're
not
an
too
East
bad.
Coast boy.
Maryland, I don't trust Maryland.
Come on! Come on, man.
No. Because when I think Maryland, I think racist cops.
What?
Exactly.
Wait, recall whites?
I'm from Baltimore.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that wouldn't surprise me, but damn it, man.
The wire is real. Listen. Baltimore has been fucking on fire for like the last 3 years. So Baltimore, I've been to Morgan State University, and after what is it, like 80% of the women there got herpes and shit. It's like
I'm just talking about Bethesda. I'm just talking about Bethesda, man.
Man, that DC suburb.
Georgia is doing Jim Crow voter laws and shit, locking up.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah. I could see Tijuana. Tijuana's right over fucking there.
See,
San Diego.
I'm a New Yorker. They can see me coming, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna get him now." It's like, nah, fuck that.
Hey, John, you gotta come to San Diego, man.
Are you in National City?
Here's a question: what's in San Diego that I need to come there and see?
Legoland.
Here's a question: How
SeaWorld.
far are the 10 cities away from you? How far are the 10 cities?
For me, they're like 25, 15 minutes.
Downtown San Diego.
That's fucked up.
I live in the suburbs, man.
There ain't shit in San Diego I need to see.
I don't know, man.
Wait,
what? It's like 50. It's 75 degrees every day. Might rain 4 days of the year, and it's beautiful, man. It's good for your bones.
That's right, John. You got to come here at least one time.
Oh shit, 2 people.
I don't know if you like it.
Listen, I will fly all the way to the other side of the planet before I bother going to California.
Wait, what was the cities? Wait. What was the cities you said you'd be comfortable with? Because then at least we'll fucking.
Thailand. I'd be comfortable living in Thailand. I'd live in Thailand. I live in Vietnam. I live right in Ho Chi Minh City. That shit would cost me $20 a day.
Well,
wait, no, I was talking about in the U.S. You said Denver, Colorado, and then where else?
Yeah, Colorado wasn't so bad, but the weather is kind of bad there. It gets cold and shit, and very icy up there. Because it's like a landlocked area and everything. But Denver was pretty nice. But the reason why Denver, the property value is going up because Californian people are leaving because they can't afford to live in California.
The place I'd be scared to go to would be New York, maybe. I don't know.
Well, most people who've never been to the big city like this, yeah, they're scared of it. When I see Americans come here for the first time and they're walking around with their maps looking like obvious fucking tourist rubes.
Me. That was me fucking last year.
Sometimes
Google Maps, bro.
Train.
I'm sophisticated.
Man, to me, rat dogs out there, man. Rats should take down your dog and kill your cat.
My problem is, like, when I go anywhere else in the fucking world, I can get on their public transportation and the people act like they got some damn sense. You come to New York City, they got guys sitting on the fucking people on the fucking train. They got this Asian lady got peed on the other day, and they got motherfuckers trying to push people on the tracks. They got people begging. I was on the train one time.
Reminds me of San Francisco.
In LA.
Yeah, our mental illness is out of control on our public transport.
Yeah.
It's out of fucking control.
I saw 2 pigeons push another pigeon on the tracks in New York, man. I don't know. It's dangerous up there. The birds can't even live together.
No, I will say this. New York City is out of fucking control right now, but these motherfucking liberals are doing that shit on purpose because they're trying to fuck things up here and make people leave. They're trying to do that. There is a logic behind it. If they make people leave and go to these other states, they can flip those states and change their electoral map.
Well, here's the thing. From being
I'll
to
tell
Manhattan.
you why you'd want to come to San Diego.
Okay.
Here's one good reason why you should come to San Diego.
What's that?
We have one good shooting, open area. You could bring, a couple targets with you, and you can put them out. It's like a huge valley. It's wide open. It's Sycamore Valley. Here in San Diego, you could go there and bring your gun and target practice there, and it's wide open. It's like a free roam area. I have a friend, one time I went with him, and I video recorded him. He was driving, and then he sticks his head out of the car, and he was shooting his AR. He was practicing.
Is that because of BLM land?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Because I used to live in San Diego, and it was like that. You had to travel out, but you had to have like a 4x4 vehicle because good luck getting a tow truck out there to shoot.
Yeah.
And occasionally, police might come mess with you, but it's a nice place. It's just taxed as hell, just like New York.
Well, I'd rather go to San Diego than New York because I'm never going down to Manhattan, New York, never again. Fuck that. Nah, senior trip, nope, not doing that shit.
That's right.
Sorry, John. I'm sorry, nope, not doing it. My girl warned me. My girl even warned me.
I'll tell you like this: all of the Trump supporters they're spreading the news. They say, "Yeah, New York is dying," blah blah blah. Right? They're happy to see New York shrink and losing people, but what they don't understand is that New York and California are doing the same thing. We're making it miserable here and forcing people who can't afford to live here to spread out, and we're going to flip all of the other electoral maps.
No, it wasn't that. It was just. Well, it wasn't that. It was just like the experience. I was just like, yeah, no, this is.
They're trying to make the place as miserable as they could possibly make it.
Yeah.
That's why
it was that. It was the people. I couldn't stand the people. No offense, John. And my girl warned me because she was from Brooklyn, and I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not. Nah, sorry. So, I'd rather go to San Diego.
Doesn't New York have the Acela Express lane that goes all the way to Washington, D.C.?
Wait, what?
Fuck no.
The Acela Express.
Well, yeah, they have. Listen, they've got.
It's the only high-speed rail in America.
I've ridden the what is it called? I've ridden the Amtrak, which will take you all the way down to Florida. The issue is ultimately our high-speed rail ain't shit compared to any of these other countries. Because I've been to China.
It's bullshit.
China's got a fucking train that does 250 miles an hour, and I was on I was on the Japanese one. And that shit is like 100 and something miles an hour between Narita and the airport, between the airport and Tokyo. They got fucking bullet trains, and they're clean and they're nice. You can't even get on the LIRR here without something having a problem.
The only high-speed rail I've taken so far is a Eurostar from London to Paris, and it took I think an hour or whatever, and driving there would have been like 4 hours.
So let me ask,
it was nice.
So they've been talking about having one from Northern California to LA for years. But let me ask though, do you think some of the money we had from the stimulus should have been better used for retooling people in order for them to build new infrastructure?
Excuse me, here's a question. Retool who? Millennials or Generation Z? See, the problem is when you're talking about building infrastructure, you got to understand you're dealing with people who don't want to fucking work, and like most of the people who are working, they don't even want to work the bullshit jobs that they have. They don't want to do anything. They want to get paid, but they don't want to do anything. So when you're talking about retooling, the only way I see this getting any better is that people have to hit rock bottom and then just give up and say, "Listen, I need a job. I have to work." But the problem is, by that time, they've lost so much of their opportunity until now they're working a dead-end job that they're not getting anything out of.
Okay, good point.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand. You need to be working through high school, through college. You need to be working constantly. You should not have lapses in your job. Whatever it is, you need to work.
24/7.
But a lot of people, they don't want to pick jobs that they could do because they're not glamorous. So my thing is, you know what? Listen, if you don't really want to work, then you could starve.
That's a good point. I mean, yeah, I reserve my minutes.
I mean, I started working in high school. I was making $7.25 an hour working in a fucking mobile mart across the street from my school. And you got
what?
right now, and even while I was working, I had classmates and shit. They'd walk past, laugh at me. Some of them would pay me no mind, this, that, and other, and they would go right on about their business. A lot of them had no jobs, this, that, and other, right? But the thing about it is, what are they doing now? Most of them ain't doing shit.
Yep.
Either that, or they're in a job they don't like, or they're
just
in a
at home
job.
kicking their ass.
I've been paying into Social Security for the last 20-something years. I've been building up retirement for the last 20-something years. In 10 years, I'm out. I'm retiring. Most of these people can't even retire.
Yep.
Yeah, and they're going against their own demise by keeping up with the Joneses with that. But you bring a good point because I'm a millennial as well, a late '80s one, and I see half my class of people are doing like shit jobs, and the other half, maybe less shit jobs, but maybe not in something they initially went to school for. Or maybe a handful of them are doing what they intended to go to school for, are doing it right now.
Dude, when I was in college, I had a lot of classmates, or people who were in college. These motherfuckers, everybody want to be a physical therapist. They fell in fucking bio.
Same.
Oh my god!
Same. That's at my fucking college right now. That's at my fucking college.
You tell me they started back with that again?
Oh my god!
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you that was the number one profession major that everybody wanted 25 years ago.
And psychology.
Same here, still right now, still in my college right now.
Number one was they wanted to be physical therapists. Number two was they wanted to have an MBA. Most of these motherfuckers were failing Bio 101 and math. And I'm like, yo, guys, this is not working out for you. So I don't know what you're going to do, but you better think of something quick.
Yo, that's literally the most, and my fucking college right now, literally most of the most biggest field right now is PT, even though my college started as a business college. It's fucking ridiculous.
You got to understand, people want to make a lot of money, but they barely want to work. They think that if they're a physical therapist, they think that they're going to have somebody walk in their office and they're going to exercise their back a little bit and they're going to make $100,000.
Nope.
It's like, guys, it doesn't work that way.
You have to work yourself up the ladder.
Yeah.
It's like you cannot become
It's a hustle.
you cannot
Being
become
a
an
doctor is
IT
a fucking
administrator
hustle.
overnight.
Look at that. Being a doctor is a hustle.
Yeah. My girl's even saying that she's not trying to be a doctor before fucking nursing, like medical assisting. She's even saying that and like, damn.
Yeah, and
she's
the
doing
reason
good at least
is because these women think that that they're going to work the minimum amount of time and they're going to make the maximum amount of money, and that they don't have to go any further. So what they do is they become nurses, but they don't take that extra time to become a doctor. So they end up being a nurse, working fucking like 12 hours a day, and not being at home with their family just to make that money so that they can floss. Here's the problem, though: no man, unless like I'll say some men don't mind it, but here you got a wife who's not home for you.
No, that's not now. God, no. But I'm just saying. Well, thanks for the heads up because I can tell her that. Like, can you like try and be a doctor or some shit? Because
if you have a wife who's a doctor, see, doctors usually marry other doctors, and they usually marry other people in that profession. And the reason why is because you guys have the same time. Like, I have a friend who's a lawyer, and his wife was a nurse. That wasn't working out for them because neither one of them could be home for the fact that they had a kid, right? So once they had a kid, they were like, okay, you know what she's going to do? She's going to go back, and instead of being a nurse, she's going to go back to school or something. And they ended up losing a lot of money and a lot of time. And they were making good money, but they were fucking it all up because their job did not fit childcare in.
So basically, I'm fucked.
Well, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say, in many cases, you have to accept a woman who's not going to be there for you because she's always at work. Now, if you're a doctor and your husband's a doctor and you're both working the same hours, it might work out just fine because you're there. Like for instance, my personal doctor, his wife was his secretary. So his wife was a secretary, and she ran her own little side business, hair care for delousing, right? So I know that they had some kind of hookup, like she's getting medication stuff from him, and she's using that in her delousing business. But she and he were together almost all the time because she was the secretary in his office, right? But most people
Damn.
are gonna have
That's
it
some real
like
shit.
That's goals. Okay.
yeah, and a lot of people ain't gonna have it like that. So what you end up getting is you get a lot of doctors who will marry other doctors because they have similar income, they have similar needs, desires, blah blah blah. But the problem is now they're not home for their family, so they have kids that usually get fucked up.
Yeah, I'm just studying business administration, just general management.
You know, so that's
fair
the
enough.
issue.
Business
Childcare
administration is
is
very
big.
competitive.
Huh?
What you say?
Childcare is
I
a
was
big.
saying that business. Oh my god. Yeah.
Business administration is competitive. Oh hell yes, man. I just being in college for almost a year now. I already seen like some shit behind the scenes.
Well, Google website says his wife is an anesthesiologist. That must be pretty cool.
What I like about IT is, for example, like I remember when I'm still getting experience, mind you. Like I was a help desk assistant or whatever, and what I did was like, if people at a certain area needed help with something with their laptop or with a projector, shit like that. Like I'd go there and then I would like do a little inspection and shit like that. Like it was cool because you'd most of the time you'd be free, and then like the other half of like the hours that you're in, like you actually did something. So yeah.
But I think I picked my field just because, again, business things I'm pretty interested in, and I feel like it's a good amount of, jobs out there. I'm not again with PTA or anything else that's kind of funky.
And as a matter of fact, I remember I helped a friend of mine. He's Filipino, and he's like a teacher. I think he's a middle school, high school teacher. And so then like I helped him with Excel in like organizing stuff, having keywords pop up with what he wanted and shit like that. He's like, okay, I want you to make me this and that, and he paid me like a good $450 for that. So.
Wow. For like what each like be more specific.
So basically, like for example, like for his classmates, like it would be weird. Like he would for a certain group, he would have me like write down what what they were doing and shit, what they were studying, and he'd make a checklist on Excel. Marking down who actually did their work and who didn't. And so, yeah, and so I had to do that with one set of his class.
All right,
I managed
that's
it
cool,
for
though.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, but my thing is, it's like I don't know what the future is going to hold because it's like we got 2 years of this bullshit where we're like with this great reset thing, and my thing is, it's like I got to make new moves next year. I got to make new moves for the next year and everything, but like I don't know where any of this shit is going right now, honestly, because like a lot of things are going right now in real estate right now here, and obviously this is a very expensive place to live and everything. But I'm hearing a lot of talk, people moving. I'm hearing a lot of talk about a lot of changes in businesses because, like, there's some people saying that New York's trying to kill businesses and everything. I don't believe that, but I'm just hoping that the next year, is a little bit smoother.
Didn't Louis Rossman make a video about it?
I watched his videos. I watched his videos, but see what Louis Rossman. What I'd like to tell him is like, guess what, Rossman, your business is not necessary. Like all you're doing is repairing Apple products, basically. Guess what? They have another business that does that. It's called Apple. Apple ain't interested in you.
Yeah.
The right to repair shit. So no, they're not going to try to help you because as far as they're concerned, you don't matter. Like Louis Rossman's like, oh
no
yeah.
wonder he talks shit about Apple.
Yeah, no, but here's the problem though. Apple makes their product. Apple makes their product the way they want to make their product. And if you don't like it, go buy something else. But guess what? If you try to buy our style, you're gonna buy it the
Go
way
buy
we
an Android.
Yeah, go buy one of them
Damn.
fucking them
You know, it's
Samsung.
actually trending.
Damn.
You know, it's
I said
actually trending,
damn.
John. OnePlus is actually trending. Actually, OnePlus.
Haha. OnePlus phones, you already know.
See,
You
yo,
already
listen,
know.
here's the thing.
No.
Why?
There we go.
First of all, why would you even be buying a brand new phone when you've been sitting at home all this time? First of all. Second of all, why would you be spending any money like that to buy one of those things unless you absolutely needed it when you get this recession here and you should be holding on to your money?
Well,
because they want these people to use their stimulus checks to keep the economy afloat by buying shit, circulating. That's what they see.
Well.
So my thing is, why are you spending money right now when you should be saving it?
I'm not. I already have my iPhone
I'm-
Pro Max. I already got money saved. So.
Yeah, I already got my shit.
Look, just because you got money saved doesn't mean you don't need more.
Well, yeah.
As far as I'm
it's inevitable. Something could happen. So.
Because and I understand exactly how these car dealerships are. Because see, it used to be like whenever I felt like it, I'd just buy a new car. But right now, I'm like, I'm trying to have the discipline to hold on to my money. But these dealerships be calling you and trying to get you to go into these loans and everything because it's good for them and everything. They offer you anything they can offer you. But my thing is, it's like, listen, I'm gonna save my money right now, and as soon as all this blows over, then I'll consider taking out a loan. But right now, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, and by the way, if I buy a brand new car, who the fuck am I flossing for?
That's right. You're only flossing for your fucking self, or that scooch. But other than that, the economy is shit. Like I have an uncle. He bought himself a $7,000 bike because he has a business in Mexico and shit. And he came here, and I'm like, man, why you buy a $7,000 bicycle? Because the guy like does races and tournaments and shit like that. And then, he's like, I already have a couple of them. And I'm like, but you remember they stole one from you? And he's like, oh, yeah, that's true, yeah. And the guy, now he's going to move to the U.S. and set up a business here because over there, it's dangerous. So.
Oh, yeah. Mexico's pretty fucked up right now.
Damn, bro. It's beautiful, but fucking crime. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Until
that's why he's moving his business here, and he's
until Mexico locks down that crime issue, it's like they're gonna keep losing money, and they're gonna see the problem. Ultimately, is America wants the drugs that they're manufacturing, so that's the main problem. But it used to be a time when you'd go down to Mexico and no problem, but the drug war shit really fucking ramped everything up. It's too violent. And I'll tell you this: coming out of this pandemic, even countries that I like to go to, like the Philippines. Right now, there's a lot of robbery and theft and shit, and there's a lot of violence there because their economy is their economy is like, this is worse than a recession. When this whole thing started, only 55% of their adults were unemployed. 55% of adults, and that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, that is a recipe for disaster. And
so
right now, the United States is trying to keep things afloat by printing more money and creating more debt.
Yeah, and
I feel like that'd be, for example, universe.
But when you see them pumping out all this money and all these stimulus checks, all they're doing is they're creating bubbles everywhere. That's all they're doing. They're creating bubbles.
Yeah.
And that means that eventually shit is going to bust. Like there's probably going to be a housing market bust in certain places. I do not foresee New York City being heavily negatively affected by it, but in a lot of places there's going to be a housing market bust in a lot of places. And
like major cities?
Yeah, some major cities it's going to happen, but places like New York and California, there are some people who are sitting by and they got their money saved up and they're waiting for certain properties to become distressed. But it'll be just like it was in 2006. And what a damn shame that is for millennials to have to go through 2 economic collapses within 20 years. That's crazy.
But you have these elitists who created this bubble. If you think about it right now, the average American the quality of life is going down, rampantly, and people don't want to admit it, especially the pro-Trumpers.
See, I had at the end of the college block, there's a guy that has like MAGA stuff, like down the block from my college. It's like I'm not even fucking playing.
And look at this right here. You can see the lights from Tijuana over there. Bad.
I'm comfortable, but I couldn't live that close to that shit.
Secure as hell, man.
Like I know you, yeah. The border is so secure that you felt it necessary to go out and buy an AR-15.
Why? Okay, not because I live necessarily in a border area. Let me tell you something. Out of the only thing that has been going on recently, there was this guy who tried to drive through by force, like he was like trying to drive in through the U.S. and I think his car got destroyed, or whatever, and his car got. It doesn't happen here. You know where it does actually happen? That's where shit happens. Here, not really. Once in a while, but other than that, it's really nothing.
I don't want to live that close to nothing. I'm sorry. I just don't. I'm sorry. But listen, if you're comfortable with it, that's okay.
Yeah. It's whatever. I got a mall near here. They got, I got an Apple store near here. So, yeah. It is what it is.
As soon as the new iPhone drops, you have like a 2-mile radius of people waiting for that phone.
I'd be the first in line.
Huh?
Well, I have to say, the one thing I appreciate about Apple is the scalping and shit. They put a stop to it in some cases. What they do is they try to create scarcity, and they try to make it appear that there's not enough to go around in order to force people to buy as much as they can get, whether it's a good product or not, right? So with Xbox and PS5, yo, man, with these fucking scalpers, oh man, let me tell you. You know what's scary? Now, and first of all, I really don't care because I do my gaming mostly on the computer.
Yeah.
But God forbid they figure out a way to mine Bitcoin or some shit using those fucking consoles, you can forget it. Because those Bitcoin miners are stupid enough to pay twice as much for those systems to mine with them because they think that there's going to be profit at the end of the rainbow. And what's happening right now is Bitcoin, you can't even mine that shit with those regular GPUs. You got to use ASICs, right? Problem is, all the rest of this bullshit like Dogecoin and Ethereum, the mining is going through the roof on Ethereum right now. So anybody who wants to invest in crypto, they shouldn't
To the moon.
Yeah, they shouldn't be investing in Bitcoin. They should be investing in Ethereum. My thing
Look at
is,
this view, man.
What? What?
Look at this view. Oh, and I got a new roof.
You got a new roof, huh?
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's some scary shit out there. No, that's okay. You keep that. No, thank you. No, I ain't trying to move out there.
No, not move, man. You got to come to San Diego, man, just to visit. Maybe
Yeah,
once.
if I came there, that would be the one day that I got killed.
Oh my god.
Come on.
Steps on foot. Steps
the
on
police
foot.
here are not even that bad.
Puts his foot. Bam. Done.
Like yeah, a New York
pretty chill.
A New York tourist was kidnapped today.
Oh, see, this is why. This is exactly why I'm not going back to New York. Nope.
No, I mean, if I come there, there's a better chance of something happening to me there than here. Like if I
tell you something, I bet if I went to New York,
they'll catch me up.
Wait.
I bet if I went to New York City, especially the Bronx area, and they'd look at me, they'd be like, what the fuck is this guy doing here?
That's what happened to me with Dow.
All you got to do is come here wearing a suit,
Timberlands,
and nobody will fuck with you.
Timberlands?
No. You don't wear no fucking Timberlands. What
you mean?
No, the Timberland thing is played out. No, what you do is you come here wearing a suit and black shoes, and they'll think you're a Russian mobster.
Oh my god. Well, here's the thing. Even even when I went to New York, the way I fucking spoke, and like they was like, "Yep, tourist." Like I didn't have my. Yeah, like they was like, "Nope, he's not a tourist." I'm like, "Hey, he's not, from here." I'm like, "Fuck."
Hey, John, how do you say it? New York City.
New York City.
Jesus Christ, my girlfriend has that Brooklyn accent. Oh my god. I'm still not used to it.
New York.
She'd be like water. She'd be like water.
You have to spell it Y-A-W. New York. New York.
Like, it's fucking.
The only place
Oh
I'd
my
go to
god,
New York
man.
is I'd want to see the fucking Empire State and shit, and then I'd want to see the fucking Central Square and shit. And apart from that, yeah. Oh, and try some real or some decent Italian American pizza.
Oh hell yeah. My dumbass didn't got the fucking pizza when I went there. I was like, wait a minute, why the fuck I haven't? Damn it. That was the one thing I
I'm
regretted.
being stereotypical here, so
I know, but you know, but
yeah.
nah. It's I heard John. I heard like northern New York, like just the state wise, is more easier to live in, or like just more nice and shit. I just wanted to
Well,
see
yeah,
it.
but the problem is the further away from New York City you move, the less there is. If you go to places like Utica and fucking Buffalo, and
Buffalo,
if you go to those places, they ain't shit up there. Rochester, they ain't shit in Rochester.
So it's beautiful, but it's nothing to do.
Well, I guess you have to define beautiful, because
Nature, like trees and shit like that. Like
yeah, I mean, yeah, you can find all that up there along with a lot of deer and shit, but it's like there ain't shit to do up there.
Mm. All right, I just wanted to see because I was like, because my girlfriend, she was like,
listen, when you come to New York, if you ever come to New York, all you got to see is New York City, and
that's what I did.
New York City, maybe parts of Long Island, and that's it. It's all the same shit after that, and then you could just leave.
Okay, well, I already visited New York City, so all right, I got.
It kind of reminds me of Andorra. I remember I went to Andorra. It's in between France and Spain, in the fucking mountains and shit. And the only city, or well, it's not really, it's a town more likely, is Andorra la Vella. And then apart from that, you have like very rural areas, but they have a pretty good public transportation. I'll say that.
Our
Transportation's
transportation's awesome. It's too bad the people are fucked up and trying to push you on the goddamn tracks.
Yeah.
But yo, listen, wait,
John, one more thing. How you fucking feel? I don't know if you know, it's some fucking dumbass dude that's wearing some Spider-Man suit around New York, like trying to just. I don't know what the fuck his name is, but like, it's a guy in a Spider-Man suit.
New York
just
City.
just doing some dumb shit around there. I don't know if you heard it.
What?
It's a guy wearing a Spider-Man suit that's just doing dumb shit in New York City.
I think I heard something about that, but I really didn't pay any attention to it. I think I saw some photos with the dude. But listen, New York. Here's the thing: in New York, anybody can get wealthy. The problem is, it all depends how much of an ass you're willing to make of yourself. So if he's doing that, he's obviously doing it for attention, so that he can get like wealthy on the internet real quick with his Instagram or whatever it is. The only thing about it is, like, the problem is you get 15 minutes of fame, man. That's what it is. You get 15 minutes.
I'm going to
Now,
say
some people
New York,
get
New York,
rich.
New York.
Some people can get really, really rich in that 15 minutes, and some people don't. You know, a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
You know, but that's just what it is. So my thing is, if I hear about it, if I see it, that's all good and everything. But my thing is, it's like chances are I'm not even going to see him again.
You gotta be real hilarious, and you gotta be getting the attention of the people. You know what I mean?
It's 15 minutes of fame. 15 minutes. Everybody get 15 minutes. If you put yourself out there, sooner or later you'll get your 15 minutes. And after that 15 minutes is over, hopefully you've made enough money, and hopefully you saved enough money to stay rich.
Either you'll be rich or poor.
Well, some people get rich. Some people get rich and then lose it all and become poorer than they started.
Oh, I'm never going through the fucking trains.
Like those people on TikTok, man.
Well, TikTok, I don't even know how some of them get paid for TikTok. I think a lot of them are. The sad thing is, TikTok incentivizes people to do stuff on TikTok. I don't know how much they make. I don't know who pays them, because TikTok doesn't advertise. So it's not like being on YouTube. See, YouTube, you already know the advertising is in your face, and the advertising is what's paying for people to do what they do. TikTok, as far as I know, like, TikTok has to be part of something else for you to get that money, because TikTok itself. Yeah. See, here's the thing: TikTok is the kind of thing that could be its own YouTube. if they wanted to convince people that, okay, we're going to advertise on your channel and you're going to make these stupid fucking videos and and you might get a little bit of money out of it, but if you get a lot of an audience, you'll make a lot of money. But TikTok is the kind of thing, you know who did that shit? It was Vine Video
They
before.
sold themselves to the devil.
No. But see, the thing about it is corporations like that with social media, they have no morality at all. They don't care what they're pushing as long as they're making their money. The bottom line is TikTok could have been its own YouTube, but look what Trump did. Trump tried to make the shit illegal.
Bro, low-key, I low-key wanted that.
Online Hollywood.
You know, if you can trick these dumbass kids into doing stupid shit on video.
Oh, they will.
If you can trick them into doing it, you know, you can run advertisements. You can make a lot of money. You know, but the thing about it is that only goes but so far. Because nobody talks about Vine Video no more. Who talks about Vine Video? Nobody.
Somehow it died.
No, it's not that somehow it died. It's that Vine Video never became a bit like, for instance, if Vine Video did what YouTube did,
sensation.
If Vine did what YouTube did and became its own website hosting service for those short, stupid clips, they could have been exactly what TikTok is, but TikTok isn't going to be that either because they're not going to do what YouTube did. And the problem is YouTube doesn't want any competition.
Right, yeah. They want the market for themselves.
Google controls this shit. See, that's the whole thing. TikTok and all that shit, without apps, they cannot force their way past YouTube videos.
They cannot survive.
Google controls the internet, right? So they need the apps, and they need to keep people on these apps. But guess what? There's a bunch of apps just like TikTok and Vine. There's a bunch of them. You just don't hear of them because you're not looking for them.
Another app that starts to die off, it's just an app is Snapchat. Like, low key.
You have you now as well.
That shit. But see, when you try to get these kids into stuff and you try to get them to promote these things and then you try to get them to use it, yeah, that worked for a while, but eventually it runs out of steam and it just disappears. You know,
TikTok will be it will be ruined in a couple of years. Watch.
Yo, listen.
it will.
4 years from now,
Mark my
you're
words.
talking about TikTok just like I'm talking about Vine. And I'm hoping Facebook dies.
Exactly.
I hope somebody turns Facebook into the next MySpace. You know, it was just a thing that came along. People used it for a while. But see, Facebook, what they're trying to do is they're trying to diversify themselves to make it so that they stay around. Like they're making Oculus Rift products. They're advertising. They're trying to get people to pay for advertising. They've got Facebook Marketplace so that they're trying to take that Craigslist. They're trying to be like Craigslist.
You know what I remember, John?
Huh?
I remember when I was like 9 or 8 years old when the video chat for Facebook came out. I remember that shit. We were like, everyone was like, oh, you know, how's this shit gonna be or whatever. And I remember I tried it out. First time it was slow as fuck in loading, and then sometimes it would lag, and they improved it to this like in little years, you know.
Well, but you got to remember, it's not so much that Facebook improved it; it's that the internet itself improved over time. Because you think about it, Facebook video is mostly coming from people with cell phones. Since that time, we went from what 3G to fucking 5G. So yeah, I mean, the internet itself was improving over time. Like 5 years from now, maybe the internet will be so good that we won't even get lag on these live streams. Maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, maybe it'll be so that. Like everything's 8K for God's sakes. I don't know. I don't know what it'll look like. 8K, and nobody needs 8K, but maybe everybody will have virtual reality in 8 years.
I mean, you talking about 8K resolution and what TVs and shit? Because I mean,
no. I'm talking about well, first of all, your 8K television isn't giving you real 8K because television itself is not broadcast that high. Because
actually, you know what's a new trend? You know, it's a new trend, actually, the 360-degree video, because now GoPro launched the GoPro Max that can shoot a video in 360 360-degree view, so I think that's going to become popular.
Well,
and then it'll be 3D.
360-degree video helps only if you have virtual reality or only if you're watching it on something that allows you to scroll and zoom. If you don't have those two things, 360-degree video doesn't mean anything.
Interact with it.
See, 360-degree video is great for virtual reality, but it's not good for people on a computer. And it may kind of work well for a phone because phones have accelerometers and they have gyroscopes. Yeah, it works great for mobile, but even then, most people are not shooting their videos in 360 because they don't get the fidelity that they want, so they're not going to do it.
It's not bringing enough demand yet.
Yeah, there's really not enough demand for it. It's like most videos right now, if you're shooting it in 4K 60 frames per second, you're doing great.
Well, what happens if it's like, do you know
Mostly
anyone
now,
that's...
the highest resolution right now is 1080p, I think.
1080p. No, well, on YouTube, I've seen some 16K videos, but my computer can't run them because even though my video card could possibly handle it, my monitor can't. So if I use it on my monitor, it looks ultra sharp.
It's not compatible.
The monitor itself is not compatible. Your televisions are not compatible with no 16K video. And I think they even have 24K video and all that shit, but you don't have the hardware to run that. You just don't have it. So bottom line is, it's like, my only thing is, it's like, all this stuff is coming out. They try to get these people buy into all this stuff. It's like, I ain't trying to waste my money. It's like, when I want something new, I'll buy something new, but I ain't trying to waste my money.
That's right, John.
I'm
That's
happy
right.
we helped you guys.
What?
No, I was saying get social butterfly. What he said, I'm like, yeah, you're welcome, man.
It says just got. Thank God, you guys got me through this live stream. Great, awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
But
when are you going to be on Discord, John? Video.
I'm on Discord all the time chatting, but I'm on Discord texting all the time. It's just that I don't really do chats and lives and shit on it.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Come on.
Yeah, but I'm about to get off here right now. We've been on here for 5 hours, 21 minutes. The time is just flying, 5 hours.
All right, John, have a good night,
What time?
John.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what time is it up in New York?
It is 11:07.
Oh wait, god damn, I'm so stupid.
Here it's 8:07.
Yeah, we're on the East Coast.
Yeah. All right, it's 8 o'clock
I'm
over
on
there.
the West
All right.
Coast, the best coast.
Oh no, here we go.
East Coast is better.
Yeah, but guys, I'm gonna let you guys go because we've been on here for 5.5 hours. So I'm gonna get out of here. No, most people only stay on like 3. But thanks for joining me, everybody. Anybody, thanks for participating. And I wish I could have gotten that guy on here for that socialism debate, but he's too smart to fucking bring himself in here. So
that's right. He got it up his ass.
Yeah, that's right.
Watch you talk some shit afterwards, though. Just watch.
He's a fucking bullshit fucking troll. That's what he is.
All right,
well, have a good night, guys.
I'll let you guys go. Y'all have a good night.
All righty, have a good night.